Hey everyone, and welcome to this course on getting started with Django. In this course, you're going to learn how to build a basic CRM system with Django. And right now I'm on this subdomain, which is crm.justdjango.com, and this is the deployed project of what you're going to be building. Now, I'm going to go and log in to get started and just show you briefly what we're going to be building. So once you're logged in, you'll be able to see all of the leads in the CRM. So CRM is all about capturing those leads and just storing the information and being able to push them through your sales process. So you'll be able to see your leads just listed out here, and you'll also be able to see unassigned leads. So every lead is assigned to an agent, and you're able to create these leads and agents in the application. So to create a lead, we just go to the view to fill in the form, which requires all the information for a new lead. And once we have that lead, it can either be unassigned or assigned to an agent. If it's not assigned, we can then go to assign it, and we can select from our existing agents who we want this lead to belong to. And that just helps us categorize which leads belong to which sales agent so that they can manage their own leads separately. And we can also go and create new agents as well. So if we want to add an agent to the system, we can populate their email address and username, and this will send them an email asking them to join the system, which they can then log into. And once they're logged in, they'll only be able to see the leads that they have been assigned, and they can manage those leads throughout the sales process. Now I can also edit these details, same thing for leads. I can edit and delete existing leads and manage them however I'd like. But this isn't all that we're going to be learning. We're not only going to be building this application, but you're going to be learning fundamentals of Django, such as the models and views and templates, and really the core of understanding how to work with Django. But we're also going to be taking this project and deploying it on DigitalOcean using the app platform. So you can learn how to do that. You're going to learn how to configure Staticfiles using Whitenoise. And right now it might seem like technical jargon, but this is fundamental knowledge that you need to understand if you want to be working with Django as a developer, either on the job or as a freelancer. And all in all, this course comes to more or less around 9 hours long. So it is quite a lengthy course, but it does go through quite a lot of the concepts that you need to understand. Now, I do want to just make you aware that this course is also available on learn.justdjango.com, and you can watch the entire exact same course for free, as well as the follow-up course that shows how you can improve upon this project, and many other courses that contribute to around 50 hours of learning Django to become a professional Django developer. So if that's something you're interested in, the link is in the description down below. And so since you're watching this on YouTube, if you want to see more tutorials and courses like this, then please like this video and subscribe to the channel, because it really helps YouTube push this through the algorithm, and that lets me make more content like this for free for you. So without further ado, thanks for watching and enjoy the course. So for this course, there is one very important prerequisite, and that is a good understanding of Python. Django is built with Python, so if you don't understand Python, you're not going to be able to work in Django, unfortunately. Now, I'm not going to be covering the basics or any advanced aspects of Python in this course. There's quite a lot of good courses on YouTube, and I'll link some of them in the description of this video so you can check them out. So if you don't already have a good understanding of Python, then I would suggest that you start with those. There's also another video, which you'll see a card in the top right corner now, that will take you to my explanation of what you need to understand in Python before you get started with Django. So if you're not very comfortable, then maybe take a look at that video just to get an idea of what you need to understand. Something else to take into consideration is the Python compatibility. Now, because this course is going to be using Django 3.1, which is the latest version at this point, you can check the versions of Python that are supported by version 3.1. And you can see it's Python 3.6, 3.7, 3.8, and 3.9 as of 3.1.3. So, but they also recommend and only officially support the latest release of each series. So I would recommend going with at least 3.8 and try and go for 3.9 just to be on the latest versions. But if you are on 3.6 or 3.7, it should be fine. It will still work with this version of Django. So I just want to talk about the versions of Django, and particularly the version of Django used in this course. Now, we're going to be using version 3.1, which is currently the latest version, and here on Django's website, you can see the roadmap for the future releases and the timeline at which they plan to release the future versions of Django. So right now you can see on version 3.1, which has started just before 2021, so in August, and you can see the support, which is in dark green. Mainstream support goes all the way till about April of 2021, and then there's the extended support all the way till the end of 2022. Now, they are also what are called LTS versions, which stands for long-term support, and you can see that they have much longer extended support periods. So, for example, version 2.2 was an LTS version, 3.2 is going to be an LTS, 4.2, and you can see they have a very long extended period of support. Now, this is very important to understand because a lot of projects get built on the LTS versions because of this extended support. If the support was only for just over a year, it would be quite difficult because then you're constantly having to upgrade to a new version, which is something that you should strive to do, but sometimes it's not that simple, especially for larger projects, and hence why companies or larger projects tend to stick to the LTS versions and try and upgrade to the newer LTS version every time it's released. And you can see that 2.2 has support all the way into the release of 3.2. So you can actually go from 2.2 to 3.2 to 4.2. Is it the recommended way? In my opinion, no. I would like to try and move from 2.2 to 3 to 3.1 and stick with the latest version. I think that's fine. But for a course, it makes it difficult because once the new version is released, it may seem like the previous version is now completely outdated. And unless you're watching a course from 2 years ago, then it's just not true. So this course is going to be using 3.1, and at some point it's going to become outdated. Now that point, according to this roadmap, is going to be 2022. So when 2022 starts, 3.1 is no longer supported, but most of the concepts that you learn in the course will still be applicable in any version of Django going forward, most likely. Even though the versions are upgrading and Django is improving over time, the changes that are being made are not so significant that it completely eradicates everything that you know. In fact, most of the logic that you'd learn in a course from Django 1.8 would actually be good enough for version 3. Yes, there are some small changes and you got to keep up to date with what's coming out, but most of the core logic, if not all of the core logic, is exactly the same. So I really want to make this point very clear, especially for people who watch this course a year or maybe longer after this course is released. Ultimately, what I'm advising is that you stick to the version of the course, which in this case is 3.1. And once you finish the course, you then take it upon yourself to upgrade to the latest version. So don't go and install the latest version now. So if right now the latest version is 4.0, stick with 3.1, finish the course, and then upgrade to 4.0. So to follow along for this course, you're going to need a GitHub account because the code for this project is going to be stored on GitHub. And you can find the repository on the Just Django organization. I'll leave a link in the description of this video that takes you to this repository. And basically to follow along, you just need to check for the name of the branch that associates with the video that you watched. So right now we only have one branch, which is the main branch, but every single video will have its own branch with the changes made pushed into that branch. So that'll allow you to change into that branch, either download or clone the project at that point, compare it to what you have, and follow along like that. Now the main branch is always going to have the most recent and most updated version of the code. So you'll always be able to see the latest version of the code here on main. Now the editor that I'm going to be using in this course is called Visual Studio Code or VSCode. It's completely free, and if you just search on Google VSCode, then you'll see the first link here is code.visualstudio.com. I'm going to go there and I'm going to download this for Mac. You can also download this for Windows and Linux. So just get the version that is suitable for you. Now, this is not a prerequisite for the course. You can use whatever editor or IDE you want to. I'm just going to use this because it's really easy to use and it has good Python support. All right, so I just want to show you my VSCode setup because it might look a little bit different to yours. So once you got VSCode open, what you can do is you can hold Command Shift P, or I would imagine Control Shift P on Windows, and you'll see that it brings up this box where you can type stuff into, and you get a couple suggested options. Now you're going to want to search for preferences, and you'll get a couple things. Now I'm going to open up settings. This is your general settings, and this is where if you've got any installed extensions or just general settings, it gets put in over here. And you'll see that there's a couple custom settings that I've got over here, and we don't need to worry about the ESLint stuff. Just these custom settings is what I want to show you. So first is this editor.mousewheelZoom, which is set to true. What this allows me to do is to zoom like this. So I can just by holding Command and zooming, I can then zoom out and zoom in. And this just helps for if I want to show something or just quickly change the zoom instead of holding Command plus and minus to change the zoom level. Then you can see workbench.activitybar.visible, which is set to false. If you set this to true, you'll see that I get a little bar that shows up here. And this normally shows up on the left-hand side. And that's because I've got it set up here as workbench.sidebar.location, which is set to right. If I say that to left, you'll see that it now moves everything to the left-hand side. But I prefer mine on the right, so I'm going to move mine there. And I'm going to set visible back to false. Now you can also see another one here, which is workbench.editor.showTabs. Now this one is really up to you. If I say true, you'll see that it shows me the file name that I have here, which is settings.json. If I open up the license and the readme, then you'll see that it keeps them inside the sort of frame here. So I can change just by clicking on them like this. Now, if you set this to false, you'll see that it's now gone. So if I go to license, I only have license open. Now I have readme open, but I can always change between the files by going Command P. And then this gives me the list of files that I can change between. Now in a larger project, you'll probably need to start searching for them. But if I search for readme, then I can go there. If I search for license and hit enter, then I change to license. And if I hit Command W, then I can close that file, or I can just go back in between them. Now, I know I'm throwing a lot at you in this sort of breakdown, but this is just to show you that there's a lot of things set up to allow me to change between files quicker and ultimately try and keep my hands as much as possible on the keyboard and not have to touch the mouse. Then you'll see that we have location, which is right, which we already talked about. And then we have the status bar visible, which if I set to true, then you can see we have this status bar show up, and really there isn't anything super important in here except for the branch that you can then just click and you can then select or create a new branch. This is with the Git repository. And I also like to keep this false. Then we have the minimap enabled, which is set to false. If I set this to true, then you'll see that we get this little minimap here, which allows you to scroll like that. And I just think that that is not very useful. So we set that to false, and you see that it disappears. And then one that I really like is the Zen mode feature. So this is just centering the layout to true. Now, in order to go into Zen mode, what you need to do is go Command Shift P, and you can just search for Zen, and you'll see there view toggle Zen mode. If you hit that, then it brings up this very minimal, which is called Zen mode, a feature where I only have the file that I'm working with open. I don't have anything else, and this just allows you to focus exactly or only on this file. You don't need to worry about any scroll features, bars at the bottom and the left and the right. You can just code. And again, you can then just switch between files by just going Command P and going between those files like this. Right, so Command W to close all of that. And so that is the setup of these settings. So if I just go there again, Command Shift P, and then search for settings, right? So preferences, open settings, then there we can see all of them there. Now I'm going to talk about the keyboard shortcuts. So I'm going to close this and I'm going to go Command-Shift-P and search for the keyboard shortcuts. And there you can see they are again Preferences, Open Keyboard Shortcuts. So I'm going to open that and you can see here's all the default keyboard shortcuts unless you've customized them. So you can search for different kinds of keyboard shortcuts. I'm going to close that and I'm going to search for keyboard shortcuts. And this is the JSON now. So the first one we clicked on was just the visual display. Now I'm going to go to JSON. And this is where your keyboard shortcuts, if you have any customized ones, will show up. I'm just going to walk you through the basic idea, which is that Command K and then a second command allows you to switch between all of the viewports. So you've got Command K and then you press Command E and it brings up the Explorer here on the right hand side. So again, Command K, Command E will bring that up. Now if you just want to close this entire side panel, then you can do Command K and Command B. So Command K, Command B, and it closes it, right? Now the syntax here is that you open up an array which will store all of the keys and commands. So the key is what you press, right? So Command K and then Command E, and the command that it calls is workbench.view.explorer, right? So it's bringing up the Explorer page, which is this here. And then the same sort of format, Command K and then Command G, which brings up the SCM, which if I do Command K, Command G, then you see we get source control, which is Git. And then if we do Command K and then Command D, we get debug. So K and then D. Now you can see we have debug here. And if you do Command K and then Command X, then you get the extensions and it shows all your installed extensions. So if we do K, X, then we can see we're in the extensions tab. So just going between them, KE, Explorer, debug, extensions, and Git. So they're all relatively close to each other, E, D, X, and G. And you can always copy all of this into your keybindings.json file, and then you'll see that you'll have access to these keyboard shortcuts. Now, there's also a couple other ones here, Command K to clear the terminal. So if I bring up a terminal with Command J, then you'll see it brings up a terminal here. And if I hit Command K, then it just clears that. And that's just quite nice. Then Command B to close the side panel. You have Command D, which is to duplicate and execute. So if I hit Command D, hit it again, then you can see that it's finding these duplicates and putting an extra cursor there. So like that, now I can change this and go back and forth with multiple cursors, which is quite nice. Then Command N creates a new file. So if we bring up the Explorer and I hit Command N, then I could type in, let's say, main.html and I can create a new file there. Command and, oh, looks like we gotta go there and then we can delete it from there. And so that's to create a new file. Then to create a new folder is, if we're inside there, Command Shift N, and that'll create a folder. So if we do main, then we can go inside it, create a new file, and work with new files and folders like that. And then Command R is going to refresh the Files Explorer. This could be convenient if you have something like Node modules and it's not updating because it's just a really big folder. Then you could just refresh the files like that. So again, that is the key bindings setup. And so this is just to help you familiarize yourself with if I'm doing something really quickly and I'm moving between files. Sometimes I will try and explain if I did something a little bit different, but those are the general actions that I'm taking. So Command P to search for a file, then you can press Enter to go to that file, Command W to close it, Command B to open up the Explorer, Command J to open up the terminal, which we'll be doing a lot since we'll be running the Django server in the terminal. Command K to clear it. So if I just press Command K, then it clears the terminal, which will also be quite convenient. So yeah, that is the VS Code setup. So I also want to show you my extensions that are installed in VS Code. And so I'm just going to open up with Command K and then Command X. All right, so that brings up the extensions tab. And I'm just going to get rid of that search, and I'm going to search for Django. Now, I only have 2 installed here. This first one, if I just go to that, Django by Robert Solis, and basically what this does is it just gives you some snippets that you can use in the templates especially. So you can type like block, right, as the abbreviation, and it will give you this template tag output. This might not make sense right now, but you'll see later on that this is quite convenient. And there's a whole bunch of other things for forms and for models or model fields, and even some stuff for Django REST framework and for models. So, which is quite convenient. That's the first one. And then we have another one here, which is Django template. And what this does is it provides template language support for Visual Studio Code. So inside your HTML files, you'll get this nice syntax highlighting for anything that's Django or using the Ginger syntax. So if you have this installed, then this will just work automatically. You don't have to know any kind of shortcuts or anything. So those are the only 2 that I have, and I'm sure that there are other ones that are really great. I haven't played with all of them, but these 2 tend to get the job done. So those are the extensions that we'll be using. All right, so welcome to the theory part of this course. And what I'm going to start off with is just talk about what Django actually is, just to give you a brief background so you're not thrown into the code. So firstly, it's a Python web framework. Now there's a couple things that can be said just with that sentence. It's built with Python, so the popular programming language Python, and it's a web framework. Now the term framework essentially means that it has a whole bunch of tools and configurations that help you automate the most common and most repetitive aspects of, in this case, web development. So the framework would include things like how to set up a page that if you go to this URL, it will show you this, how to set up a template that gets linked to that page, how to set up authentication, database connections, basic security issues. So a framework helps set up most of the common things that are going to be repeated. Now, it's free and open source, so you can go and take a look at the Django code yourself. You can make a pull request and contribute to the project as well. And just some other things that it does mention on its website, which is that it encourages rapid development. Now, what that means is it's encouraging you to be able to take an idea and build it as quickly as possible. So because it's a framework, it's allowing you to use the tools available to build something really, really quickly. You don't have to spend time building things that don't have anything to do with your idea. You're mainly just working with the code that helps you achieve what you want to achieve. You don't have to reinvent the wheel. Then it's built by experienced developers, and this is just because it's been surrounded by a team of people, part of the Django Software Foundation. And this project is quite old. It's been around since 2005, so it's been built out for quite a while. And over that time, the developers have really ironed out the things that newbies or just newcomers to web development would make mistakes in. So this really ties in with the security aspects of the project. It's really focused on security, and whenever there's a very serious issue, there's a very strict protocol of how you submit issues to Django, and the team will then investigate and release a bug fix relatively quickly. And this is really good because a lot of open source projects don't have teams or anyone, just a single person who is always there ready to fix any kind of serious problem. And because Django is being used by thousands of applications, it's really important that these fixes get fixed immediately. So this is a very strong point, in my opinion, about why you should be using Django. And then it's proven to be scalable. So I'll be giving some examples of really big companies and organizations that use Django, and it really proves the point that Django is scalable. And if it can be used by those types of companies, then there's no reason why your project won't be able to be built with Django. So I'm just going to mention a few companies. The first one is called Sentry, and this is a project that's built with Django. It's also open source, so you can take a look at the code on GitHub, and you can see that it actually is built with Django. And what it is an error logging software. So you set it up that any errors that happen in your project get sent to Sentry, and you get a really nice breakdown of how that error happened and where in the code the exact issue was. And on their blog, they have a blog post that talked about the amount of events that they were receiving, and that they received 20 billion events in 1 month. And this is, quite insane. And the fact that a Django project is able to handle that, sure, it's not only Django being used, there are other technologies, but the fact that Django is the bulk of this project should tell you that Django is scalable and that it's capable of handling insane amounts of traffic. Then Udemy also reported to use Django in their tech stack, a massively popular course marketplace with over 100,000 courses and millions of students. So the fact that a website that popular is also being built with Django is quite impressive. Then Instagram, which everybody knows, Instagram does use Django, and that should speak for itself. Then Robinhood, a financial company as well, also using Django as part of their API for the mobile app that they have. And then OpenEDX, which is also an organization that's very fond of open source. They're using Django extensively in their projects as well. These are all big companies, just to prove the point that Django is being used in production settings by massive companies, and this should prove the point that Django is scalable and should motivate you to use it in your projects as well. Alright, so we are now going to create our project, and inside VS Code, I'm going to open up the terminal here. If I list what's inside, we just have the license and the README file. So what I'm going to do is create a virtual environment to get started. If you've never heard of what a virtual environment is, it's basically a container for all of your project Python dependencies. So you're going to need to have virtual env installed, which you can just run pip install virtual env, and that will install it for you. And then once you have that installed, you can then use virtual env and give your environment a name, which you can call env or venv, whatever you want to call it. So if we run that and just open up the side panel here, then we can see here's the env folder, right? And we see done over there. So now we need to activate the virtual environment. And the way that we do that on Mac is by going source env bin activate, and you can now see that there's this env inside brackets, which is telling us that this terminal session is activated inside the virtual environment. So that means that if you were to install a Python package, it will get installed inside the env folder and not inside your normal computer's root dependencies. Now, to run this command on Windows, I am honestly not too sure, so you're going to have to just Google that and see, but it's relatively similar, that you have to just call activate, and you'll know that you've done it correctly if you see this env on the left-hand side, or probably right-hand side, I'm not too sure. But once you have that displayed, then what you need to do is install Django. So we type pip install Django, and just to be sure with the version, I'm going to specify the double equal signs, which will basically install this exact version. So if I were to say 2.2, it would be 2.2, but we're going to go 3.1.4, which is the exact version right now, and this is the latest version. So if we bring that up, then we can see all of the dependencies that it's installing, and we can see successfully installed. And now, in order to just double check that all of our dependencies are installed, we can basically output all the dependencies into a file. So I'm going to say pip freeze and the arrow sign pointing into a new file called requirements.txt, which we can see if I just open this up here, and I'm just going to zoom in a bit there, then you can see there are the dependencies, Django 3.1.4, right? So that tells us that we do have some dependencies. And now that we have Django installed, we can now create a project and we can run all these sorts of commands using Django. So the first one you need to know is Django-admin, and we're going to call start project, which you would imagine is going to start the project. And we're going to call ours DJ CRM, and I'm going to put a space after that and then a dot. All right, and I'm going to execute that. And what that does is it creates a folder here called DJ CRM. And basically what the space and the dot at the end did there was it created the folder inside the folder that I'm currently working in. Otherwise, we would have had a completely new folder and then DJ CRM inside that folder. And this just helps us lay out the project a little bit easier. So now you can see that there's a folder here, DJ CRM, and a whole bunch of files in here, init, ASGI, settings, URLs, and a whiskey.py as well. And we're going to get into those files in a second. What I want to do is create a new file, which, if we come inside here, is going to be .gitignore. And this file is basically going to exclude some folders and files that we don't want to commit to this repository. And the first one is going to be the env folder. Now, I could just add env here, and if I hit the save, then you'll see that it becomes grayed out and it's no longer included in the version control. Now, there's a whole bunch of other files that we're going to want to not include as well. So I'm going to come here and I'm going to search for Python gitignore file. And so GitHub actually has a whole bunch of different gitignore files that we can make use of. So you can see here is a gitignore folder, and inside this folder there's a python.gitignore, which has a whole bunch of stuff here that we're going to basically just copy, and we're going to use this as our own gitignore. So I'm going to get rid of that and just save all of this. And so here is everything in there, and what I'm going to do is just exit out of the Zen mode there. So you can see env is no longer included, because if we search for env here, then we should see, so environments, you have .env, which is something different, but you have the env folder, venv folder, env in capital letters just to be sure. So there's a couple different variations that it's not including. And like that, we could then go to Command K and then Command G just to get the source control showing up here. And we can just refresh this here so that we don't see all the changes. You can see it still includes some of the env files. And there we go. Right, so now it's showing us all of the exact changes. And if I go to K or Command K and then Command E, just back to the Explorer, then we can see here highlighted in green are all of the changes that have been made. So we have gitignore, manage.py, requirements.txt file, and the DJ CRM folder, and we're not including the env folder, which is good. So with this setup, we can then push this to the GitHub repository and set up the first branch for you to follow along with. So we have everything in place now, and what we're going to do is run the server. So inside the terminal, make sure you've got the virtual env activated. We're going to run Python, right? So we're calling Python, and we're going to make use of this manage.py file, which basically allows you to run a whole bunch of different commands. It's a very important file. You don't really ever modify or work with it, but you will always use it to execute different commands. So we can run manage.py, and we give it different arguments to basically call different kinds of commands that Django gives us. And to run the server, we just run server. So manage.py run server, and if you execute that, then yes, you're going to see a whole bunch of red here, and we're going to deal with that in a second. But underneath that, you can see the date, you can see version 3.1.4, or whichever version you're using. You can see it's using a settings file, which is inside DJ CRM folder, and then making use of the settings.py file. And it says starting development server at the localhost 127 port 8000, and quit the server with Control C. So if you do that, it will stop the server. So I'm going to run it again, and I'm going to follow this link, which will just open it up in the browser, and we can see that we have a server running. We have this web page that's been loaded up, and it's on port 8000 on the local host. And it says the install worked successfully, congratulations. And we're seeing this page for the first time. This is what Django gives us, basically just as a welcome to working with Django. And you can see a couple links here to the documentation, a tutorial, the Django community. And so this is how we run the server. So whenever we want to come and test things and play around with our website, we need to have the server running so that we can click around and actually navigate our site. Now, you can see if I come back here to the terminal that there's a whole bunch of outputs that have been shown in the terminal. And basically these are the requests that were made to the server. So we can see that it was a GET request on just the root path, so /. We can see the version of the HTTP protocol, the response being at 200, and we can see that we get all of this information logged out for every single request. So some of these are requesting web fonts, others are, in this case the first one, is just requesting the actual HTML page. That might not make a whole lot of sense just yet, but basically it's outputting the requests that were made to our Django server, and these requests were made by the browser. So that is how we run the server. I'm going to stop that now, and you'll see that we had this output in red. It says you have 18 unapplied migrations. Your project may not work properly until you apply the migrations for the following apps, and these apps just come with Django by default. It says run python manage.py migrate to apply them, and you'll see migrate is another keyword there, and we're going to use it all the time. It's a very important command which basically applies any changes that you have to the database. Now I'm going to clear the terminal here, and I'm going to say python manage.py migrate. Don't worry if it doesn't make too much sense yet. We execute this, and if we just bring this up a bit, you can see that it's running the following migrations, and we get all these different file names basically, and it says okay, and letting us know the status of the migration, and then it's done. All right, now if you take a look back here in the Explorer, you'll see that there's a new file that's been added, which is this db.sqlite3 file, and that is a database. Now it's a binary, so if I click it, you can see I can't read anything, but this is a database file. And when we're in local development, Django by default comes with a configuration to use SQLite3 as the database. Now, in production, you might use a different database. It's not really the most recommended for production, but for development, this is fine to get started with. And so now if we were to go and run the server again, then we don't get any kind of warnings. It's perfectly fine, and we can go back, refresh the page, and everything is working as it should. All right, so inside the DJ CRM folder, you'll see that there's a couple files here. The first one is this init.py. That's just so that this is a module. We don't need to look at that. The asgi.py file is a very important file. I'm just going to configure that. And basically what it lets you do is it lets you run the Django server asynchronously. So if we open up this web page, then it says here, as well as WSGI or Whiskey, Django also supports deploying on ASGI, the emerging Python standard for asynchronous web servers and applications. So this file, which you also most likely will not make many changes to, or if not any changes to, is just a file that lets us run our server asynchronously. All right. The whiskey.py file looks very similar. If you take a look at the actual code, you can see here, this is just importing from Django something that allows us to create an application variable, and it's using get whiskey application, and the ASCII is doing almost the exact same thing, except it's importing from ASGI and it's getting the ASGI application. So almost the exact same code, it's just using a different interface to either ASGI or WSGI, right? Now, the most important file here is the settings.py file, and there's quite a lot of things in here, but really you can view this as just a hub of settings. It's just where you come to define variables that you might use throughout your project. and just to configure things like database connections and where your templates are. Now, I'm just going to go through this very briefly. First, we define this base dir, which is using the path variable, and this is constructing essentially a path to the root of our project, which in this case is not DJCRM, but the parent folder of DJCRM. So that is the base directory. And you can use this throughout your settings, which allows you to combine another folder with your base directory to create certain subdirectories. Then you have your secret key, which is something that should be secret. You don't want this to be accessible in any way, especially in production. And then you have debug, which is set to true while we are in local development, but once you are in production, you're going to turn this to false. That's very important. Then the allowed hosts essentially is a list of hosts that this project is allowed to be hosted on. So in production, for example, if you wanted to run your server on mydomain.com, you would need to put mydomain.com inside here. So no need for HTTP or HTTPS, just mydomain.com, and that would allow you to host your Django server on this domain. Now in local development, we don't need to do anything of that kind, so that's why it's just empty. And then we have installed apps. And right now you can see that this is just referencing Django apps. So django.contrib.admin.auth.content types. So all of these are just default apps that come with Django already. If we're installing our own apps, we will add them into this list. But for now, we don't have any of our own apps. Then we have middleware, which is also just right now a bunch of middleware coming from Django. And then we have the root URL configuration, which is the path to the urls.py file. And you can see that it's got one here, which is DJCRM, the folder, and then .urls, which is this urls.py file. We'll talk about this in a second. Then you have your templates configuration, which is a list of configuration objects. And inside here, the most important thing to know is this dirs keyword, which stands for directories. And this is a list of directories. So if we wanted to put our own folders for templates we want to use, then we need to specify those folders inside here so that Django is aware of those folders. But we'll get to that throughout this course. Then we have the WSGI application or Whiskey application. And right now you can see that it's by default Whiskey. So it wasn't set to ASGI, it's still set to Whiskey. And that is pointing to the Whiskey file here, djcrm.whiskey.application. So if you remember, there's this application variable inside the file. And so we are just pointing to that variable here inside the settings. Then we have the database configuration, which we can see the database has a name called default. The engine, which could be Postgres or MySQL or MariaDB, other kinds of databases that you can configure here. But we're using the built-in SQLite 3 backend, which comes from Django.db. And then the name, which is pointing to the essentially file path of the SQLite 3 file, which is base dir. Remember, base dir is the parent folder of this entire project, /db.sqlite3. So that's why you can see that this file is inside the root of our project. Then we have some auth password validators, which basically validates whenever your users enter a password, it validates them, for example, checks the similarity. So if you enter your username as test user and you put your password as test user, it's going to pick that up as being too similar. And then there's some other validators here, like the minimum length, common passwords like test1234, things like that, and numeric password validator as well. Then internationalization, which is basically for language support. You've got the language code, which is set to English, the time zone UTC, and you can configure it to use I18N, which is basically internationalization. You can set all of these to either be true or false, but we're just going to leave them as the defaults. And then you have the static files, which we will talk about later in this course. But basically, we're just defining the static URL, which is a URL in your web application that will host all of your static files like CSS, JavaScript, and images. And then lastly, we have the manage.py file, which is all of this. And don't worry, you don't need to understand any of this. But basically, what it's doing is it's setting the default environment variable called Django settings module, which is this path here, djcrm.settings. And it then tries to execute a command given the system arguments. So sys is a library that's imported here, import sys, and that's the system arguments. So if we're typing python manage.py run server, then run server is one of the arguments being passed in, and it will then execute the command. That is a breakdown of the starting project setup, the DJCRM folder, and the manage.py file. So what we're going to do now is we're going to create our own app. And an app is basically a containerized module of code that relates to one aspect of your project or your web application. So for example, you could have an app for users, and that would contain all of the logic for authentication and user permissions. And you could have another app for billing, which would handle your payment infrastructure and how you want to accept payments, whether it's subscriptions or just one-time payments. So apps are really good at just containerizing logic on certain aspects of your project. Now, because we are building a CRM tool, I'm going to create an app for our leads, because CRM is all about managing leads. So this app is going to deal with creating a lead and managing it throughout its entire life cycle in the application. So I'm going to open up the terminal and I'm going to run a new command, which is going to come from our manage.py file again. And this one is going to be start app. So it's one word, start app. And we give this app a name. So I'm going to call this leads. And if we hit enter, then we can see here in the Explorer that we get a new folder called leads. And inside there's a whole bunch of new files and folders. And we're going to explain what this is. So let me just zoom in a little bit. So here we have the migrations folder, which is empty. There's just an init.py file in there. And this is where you'll see changes to the database. I don't want to get into it too much right now. We're going to cover that in depth later. Then you have another init.py file in the leads folder, which is basically making leads a module as well. Then you have an admin.py file, and this has got to do with the Django Admin, which we'll also take a look at. We have an apps.py, which honestly, you're not going to need to deal with this file at all. So basically, this is just configuring this leads folder to be recognized as an app. Then you have the models.py, which is a very important file, and we're going to do a lot of work in this file. You have a tests.py, which is also very important. This is where you'll write tests, and really that's just testing that your code actually works. And then you have a views.py, which is to handle web requests and returning responses, whether that's an HTML page or another file. So you'll also tend to do a lot of work in a views.py file. Now we can add our own files to here as well, and we will do that. But for now, I just wanted to familiarize you with the structure of an app. This is what you get whenever you create an app. So it will basically populate a folder with all of these files ready to go. Now, in order to have an app actually registered and recognized by Django, you need to tell Django about this app. So we go inside our DJCRM folder to our settings.py file. And remember this installed apps, which is a list of apps. Here we're going to add the name of the app we just created, which is called leads. And we just save that. And what this is basically doing is it's just telling Django that we have a new app in our project. And this gives Django the ability to read all sorts of files by default, which is what the framework does. It will just pick up certain things. So it's very important that you need to register it here. So now we're going to take a look at one of the most important concepts in Django, and that is models. Now, to do this, we're going to go into the Leads app into models.py. And we could have also done that if I just close that by pressing Command P, and then you can search for models and bring that up like that. And if you do Command Shift P and then toggle, you can then bring it to this Zen mode. So I'll get rid of that comment there. In this file, we have from django.db import models. And that's because Django knows that in this file, we're going to make use of the models from the Django framework. And so basically models are a representation of your database schema. So as an example, and you don't need to follow along or code along with this right now, just as an example for you to understand the concept, if we were to imagine inside our database what kind of tables we would probably have a table of all of the leads that we have, right? So every lead would have the person's name, the person's last name, cell phone number, maybe their address and age and other personal details. Now, that database table or CSV file, whatever the format of that data is, we use Django models to essentially model or represent the structure of that data. Now, the way that you write a model is by using Python classes. So we type the class keyword and you give the class the name. So let's say that we were dealing with our leads and we're going to go with singular. So we're not calling the class leads, we're calling it a lead. And this class is going to inherit from models.model. And this .model is a Python class inside the models file. And that is what we want our class to inherit from, because that is what makes our class now a model. So on our model, we are going to create different properties that will help us basically represent what the data inside a lead would look like. So if we think about in our SQL table, the leads having a first name and last name, those types of data would be strings. So if we just focused on the first name for now, what we would do is we would create a first name field, that's what it's called, a field on this model, and we would use something that comes from Django to create the data type of this field, which in this case is going to be a character field. Why it's a character field is because a first name can only be a string, right? So the data type is, in Python terms, is a string. And when we have a database table, whether that's Postgres or MySQL, those database tables also require you to restrict the type of data inside each column. So if we were to look at just the first name column, we would say that this column is going to contain strings. And the character field does exactly that. It creates a column in the database table that restricts the data type to be a string. Now, in the case of a character field, we have to pass in the maximum length. And we could set this to whatever we want, 100, 20 characters, 30 characters. So this number is the number of characters and limits the length of the data that you save on this field in the database table in this column. So if we were to look at the last name would be very similar to the first name. It's also going to be a string data type, and we'll probably want to restrict the length to also somewhere around 20 characters. So we'll create a character field and specify the maximum length to be 20. Now our lead probably has an age as well. So let's go and define an age field. And if we think about the data type of a person's age, it's going to be a number, right? So in Python terms, that would be an integer. So you have floats and you have integers. A float would be something like 3.6, whereas an integer is a whole number. So a person can only have an age of a whole number. So we would define this data type with Django to be a integer field. So an integer field will restrict the data type to be an integer. And we can provide it with a default value of 0, let's just say. But we know that this can't be less than 0 because a person can't have a negative age. So at this point, we basically have created a database table called lead. And inside this table, we have 3 columns, first name, last name, and age.
The first name and last name are both string data types with a maximum length of 20, and the age column is an integer with a default value set to 0. Now, whenever you create a Django model, you need to do two things in order to solidify it as part of the database schema and also created inside the database. So the first thing we need to do is we need to first open up the terminal, and we're going to run manage.py, again using the manage.py file, and we're going to run make migrations. Now this is a new command, and basically what this will do is it will create the schema according to this model that we've created now. So let's just execute it and see what it does. So you see here migrations for leads, which is the name of the app, and we get this leads/migrations/001 _initial.py, and you have a description here which says create model called lead. So if we go and open up the Explorer here, you'll see that inside the leads app in migrations, we have a new file, which is this file 001 _initial.py. And so if we open this up, then inside here we can see that it was generated by Django on this date. It's importing the models and migrations from Django, and we have this class, just one class in this file. And the most important thing here is the operations. So operations has been defined as a list of operations to apply to the database. And here we have the first one being migrations.createModel. So createModel is what's actually going to create the table in the database. It's going to give the table a name of lead, and it's going to apply the following fields to this table. Now the first one in here you can see is ID, and we didn't create that field. And that's because Django is creating this by default. Now this is an auto field, so it was auto created by Django. And that's because every single database table needs to have a primary key. Now, if you don't know what a primary key is, it's essentially a way of identifying each record in the database uniquely. So this primary key will make sure that every entry in the database is unique. And then we have our three fields that we created, the first name, last name, and the age, which is, again, the character field and the integer field. So this file, this migration class, is a representation of what we want to happen to the database whenever we create the schema. So this right now is just a blueprint. This doesn't mean that anything has been done to the database. The database file, our db.sqlite3, has not been touched at this point. It's exactly the same as it was before we wrote the models.py file and before we created this file. It's exactly the same. But now, the second thing that we're going to do is we're going to open up the terminal and we're going to run python manage.py migrate. And what that's going to do is Django is going to look through all of our apps, and it's going to look inside the migrations folders of those apps, and it's going to run through all of the migration files inside those apps. And whichever ones have not been applied yet will not be executed, but the ones that haven't been applied will now be executed, such as this initial file. So if we hit migrate, then we can see running migrations, and it says applying leads, the name of the app, .001, which is the name of the file here, 001 _initial, and it was okay, which means that it was applied to the database. So now, not only is this schema a blueprint, but it's actually been applied to the database. So if we were to open up this SQLite3 file, we would see a table called lead, and we would see all of these columns created in it as well. So what I've done is I've installed an extension, which if we just go Command K, Command X, and then search for SQLite, you can see there SQLite, which is this extension. And basically what it allows you to do is inspect your SQLite databases. So you can go Command Shift P and then search SQLite, and you'll see there's all these different queries that or commands you can run. And what we want to do is we want to firstly open the database, which is this db.sqlite3 file. And if you do that, and we just open up the Explorer, then you can see here under SQLite Explorer that you have a database which is db.sqlite3, and we have all the tables that have been created in this database. Most of these were initially from Django when we ran the initial migrate command, but this last one here, leads_lead, is the one that we just created. And you can see here that there's the 4 fields we talked about. So ID, which is a primary key, first name and last name being character fields that have a maximum length of 20 characters, and age being an integer. So there is the actual table in the database, and the naming convention might be a little bit weird. Leads_lead. Basically, that's the name of the app, so leads, and then the name of the model, which is lead. So if you created another model in this file, you would have leads_ and then the name of that model. So far, we've only talked about these 2 fields, the character field and the integer field, but there are a lot more fields that we can go through. So the first one that I'm going to show you here is the Boolean field. And let's say that we wanted to store on our lead whether they have been phoned or not. So every lead that we get in touch with, we want to record whether or not we've actually got in touch with them. So we'll just set a Boolean field called phoned, and this is going to be models.boolean field. And we're going to set the default to be false, so that when this lead is created, phoned will automatically be set to false. Now a Boolean field is storing a Boolean value, so you can only give it true or false. Those are the only options that this database column can take. Then we might want to store the place that the lead came from. So the source of the lead. Was that Google, YouTube? Was it our newsletter? Whatever the source of it was. So how did they find us? So let's say that this is the source, and we can make this a character field. And what we can do is we can set the choices of the character field to be a tuple of options. Now a nice way of doing this is just by cutting this out, and right at the top what we can do is say the source choices and make that a tuple there instead, and set that inside here as the choices. Now we still need to give this a maximum length, so I'm going to say maximum length is, let's say 100 just to be safe. And inside this tuple, we give options that can be selected as the source. So maybe we have here YouTube, and you'll see that the way that I'm doing this is I'm going YouTube, YouTube. And the way that this works is the first value is the value that gets stored in the database. So this could be, for example, YT, just to make it shorter and take up less space. And the display value would be YouTube. Now, just so that it looks the same and we don't have to worry about that, I'm going to keep it as the full name, YouTube, and I'm going to add another one here, which might be Google, and we'll add Google, and we'll add newsletter. All right, so newsletter there as well. So these are now the choices that can be selected when we create a lead model. It's important just to understand, though, that these choices don't actually restrict the value that goes into the database. So this is more of a Python restriction, and that if we were to work with forms, that Django would by default give us these choices, but we can actually override the value stored in there. So that's just something to be taken into consideration. We might want to give this lead a profile picture. So we could say profile picture is an image field. All right, so image field, and we can also specify things like blank equal true and null equal true. And basically what this means, blank means that you are submitting an empty string, whereas null means that there's actually no value in the database. So they are different, but basically what it means is that we can save this lead without there being a profile picture. So it's like making it optional. But do understand that these two things are different. So we can give an image field. We could say any special files that need to be added for this lead, and we can add a file field. All right, so a file field is like you would see if you were selecting a file in a form, then it lets you pick the file from your computer. It's exactly that. So you can store a file in this field. And that file, although it wouldn't be uploaded to the database, this would just be a reference to the actual file that gets saved in your project. And we'll talk more about files and images later, but just so you know that there is the option to specify images and files. So you can put blank and null there as well. And after this, we then have some more complicated fields, which are more to do with the relationships between tables. So these fields are more like information for the actual table itself, but none of these let you create relationships between tables. And that's where the foreign key field comes in. Now, I'm not going to make any of these changes permanent, as I'm just giving you the background theory as to what fields exist in Django and what you can actually achieve. But if we did want to make these changes part of our database schema, then we would need to go and run the manage.py make migrations command and the migrate command as well. But again, we're not going to be doing that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to remove these fields that we talked about, and I'm going to introduce the foreign key field and talk about relationships between models. Now, just as there is in SQL and in database terminology, there's the concept of a foreign key. And basically what that does is it lets you link a table to another table. So you're creating a relationship. So for example, if there were a table of leads, maybe there's a table of sales agents. So we could have class, let's just say agent, and it's going to be models.model. And this agent is going to be someone that's part of our team. So we'll just give them a first name and last name as well, just for the sake of having their personal information. And we would then want to assign the lead to an agent. So this agent would be responsible for getting in touch with the lead, calling them or cold emailing them, and basically talking to them about the service and offering the service. And essentially what we're doing is just allowing the agent to manage this lead. So if we had thousands of leads and we had, let's say, 20 or 30 agents, we would need to associate each lead to a particular agent. Now, the way that we do that, the way that we say that this lead belongs to this agent is by creating a relationship between these two tables. And we're going to use the foreign key to do that. So we're going to say that the agent for this lead is a foreign key to, now, if I were to move this class above here and put it first, then that would allow me to type agent like that. Otherwise, the class would not have been defined yet, because if I move it here, then even though it's getting picked up, this class is actually not defined. So if I just save this and run manage.py run server, then we can see we get an error here. Name agent is not defined. So what I'm doing is I'm moving it above here, but I do want to make it clear that this is not necessary. You don't need to move it above here. What you can do is you can just put the class in quotation marks like that. And what that's going to do is tell Django that agent is inside this file. So if I go and take agent and put him back down here and I save, and we see here that we get another error, and I'm going to talk about this in a second, but that previous error just went away. So this class, even though it's below, it's being looked up to be within the same file. Now you can see here that it says init missing one required positional argument, which is called onDelete. And that is for foreign keys. So foreign keys always need to be passed the onDelete positional argument or argument. And basically what this onDelete does is it tells Django how to handle when the related table row or instance is deleted. So what happens if we create a lead and we assign the agent, and then 2 months later we don't want this agent on the database anymore? Well, then who's the agent for this lead? What happens in that situation? And so there's a couple ways that we can handle that. So we can specify first it equals to models dot, and there's a few options. So first one is going to be dot cascade. So if you set it to dot cascade, what that means is if the agent is deleted, then we are going to delete this lead. That's what happens. So cascade means it's a knock-on effect. It's going to cascade the deletion and delete both of these. There's also another option here, which is the set null. right? So if you say set null, then that means we're going to set the value of the foreign key to be null. But this only works if we allow null to be true. Otherwise, we aren't allowing this foreign key to actually be set to null. And then there's also another option here, which is set default. And that would only help us if we had a default value here. So if we actually went and specified default equals to some value, then it would set the default value if the agent was deleted. But in our case, we're going to keep it simple and just let it cascade. So if the agent is deleted, then the lead is going to be deleted as well. All this means is that when we delete an agent, we need to be more mindful of that. We need to take into consideration that, hey, what's going to happen to the lead if we delete this agent? We're going to need to reassign all of the leads that are with this agent to a new agent if that's the case. And so that is the foreign key field. It's allowing us to create a relationship between the lead and the agent. And just one more thing is why this is being placed on the lead model and not on the agent model. What this does is it allows us to create every lead with its own agent. So we could have thousands of leads in the database, and each lead would have its own agent. Whereas if we put the field over here, say we went and said lead equals to models.foreignkey to the lead model, and we said on delete is models.cascade, what this is going to do is it's going to say that every agent can only have one lead. And so if we had thousands of leads, then we wouldn't have enough agents. So this would just be completely wrong. It would be going from the other way around. And so we need to specify it like this. We need to say that every lead has an agent. So hopefully this structure makes sense. But it's very important to understand this models of foreign key because it allows us not only to create the relationship, but to do some very cool things later on where we can filter for all the leads for a particular agent. And we can do nice complex queries thanks to this relationship. And still, this is only the beginning of these kinds of relationships. You can do way more complicated things, but the foreign key is definitely one of the fields that you're going to use the most when you are creating relationships. Now, before we make the migrations for this model, what I want to introduce you to is the built-in user model provided by Django. And this is also something very important because you're going to use it for authentication and for just referencing, and because a lot of the time you'll want your database to be related to the users, right? So maybe users are logging into the website, they're creating different things. In our case, they're creating leads. And so they're tied to the user that actually creates them. That's just as an example. But a lot of the time, users are, unless your site doesn't use users, users are incredibly important. And Django has a lot of built-in functionality to handle authentication. And one of those things is the user model. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say from django.contrib.auth import the get user model. Now this get user model is a function that you can use to essentially grab the user model provided by Django. So what you would do is you would say user equals get user model, like that. And this user is then something that you can actually use in your foreign keys. So we could say, for example, that the agent is essentially a user. So we can say that this is a foreign key to the user model, and we just reference it there, user. And we can say on delete. So on delete being when the user is deleted, what's going to happen to the agent? And we're going to go with the same thing. We're going to say models.cascade. So if a user is deleted, then that user's agent is deleted as well. Now, the foreign key is actually not the best option to go with in this case, because the foreign key allows us to create many agents for one user. What we want to do is we want to create one agent for every one user. So basically a user can only have one agent associated to it. And what this is called is a one-to-one field, which which is this here. And it works exactly the same way as how we wrote the foreign key. It's got to be linked to another model, which in this case is the user model. And it's got to specify on delete, which is models.cascade. So what this means is that every agent has one user. Now, authentication is quite a big section on its own, and we could talk about that a lot. But the most important thing that you need to take away from this entire section is that you most likely should create your own user model. And that is because, one, it's recommended in the Django documentation that eventually you're going to want to customize, or you might have to customize your user model. And if you're using the built-in model provided by Django, it's going to provide a lot of headache later down the line if your project gets a lot bigger and you already have existing users. So it's really highly recommended that you have your own custom user created from the start that you can then use in your project. And it's really easy to set up. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create our class user, and I'm going to get rid of our user and get user model import there. And what we're going to do is we're going to import something from .auth.models. So if we say import, then there's a couple things we can import. What we want to import is the abstract user. And we can actually take a look at this class. And so if you go to, if I just close this, go back to our models.py. So if you right click and say go to definition, then what it will do it will open up that file. Sometimes it takes a while, but inside your env folder, you can just go into, if we scroll up here, the library folder / in my case 3.7 side packages Django, into the contrib folder auth, and then inside auth you can go to models.py, which is the file that I have open here. And this is on line 315, right? So this is a whole bunch of stuff inside Django. And if we just scroll down back here to abstract user, then you can see this is the actual user model created by Django. And it says it's an abstract base class implementing a fully featured user model with admin compliant permissions. Username and password are required. Other fields are optional. So you can see the fields here, right? There's the username, which is a character field. And we can see that it's unique. We can see that it has a maximum length of 150 characters, so we can't go anything longer than that. It's got some special validators. Validators is another argument that you can pass into the character field, and we're giving it this username validator, which basically just checks that there's no funny characters that are being passed into the username. And there are unique error messages as well, so a user has that, or a user with that username already exists. And then there's a bunch of other fields here as well. First name, last name, email, which is an email field. The is staff field, which is a Boolean field, so that's either true or false. Is active, which determines whether a user is active and can log into the system. So if a user is inactive, then they won't be able to log in. The date joined, which is the user that the date that the user signed up. And then we have some extra stuff over here, which we're not going to get into, but those are all the fields on the model that make up what a typical user model would look like in terms of a web application. And so what we're doing is we are inheriting from this abstract user. So if we don't inherit from it and we don't create our own custom user, then Django is going to use this as the default user. And of course, this is in the source code. So if you need to make any changes, it's going to be a little bit of a problem. So let me just close this and come back to our models.py. And again, we're importing the abstract user here. And so we're going to take that and we're going to make our user model inherit from the abstract user. So what this means is now we have all those fields. We have first name, last name, email, is active, staff, all of that. That's all going to exist on our own user model. And all we're going to do is just type pass. So that means that nothing else needs to be added here. It just allows us to create the shell, our own class. So this will just allow us to specify essentially nothing. We're not adding anything new. We're just inheriting from it and creating our own user. And this is super important because let's say that a year from now, we have a whole bunch of users on the site, and we want to add our own custom field on our user model. Say it's a cell phone number. Well, then we can just come over here and we can create the cell phone number field, and we can create, let's say, a character field with maximum length of 15 characters, and we'll make the migration and migrate, and that will be it. We've now very simply just changed our user model. So it's very important that we make this very important change in the beginning to set this up. But there's one last thing that we need to do, which is to go into the settings.py file and basically configure to tell Django that we have our own custom user model. And the way that we do that, I'm just going to do it here at the bottom, is by saying auth user model. And this is a path firstly to the name of the app, which is going to be leads. And then Django will automatically look inside the models.py file. So we are just going to say leads.user. So we can go and close that. And now that we have our own custom user model specified inside our models.py, we can specify the user related to the agent inside here, which we're doing over there. And we don't need to pass the first name and last name because we already have that on the abstract user. The lead, we're not going to associate with the user because the lead is more of a record of personal information and who we need to get in contact with. It doesn't necessarily mean that the lead is going to actually log into the system. So we're going to keep first name and last name here, but we don't need it on the agent because the agent is going to log into the system. If it doesn't make sense right now, that's okay. Later on, when we see how agents will log into the CRM, it'll make a little bit more sense. But so now you know how to create your own custom user model. And this is not the only way to do it. There are much more in-depth tutorials that show you how you can use another class that you can inherit from this same file that allows you to create your own custom user from scratch. But I would recommend for absolute beginners that you just go with this method because it's a lot simpler and you don't need to customize as much code to get started. So like that. Now what I'm going to do is delete the database because we'd already started with our default model in the beginning when we ran that migrate command. So I'm going to delete the dbsqli3 file. I'm going to bring up the terminal, stop the server there, and I'm going to run manage.py, make migrations. The reason why I'm doing this is because we have our own custom user here. So I'm going to go into the leads app, into migrations, and I'm going to delete this 0001 initial as well. All right. So let's come back here, run migrations or make migrations. And now we can see that there are three models created: create model user, create model agent, create model lead, all in the same file. And if we take a look at the migration file that was created, then here we can see when it was generated, and there's quite a lot of other imports that were added here. So all of those are there. And now we have the migration class. And before we look at operations, we now have this list here called dependencies. And dependencies is basically a list of other migration files that need to be executed before this migration file. In this case, it's saying that this migration file 0001 must be applied after this migration file 0012 alter user first name max length. Right, so this one, which is a built-in or a default migration provided by Django, will be executed before this one. And then if we take a look at the operations, then we can see create a model called user, and we get all the fields that were added here. So these are all of the provided fields by Django. And then we have the agent model, which has, again, an ID used as the primary key. And we have the user, which is a one-to-one field with the user model. And you can see here that it's saying one-to-one field. There's the onDelete keyword. And then there's this keyword here, which is to, and it's being set equal to settings.authUserModel. And this settings.authUserModel is the setting that we set in the Django settings file. And then lastly, we have the lead model, which again has a primary key, first name, last name, age, and then the agent being a foreign key to, and you can see here, leads.agent, which is going to be this model here. So that is our migration file. And now what we can do is run migrate. So we run that, and now you can see, if I just bring this up here, that we get all of these migrations, and right here is auth 0012 alter user first name max length. Remember, that's the dependency for this file here, dependencies there. And right after that, right after 0012, we see leads 001 initial. So this migration file, leads 0001, was executed right after its dependency. And then we have admin and the rest of the Django migrations. So if we just clear this and bring up the database over here, so let's just close that, SQLite Explorer, and I'm going to refresh that just in case. And now we can see here that we have all the Django tables, and we have leads underscore agent for the agent model, leads underscore lead for the lead model. And you can see there's an agent ID table, or column rather, and it's an integer, and it's not null as well. And then we get leads underscore user, which has a whole bunch of columns here. And you get another one, which is leads underscore user underscore groups. And this is just something that comes part of the way the authentication works. We're not going to go too much into it, but it is another model created by Django, which is groups, and then user permissions as well. So most important are the three tables that we created ourselves. So like that, we now have our, let's just bring this up here. We now have our models created. We've created the migrations, got the new file there, and so we can use this setup going forward. So what I want to do now is I want to talk about another concept in Django's models, which are model managers. Now here I have an example of a car model, and you can see we've got three fields on it, which is the make, and we've made that a character field with some choices being the car manufacturers. So we can choose between Audi, BMW, and Ferrari. And then we have the model, which is just a character field where we could enter anything. And then we have the year, which is an integer field, and the default is set to 2015. Now, when we inherit from Django's model, we are inheriting a bunch of features that we can't see. They're built into the Python model class. And one of them is this manager, which is what we're going to take a look at. So to access the car manager, we use this dot notation where we call the class name, so in this case car, and then dot objects. And that dot objects is calling the model manager. So we're accessing the model manager by calling dot objects. And on the manager, we get access to a whole bunch of methods that allow us to query the database and perform actions on the database. So as an example, we can create a new car by saying car.objects, right, using the manager, and saying .create. So the create method is one of the methods that comes with the model manager. And in this case, it has to do with the car model. So when we want to create a new car in the database, we need to pass in all the fields that are required for that model, which is the make. So we see make equals BMW. The model is, in this case, we've set it to the X5, and we've set the year to 2017. And what that'll do is it will create a new car in our database. So it's going to populate a new row in the car table, which is going to have all that information, BMW X5 and 2017. Now, this is just one example of the methods that's provided on the model manager. And again, this comes with Django by default. This is what Django provides us. But it's not the only thing that we can do. So we can also create these queries. And this is where the concept of a query set comes in. So using the manager, we can query the database. And if you look at the first example, we can see that we are calling car.objects.all. And what that does is it queries the database for all of the cars. So the syntax is nice and simple there. You're calling .objects.all for all of the entries in the database. And then we can do even more things like filtering. So we can say query for all the cars with a specific make. So we want to retrieve all the cars that are Audis, and we can just say car.objects.filter, and we pass in how we want to filter it. So we want to filter it by one of the fields on the Django model, which is in this case the make, and we want to query for where the make equals to Audi. And then the last example you can see is where we're querying the year, and here it's a little bit more syntax involved, but it's also relatively simple. We're saying filter where the year double underscore is GT, which stands for greater than 2016. And if you wanted to do less than 2016, it would be LT, and there's a whole bunch of different variations and filters that we can apply. But just to give you an idea, now you can see the .create method, the .all method, the filter method, and there are many other methods that we'll explore throughout the course, and you'll see that these methods allow us to interact with the database in many different ways. And the most important thing to remember here is that whenever we're querying the database, so we are filtering or retrieving a list of rows from the database, the data type is called a query set. So in Django terms, what this means is you've retrieved a query set, and that query set has a whole bunch of properties that allow us to do multiple things on it, like looping through the query set, just like you would loop through a for loop, or you can do other things in templates, and you can do complex queries further on that query set. So it's a much more complicated version of essentially a Python list, if you want to think of it like that. So coming back to our example here in the code with our user, lead, and agent, we can also use the object manager on these models, and we're going to take a look at some queries on the database for these ones in what is called the shell. Now in Python, you also have the Python shell, and if I just bring up a terminal here, what you do is you just type Python, and if you execute that, then you'll see it brings up this shell with 3 arrows pointed like this, which means that you're in the shell, and you can write Python inside and execute it. Now in Django, you can do the same thing by creating a Python shell that basically has access to your Django project, because we have all of these files here with models and other things that we can import, and maybe we just want to play around with them in the shell. So to do that, we just have to use the manage.py file. So we're going to run a new command, and that is python manage.py shell. And like that, you'll see that it creates a shell exactly like the normal Python shell, except now we can do things like importing these models into the shell. So we'll say from leads.models import lead, and you'll see that executes. And now we can play around with this model and run some queries on the database like I just showed you. So using the syntax of .objects, we can do things like .all, and you'll see that when we execute this, we have this output here, which is a query set, and it's got this empty brackets here, which means that it's an empty query set, but the data type of this call returns a query set. And it's very important to understand that in Django, because query sets have a lot of properties, and that allows you to further filter them and do all kinds of complex SQL queries on them. So what we're going to do is we're going to create a lead, but in order to do that, we have this foreign key which is pointing to the agent model, and the agent is pointing to the user. Now you might be wondering, well, where does the user come in? Well, normally the user would be created when they sign up and they create an account, or we can create our own users manually in the Python shell like we're doing now. But in order to just do it a little bit quicker, what I'm going to do is make use of another Django command. First, I'll just exit out of the shell, and I'm going to run Python, and I'll just close that, manage.py create superuser. And this create superuser command will essentially create an admin user, and we'll be able to see what that user can do in a second. But for now, what I want to do is just use it as our first user in the database that we can then work with to create an agent. So let's go and run this, and it asks us for a username, which I'm just going to go and enter a username, and we can put our email address, and we can do a password and confirm the password. And in my case, it's too common, but that's fine. I'm just going to create the user anyway. And then we can see super user created successfully. So now if we go and bring up the shell again, then I'm going to import our user model, but I'm not going to import it from this file. I'm going to import it the correct way, which is through Django's settings. So what I'm going to do is say from django.contrib.auth import get user model, and we're going to assign user equal to get user model like this. So now we have the user, and this is actually the exact same model as this user class here. It's just a more correct way of referencing the user. So now that we have that, we can call the .objects on the user model, because this is a model just like every other model, and we can see how many users we have. So we can just say .all, and now you can see that we have the query set, and inside this query set we have a user model being printed out, and the username in this case is Matt. So this shows us that we have one user in the database. And if I were to just bring up the SQLite Explorer for a second, and we go to the leads and then user, I'm going to say show table, and if I just try and close some of this, then let's just bring this over. And here you can see we have one entry in the database, or in this table, we have an ID, which is the auto created field, and it's number 1. So it starts, this is user number 1. The password with the hashed password value stored there. The last login is null because I haven't logged in yet. You'll see is super user, and this is a Boolean field, and it's set to 1, which means that it's true. We then have the username, which we set as Matt, the email address, and is staff, which is also set to true, is active is set to true, and we have the date joined, which has today's date. So you can see that the user is in the database, and if we just bring up the terminal again, we can see it in this query set. So now that we have a user, we can import our agent model and create our first agent. So what I'll do is say from the leads app .models import the agent, and then we can call agent.objects, grabbing the object manager, and we say .create. Now inside this create method, we need to pass in all of the fields that our model has. So in this case, the agent model only has one field, which is the user field, and we're going to assign the user being our admin user. So in fact, before we call the create, what I'm going to do is grab the user by saying that our user, let's say that it's admin user, and I'm just going to clear that, equals to user.objects.get, and this is a new method that we haven't looked at yet, .get. So this is going to retrieve one instance, one specific row in the database, and I'm going to say where the username, which is a field on the user model, equals to Matt, like that. And now you can see that that did execute, and if I were to print out the admin user, then we can see there's that user. And understand that this is no longer a query set, because the .get is not retrieving multiple instances in the database. It's only retrieving one instance, so you will always end up with the data type of the model you're working with, which in this case is the user model. So now that we have the admin user, we can go and create the agent. So let's go and say that our agent equals to agent.objects.create, and we're going to pass in the user equal to the admin user that we just created now. So if we do that, now we can see we have an agent. Let's print it out, and we see agent. Now notice here that the sort of output looks a little bit different. We see agent, which is the data type of the model, and now we see this kind of string representation, which is agent object number 1. And the way that you change that, the way that it outputs this little label here, is by coming to the model and defining a very special method on the model, which is the double_string method, and that just takes in self, and this will basically return the string representation of the model. So in this case, there is no string representation, so it's just saying agent object. But we can be a little bit more descriptive, and we can say return self.user, which is the user model, and I'm just going to say return their email, for example. And remember, .email is a field on the user model. So like that. Now, in order to have that take effect, we're going to need to exit out of the shell, and we'll just create another shell. And then we will say from leads.models import the agent, and we'll say agent.objects.all. And now you can see that the output has changed. We have the agent model, the data type, and then the string representation is the email of the user in this case. So that is how we can use the object manager or the model manager to interact with the Django database. And this way of interacting with the database in Python syntax is called using an ORM. So Django has a built-in ORM, which stands for Object Relational Mapper, and that lets us work with Python objects as representations of the database. So we get to use this nice syntax of querying the database without having to write SQL queries raw. Now, lastly, we're just going to go and create our lead because that's what we were aiming to do. So let's go and import the lead model. So we'll say leads.models import lead, and we will say lead.objects.create. And here we need to pass in a couple parameters. So the first one is the first name, and let's say that this is Joe Soap. We'll say the last name, or actually not Joe Soap, but just Joe, and last name is Soap. The age, let's say he's 35, and we'll say the agent is going to be this first agent here. Now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to copy all of this without executing it and just get rid of that. And we just need to grab our agent first. So what I'm going to do is say that the mat agent, for example, equals to agent.objects.get, and I'm going to say where the user double underscore, and this might seem a little bit strange, but basically what this lets us do is query the agent table based on the user model, and the double underscores lets us filter by the fields on the user. So I can say where the user email equals to matt@justdjango.com, and you can see that that worked perfectly fine. We have the Matt agent here, and notice the data type. I still have an agent model, which is the data type here, but I retrieved it from the database using the user table. So I did a little bit more of an advanced lookup to retrieve it. And so now that we have the agent, I'm just going to bring back this call here, which is to create the lead, and I'm going to set the agent equal to the agent that we just fetched from the database. So if we execute that, then now we can see lead.objects.create was outputting this here, which is lead object number 1. Same thing as before with what we saw in the agent model. We can just add a string method here to the lead model, and we'll say return first name, and we can maybe do a little Python F string, and then we'll do self dot last name like that. Right, so that allows us to output a string, and we're just putting in these variables into the string. So in order to have that take effect, we're going to exit out, go back into the shell, and we can say from leads.models import lead, and we'll say lead.objects.all, and now we can see there is the first lead, and we're outputting out the first and last name there. So now that we understand models and query sets, what we're going to do is take a look at the Django admin. Now, in order to do this, we're going to need to run the server. So I'm going to do manage.py, run the server, and there we go. And then we can just go into the browser and go to our local host. And we're going to go to /admin. Now you'll see that this brings up a little form here asking us for our username and password. And because we created a super user, we now actually have a user that can log into this Django admin. So super users and staff users are able to log into this little portal. And this is something that is provided by Django by default. So we didn't have to code any of this. This is just thanks to Django. And so we'll log in. I have my username and into the password, log in. And here we can see a little welcome screen with the site administration. And we can see a little category here, which is authentication and authorization. But we're going to add all of our models to be displayed here in the admin so that we can work with them. And it's very, very handy because we can do all kinds of filtering. We can create new entries, update them, and just retrieve them and look at the information from inside this little dashboard. So it's very convenient. So in order to do this, we're going to go into the code and we're going to open up the admin.py file inside the Leads app. And we're going to import our models in here. So we're going to say from.models import, and we created a user model, we created a lead and an agent. And in order to essentially register them in the admin, we call this admin import, so the from Django.contrib admin, we call admin.site.register, and we pass in the model we want to register. So let's pass in user. And if we go back and refresh the page, you can see that we have a whole new section here, which is under leads. And that's the name of the app, leads. And inside this app, we have a users section, which is for the user model. Now let's go and register the other ones here as well. So this one's going to be lead and agent. And if we come back and refresh here, now we can see agents, leads, and users. Let's go to users first, and you'll see that it takes us now to a very simple layout with all of the users in our database. So here's the user, and there's the string representation, which is coming from the abstract user. But if we were to go and take a look at the leads, you can see there's Joe Soap, and go to agents, there's the agent. And these little labels here are exactly what's coming from the string methods here. So if you were to change this to be, let's say, username for the agent, and we went back and refreshed here, you would see now that it shows Matt instead of the email. So it's up to you for how you want to display it. But the point is that the string method is helpful for representing the model as a string. So there's our agent, and if we click on it, it takes us to that model. Now we can see all of the fields on this model, and this one only has one, which is the user. And you see here that there's a little drop down which lets us select the user that this agent belongs to. So if we go to leads and we click on Joe Soap, then we can see a little bit more detail that we have the first name, the last name, the age, and we can update these values here. So if we were to change this to Dave and save that, now we have Dave Soap. So you can change all of this information here. We can select the agent that this belongs to, and we can also delete it. If we wanted to delete this, we can delete it, and we say, yes, I'm sure. And we can go and create another lead as well. So we can go and add him back and select the agent, click save, and there's our new agent, or our new lead rather. And so that is the Django admin. It's very convenient because every time you create a new model, you just come and register it here, and it lets you really just play with it very immediately, very quickly, without having to set up your own little dashboard with basic functionality. You can just come here and immediately start managing the data. Now this is more of an admin backend, so you wouldn't want your users to be logging in here. You'd rather just build your own little front end for users to log into and deal with the data there. but for staff users and admin users, then this might be fine to work in. So now we're going to get started with views, and views are one of the most important parts of Django because it's all about handling web requests and sending responses. So we're going to start in the Leads app, and we're going to go into the views.py file, and you can see that there's already an import here from Django, which is this render from Django's shortcuts. Now, to create a view, we're going to start with function-based views, which means that we use Python functions to act as the way to handle the view. And so the way that we do that is just firstly define the function. So let's say that this is going to be our home page, right? And this is a normal function, which means that it takes in parameters. And in Django's case, a function needs to take in the request. Now, this request is one of the parameters, and Django will provide the request to our function every time someone goes to a specific page on our website. And we can access information from this request, such as the logged in user. We can look at things like the IP address of the request, the user agent, so what device is the user requesting on. We can see what type of browser it is, all that kind of information in the request. But what we're going to start off with is just returning a simple HTTP response. And the way that we do that is by importing this from Django. So we're going to say from django.http, which is another module in Django, and we're going to import the HTTP response. Now, this HTTP response is what we're going to use to return to the request. So we're going to say return HTTP response, and we're just going to say hello world in typical fashion. So when someone makes a request, we're just going to return them this. Now, in order to actually use this function, we need to add this to our URLs, and I'm going to go into our DJ CRM folder into the urls.py file. And first, I'm just going to delete this big comment here so that we can only focus on this. And you'll see that the URL patterns is a list of paths. And basically what this does is it manages the paths of our web application, and it tells Django which view to handle that path. So in this case, we started off, Django provided us with the admin path, and what that does is whenever we go to /admin, then these URLs will handle that request. But what we want to do is just a little bit simpler. So we're going to create our own path here, and we're just going to leave it empty, which means if we go to basically the root of our web application, just / like that, then we're going to use our view to handle this request. So we're going to say from the leads app.views import the home page. That was the name of the function, and we just pass it in here as the second parameter. So there's a couple things here that I'll review. Firstly, if we open up the views.py, we have a function, and this function takes in a request. We are returning an HTTP response, and we're just saying hello world. And this function we need to tell Django to use. So we're going to use it every time someone navigates to this path of the web application. So the first argument of the path is the actual path in the browser that they would navigate to. And this is the function that will handle the request. So you can imagine that Django will take our function, it'll pass the request into the function, so that request, and we just are expected to return a response to that. So let's make sure that the server is running, and we have it running there. Let's come back here and let's go to the root path, and we can see hello world. All right, so that was the HTTP response that we got back from the server, and that is basically a view in Django. Now, obviously things can get a little bit more complicated, but in its purest form, this is what a view is. So we are in the browser, going to a web address, navigating to some path, we hit enter, and this makes a request to the server, which is the Django server, And Django will then look inside the urls.py, and it's going to go through each of these paths one by one. So if we had a whole list of them, it's going to start at the top, and it's going to go through them each one by one until it finds one that matches the path that we requested. So in this case, because we went to the empty path, Django sees that, okay, it matched this path, and it will stop there and return the function here to handle the request, which in this case, all it does is just return a simple response that says hello world. So now that we have our first view working, you might be wondering, well, how do we send back HTML pages? So we might have some very detailed HTML page with CSS and all these other things that we want to display. So how do we send that back instead of our very simple example of hello world? Well, the render command that's imported here actually does just that. So what we can do is, instead of returning this HTTP response, is we can return a render call, and underneath the hood it is doing the exact same thing. It's returning an HTTP response, but all we need to do is just tell Django which HTML template we want to send back. So I'm going to show you how you can add templates into the Django project, and there's two conventions of how you should do this. The first one is by creating a folder inside your app called templates. Now, inside the templates folder, you're going to create another folder, and we're going to call that leads, which is the name of the app. Now, the reason we do this is because Django will by default look inside every app, inside templates, and then inside that app. So Django automatically is configured to look for this folder. So if you add templates inside here, so if we create a file, let's call it our homepage.html, then this will be picked up by Django. We don't need to add anything into our settings. This is perfectly fine. So I'm going to go and add an HTML5 boilerplate to this, and I'm just going to say, here's an H1, we'll say hello world, and we'll say here's our custom HTML template. And then we can go into our views.py, and we're going to render the request using this HTML page. So first we need to tell Django about the request. So we need to pass the request into this render function. And the second argument to the render function is the name of the template that we want to pass in. So in this case, it's going to be leads, which is the name of the folder, slash, and then it's going to be homepage.html. And like that, we will then basically have Django return an HTTP response, and it's going to use this template as the response on what to actually return. So our server is running, and if we come back here and refresh this, then we can see hello world, here is our custom HTML template. So that is the first way that we can add templates, by going inside the app. And there's another way which is very common, and I tend to like it as well, which is by adding a templates folder into the root of your project. So let's go and do that. Templates, just like that. And now this is not discovered by default, so we need to tell Django about this folder. So inside DJ CRM, we need to go into our settings.py, and we're going to come up here to the templates settings, right, which is this list of configurations. And if you remember earlier on, I mentioned that DIRs is a very important part of the template settings. So DIRs, which is the directories, is a list of directories. And so what we want to do is we want to add our templates directory into this list of directories for Django to know about. And so if we take a look here all the way at the top, we have this from pathlib import path, and we have the base directory being set as essentially the getting started with Django folder, which is what is the root of the project. It holds everything inside of it. So that is the base directory. And all we need to do is just add the /templates to that path, and that will be the correct folder path for Django to be aware of. So all we do inside here is we just add base dir / and then templates. And what this syntax does, it might look strange, but thanks to the pathlib library being used now, we now don't need to do anything more complicated than that. We can just say basedir and then /templates will now be recognized by Django. So save this, close that file, and now we can go and add a template into our templates folder here. So let's go and say that this is our second page.html, and I'll go and add an HTML5 boilerplate here, and we'll say hello world, and then do this is the second page, and we'll save that. And now instead of rendering out this template, we're going to use our new template, which is just second page.html. Notice how I don't need to put any app name in front of that, because this folder is recognized now by Django, so we just need to give it the name of the template. Whereas with this setup, we need to create all of our files inside a folder called the name of our app in order to be discovered. So the setup is a little bit different, and the preference is up to you, but we'll have both of these. So like that, check that the server's running, and it is. Come back here, refresh, and we see this is the second page. So now that we understand templates and we know how to render them using Django's render command, what I'm going to do now is talk about context. And this is a concept that you're going to use in Django views all the time. So it's very important to understand, but it's also very simple. All it is basically passing information into the Django template. And Django has a very useful way of using information inside templates, which we're going to take a look at. And this is all achieved by adding what is called context. So the way that we add context in this render method is by passing in a third parameter, and context is that third parameter, which is just a dictionary of information. So we could go and say that this is context and create our own dictionary here called context. And all we need to do is just pass in the keys and values of the information that we want to pass in. So let's say that we want to pass in a person's name, and we'll just say there's the person's name, and we want to pass in their age. So let's say that there's their age. So that context is being passed into the render method here, and what we're going to do is we're going to make use of this information inside the template. So if we go inside templates to the second page.html, then we're going to use Django's smart template syntax to access those variables. Now, the way that we access those variables is by using a double curly bracket syntax. So we open up two curly brackets like that, and we use the name of the key that we put inside the context. So for example, name and age. Those are the two keys that we have. So if we were to take name and go to this template and output name inside the squiggly brackets like this, then that is going to grab the value of this key in the context, which is Joe. So what we should see outputted here is Joe. So let's make sure that the server is running, and it is. And if we come back here and refresh the page, now you can see we get Joe there. And we can do the same thing with age. So if we output age, then that's going to reference the age key here, which has a value of 35. So we should see 35, and we see it there. And so that is what context is. It's just a dictionary of information, and we access that information by each key, and that will then replace the key in the template with the value that we passed in the dictionary. Now, this is not the only thing we can do. We can do a lot of very smart, complicated template rendering, and we're going to get into that. But for now, I just wanted to introduce you to the concept of context, as this is very important when you want to start listing out the information in your database. So for example, if we go back to this view here in home page, and we wanted to list out all of the leads that we have, well, now we're going to start putting things together. So let's empty out this dictionary and just start it off like that. And we're going to start by fetching all of the leads from the database, which means we're going to create our own query using the object manager. So we're going to need the lead model to do this. So let's go and import that first. We'll say from .models, and we can do a relative import here because we're already inside the leads app. So we can just say from .models, and we're going to say import the lead model. All right, so now we can actually use that model. And let's go and say that our leads are equal to the lead.objects, right? And we'll say .all. And so like this, we're now fetching all of the leads and we're storing it in this variable. And if you remember that this returns a query set. So leads is actually a list of objects now. And let's go and pass this into the context. So we'll say all of our leads are these leads here, this query set. And so in the template, let's go and just output leads. Let's see what that gives us. So if we check the server still running, let's go here, refresh this. And you can see it just outputs the same output that we saw in the terminal early on, which is just query set and then how many instances we have. So we only have one lead and his name is Dave Soap. So that's our lead. But now this is basically just outputting the entire list. So if we had 100 leads, it would be outputting 100 leads exactly like this. But it's not the most readable and nicest way to look at it. So let's go and put this inside an unordered list. And what we'll do is we'll display all of the leads as individual list items. Now, this introduces another aspect of template syntax, which are for loops. So just like in Python, how we can write for loops and loop over a list of objects, you can do the same thing inside Django templates. So to do that, we open up the squiggly bracket and then percentage signs. So that introduces a new syntax. And we use a special keyword here, which is for. And we could say for lead in leads. And this should look very familiar to normal Python loops. We're just putting it inside these squiggly brackets and the percentage signs. And at the end of this, we need to say end for. And also using the squiggly and percentage signs. So this then encapsulates our for loop. And what we can then do is access the lead variable as you would in normal Python. And we can just output lead like this. So let's get rid of leads down there. And now what we should see is a normal unordered list, and we'll have a list item for every single lead in the query set. So if we come back and refresh here, now you can see Dave Soap being outputted as a list item. So now we know how to access the context in the templates, and we know a little bit about this template syntax, which we'll learn more about as we go throughout the course. So now we're going to learn more about URLs, and we got a little taste of this earlier on, which was just inside this urls.py file when we linked up our homepage view to a path here. Now, this urls.py file is the root URL configuration. So if we go to the settings, then you can actually see here we have this variable root URL conf, which is pointing to this djcrm.urls.py file. So this is where Django starts to look at the URLs for the project. So whenever a web request is made, it's going to start at the top and go through all of these paths to find the one that matches that path and then use the view to handle the request. A common convention is that inside each app, you would have your own urls.py file for this specific app. So for example, if we were to just create urls.py here, then what we need to do is create a URL patterns list, and we can then just import from Django.urls, import path, and we could move the path that we had here, this path, into our leads urls.py file, and then we can just import our view here instead. So we could say from.views, import the home page, and just save that. And inside our root URL configuration, we don't need this import anymore. But what we want to do is we want to point to this new urls.py file to handle the requests that go on a specific path. So for example, say we wanted to have a path that goes to leads. So every time you go to leads, we want this app to handle all of the requests on this path. And so what we do there is we include another file. So from this Django.urls, we can import include, which is another function. and we just pass in the name of the path of the file we want to include. So that's going to be leads.urls. And the second argument for this is the namespace. Now the namespace is basically the unique way of identifying all the URLs inside this file, and we'll see how we can use this in a second, but for now let's just give it a name of leads. With this configured, that means that if we go to /leads, it's going to start looking inside this file. So Django will then move to this file, and it's going to look through all these paths to try and find the path that matches the exact URL that we went to. So in this case, we have one which is just the empty path. So that means that if we go to /leads, it's going to match this path. But let's say that this path was all. So if we go to /leads, then we go to /all, it's going to match with this view here. So just check the server, and you'll see that you also get a little error here which says specifying a namespace without providing an app name is not supported. So all we need to do there is just inside the urls.py file in our leads app, we need to give this an app name, and that's just the name of the folder that we've created here. So in this case it's leads, and like that, then you'll see the server comes back and we're all good to go. So if we come back here and we refresh, then you'll see now we get a 404 not found because there's no path that matches for this URL that we went to. So you can see though that we have /admin and we have /leads. So if we go to /leads, now you can see we also went to a 404 because nothing matches exactly on /leads. If we put a slash at the end of that, which is called a trailing slash, then you'll see that we now have some more explanation here of what paths there are on the /leads path. And you'll see that /all is one of them. So it's just giving us the options there. And if you go to /all, then, oh, wait, let's see a second page. And that's because this folder was moved by accident. Let's bring that back to where it's supposed to be. Refresh here. And there we go. Okay, so /leads /all is now being picked up as one of the paths that matches here because we've specified /all is going to now be handled by this view. And so this is one of the more popular ways of structuring your URLs is by your apps. So you'll put a urls.py file inside each of your apps, and then under a certain path, all the URLs that follow that path will then be handled inside this specific urls.py file. Okay, so we have this path now, which is /leads /all, and what I want to do is list out all of the leads on this URL here. So if we go to /leads, I want to see all of the leads. So right now, if we go there, it's going to hit the 404. So we need to change a couple of things. Let's go to URLs and let's make this an empty path so that now if we refresh here, we are now seeing the second page. And now let's go to the view. So the home page here, and let's change the name to something that's more in line with what we want to do. So let's call this the lead list. And we're going to use a template inside our leads app instead of this second page. So let's go and put your leads/lead list.html. And I'm just going to change the name of this to be lead list, just so that we have that template there. And then instead of doing hello world, we can say this is all of our leads. And then what we want to do is have access to those leads in the context so that we can loop through them here in the template. So we already have them here, which is this context dictionary leads, which is the query set here. So we can then just go and do a for loop through all of those leads. And just to style it a little bit better, we'll add a style tag here and just put that inside the head. And I'm just going to give a class name of something like lead. And we'll say that this is going to be some padding top. And we'll say, let's say 10 pixels. We'll do padding bottom as well. And we'll do some padding left of, let's say, 6 pixels and right as 6 pixels. We'll add some margin top and say 10 pixels as well. We'll give a background color of, let's do F6, something like that. And let's give a width of 100%. And then we can go and loop through all of these leads. So we'll say for lead in leads, and then end for here. And then we're just going to create a div, which I'm going to give a class of lead. And that's going to then use all this CSS here. And we'll just put lead inside there. And what I want to do is access a specific field of the lead. So if we go back to the model here, we have their first name, last name, age, and agent. And right now, if we just list out lead like this with no actual fields being listed out, then it's going to use the string representation. So that's why we're seeing Dave Soap here. But we can call a specific field if we want to. So let's just call the first name. And we can do that by using the dot notation. So we can say dot first name. So if we save that and just check the URLs for our new named view, which is lead list, then if we go inside here, we'll just fix the import and call it lead list. And there we go. So the server's running. Come back here, refresh, and we get Dave being listed out there. Let's go and add another one into the admin. And we go to our leads. Let's go and add one here. And we go to our leads. Let's go and add one here. Assign that agent. Save here. Come back, refresh there. And we can see now Dave and John being listed out here. Let's also go and add their last names and their ages as well. So we'll do lead last name. And let's say age. And we'll do lead.age. And there we go. So now that we're listing out all of these leads, it would be good if we could click on each of these leads and it would take us to that specific leads page. This is going to bring quite a few concepts together because we need to create a view that is going to handle the request when we go to that URL. We also need another HTML template to actually render what we want to display. And we need to add that view into the URLs as well. So a couple things are going to be done here. Let's go back here to the code. And what we'll start off with is going to the view. And we'll create another view here, which we're going to call is the lead detail. Now this is conventionally because we call this the detail view whenever we want to fetch a specific instance of a model. And what I'm going to do is pass in the request, and I'm going to pass in a second argument here, which is the PK, which stands for primary key. And all I'm going to do is just return an HTTP response for now. And I'm just going to say, here is the detail view. And what I want to do is print the primary key, just so we can see what this value actually is. And we're going to take this view into our urls.py. We're going to need to import it here, and we're going to create another path. So let's create a path here, and we're going to use our lead detail view to handle it. But the most important part here is what goes inside the quotation marks. We can't leave it an empty path because that's already being handled here by the lead list, and we need some unique way of knowing that we've navigated to that lead. So the way that we can do this right now is by using the primary key of each lead as a way of uniquely identifying that lead. So if we were to just go here to open up the database, then let's open up this one and let's just bring this up. Then if we go to our leads lead and just show the table here, then remember we have this ID field, which is being used as a primary key. That means that each row in the database is unique. So Dave has a primary key of 2 and John has a primary key of 3. So that way, if we were navigating the site, what we could do is we could say, if we go to leads/2, then that's going to fetch the row in the database of leads that has a primary key of 2. And if we went to /3, then that would take us or fetch the row that has a primary key of 3. So we're using the ID, which is the primary key of the table, as our way of navigating through the leads. Now that means that our URL structure needs to handle that as well. So Django has a syntax to help us handle this sort of scenario. And what we do is we use these arrows, and inside there we provide the argument that we want to work with, which in this case is the primary key. Now Django understands this syntax, so that's all we need to put there. And what this does is it tells Django that if we go to a primary key, which is always going to be a number, then it's going to recognize that if we do go to a primary key, then such as /1, /2, /3, then it's going to use this view to handle that request. And I'm going to put a slash at the end of that as well, just so that it marks the end of the path. And this primary key is also what the name of the argument is in our function. So it's very important that we call this PK because the URL is also using PK. So let's just print it out and you'll see what's going to happen. And I'll bring up the terminal and we'll just close that off there. Then what I'm going to do is go to leads/2, and if I hit enter, then we see we get a response back, which is the response here. Here's the detail view. And if we look here in the terminal, we can see that we get a successful GET request, which prints out here number 2. So PK is number 2. If I go to /3 and we come back, then we can see that the PK is 3. So we can use the PK here, which is one of the arguments in the function, as our way of retrieving that specific row in the database. And we can do that by just using the object manager. So if we say lead.objects.get, because we want to get a specific instance, then we're going to say by the primary key or the ID. In this case, you can use whichever one you want. And we can say equals to that primary key. So let's print out the lead and we'll see what that gives us. And let's go back to /2, enter that, come back here, and we see Dave Soap. And then if we come back and go to /3, then we see John Doe. Now, at this point, you might be wondering, well, why would I just keep manually changing between 2 and 3? Surely I can just click a button and it takes me to that specific lead. Well, yes, that's what we want to achieve. So if we go back to /leads, what we want to do is if I click on this one, it's going to take me to Dave. And if I click on this one, it's going to take me to John. So let's go back to our leads list HTML file. And we're going to change this first bit here into an anchor tag. So we just create that anchor tag there, paste everything back inside. And we're going to say that the href, which is how we'll navigate, is going to be /leads/ and then we're going to grab the primary key from the lead. So we'll put there, this is going to be primary key and then a slash. And even though this is inside quotations, the double syntax will still be recognized by Django. So this will end up being replaced by the actual primary key of the lead. So if we save this, refresh here, now we can see those are links. And if you inspect them, you can see the href for each of them. So there is /leads/2. And if we check the second one, we have /leads/3. So if you click on this, now you can see that it took us to that path that we were manually navigating to earlier. And if we go back and go to number 3, then it takes us to number 3. And so this is how we build navigation in the site. We use the primary key because it's the way that we can identify each unique instance in this table. And we use that as the way to navigate in the URLs. And that way, when we land up at this URL, we can very easily fetch that instance again, like we do over here, where we just grab the primary key from the URL and we say .get for that specific primary key. Now, we won't want to render just a normal HTTP response, so maybe we can change this into a render command, and we will render out lead_detail.html instead. And we don't have any context right now, so let's go and create a context, and I'll get rid of these print statements. So we have context equals to this dictionary, and I'm just going to pass in lead, which is going to be this single lead. So now, if we just close this, come back here, inside our leads app here, I'm going to create a new file, which is lead_detail.html. And I'm going to grab everything that we have here in the lead list, just copy that, paste this in, and let's just close some of this. And we can then say this is the details of, and we'll say lead.firstname, and then we don't need to loop anything out. We can just leave that like that, and maybe we want to show their age, so we can say lead.age, and we'll say this person's age, just like that. And okay, so we have that running. If we just go back to our views, we can see leads/lead.html is the template being rendered out, so that's good. Let's come back here, refresh this, and we see this is the details of John. This person's age is 24. So if we go back here and go to Dave, now we can see this is the details of Dave. And maybe what we want to do is just add a back button here that takes us back to the list. So if we open up the lead detail, then what we can do is say, here's an A tag, specify the href as /leads, and we'll say go back to leads, and then I'll just put an HR tag here, refresh there. So go back to leads, and now we can navigate between our leads and each individual lead. But now what we're going to take a look at is the process of creating leads, and that is done by using a form. So forms is a really big part of Django, and Django has a lot of built-in functionality to help us with forms. So what we're going to do is create a view that allows us to submit a form and create our own lead, similar to these forms here in the Django Admin. So we're going to go into our views, and we're going to create a new function here, which we'll call lead create. And this is just going to take in a request. And what we'll do is we'll return a render, and I'll just get rid of this context for now. And we'll create a new template, which we'll call lead create.html. So inside the templates folder, we'll add that file, lead create.html. And I'll just grab everything from the lead detail and paste it in here as well. And we can actually get rid of the style there, and we'll add here in the H1, we'll say create a new lead, and we'll get rid of that paragraph tag there. Okay, so we also need to take this view and bring it into our URLs. So let's import it here. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to put it above the one with the primary key. And this is just because otherwise we'll get an error. I'll actually show you the error just so that we can demonstrate that. So right now I've put it below the primary key. And what's going to happen is when we enter /create, Django is going to try and think that create is a primary key. Whereas we know that it's not. We know that create is just a normal word, a normal path. But Django is going to try and match this to a primary key. So if we go to /create, then we see here field ID is expected to be a number, but it got the string create. So what we can do is we can specify the data type in front of the primary key like this. If we do int colon, so we're basically specifying very clearly that this is an integer, and the string create would then not be matched with this primary key. So if you save this and refresh here, now we see that it works. So now that we have this working, we can now get started with the form logic. So I'm going to close this, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to create another file here, which is called forms.py. And this is just out of convention that you can then store all of your forms in one file. And what we're going to do is import from Django the forms module. So this is another module from Django that you can then use. And there's a lot of functionality to build out forms that also work very well with your models. The way that we create forms is by creating a class, and we'll give the class a name. Let's say that this is our lead form, and we need to inherit from Django's forms module. And there's a couple different things that we can inherit from, but the simplest form that we can make is just a simple Django form. So we're inheriting from forms.form, and here, very similarly to the way that we create models, we just have to give the fields that we want this form to include. So let's say that we want the form to have a first name, because our lead has a first name. Then we can do forms.character field like that. And that character field should look very similar to the way that we do models. And we can duplicate this and create one for last name as well. Then we also need an age, which we'll do as an integer field. And we'll say the minimum value is 0. And this is enough for us to start working with it. So let's take this form and we're going to import it into our views. So we're going to say from.forms import the lead form. And we're going to pass it into context like we do here with other pieces of information. We're going to say our context is a dictionary, and we're going to call this key the form, and we're going to pass it the lead form like this. And we're creating an instance of the form. So you can see I'm instantiating it like that. And then we just need to pass the context into the render method. So now we have the form key available in our template. So if we go to lead create, then what I'm going to do here is I'm going to output the form just like that. And you're going to see Django work its magic to display all of the fields that we created on the form like this. So the server's running, and if we come back here, now you can see we have this output here where we have 3 inputs. We have the first name, which is just a text input, last name, which is also a text input, and age, which you can see is an integer or a number input. And you can see I can't go less than 0. So this is the simplest kind of form, and Django really helps provide a lot of things in terms of rendering the form for us. So if we go back here to the template, we can also render it by saying .asp, which means as a paragraph. So if we see how that renders out, you'll see it does it more in a paragraph layout, so they're on top of each other instead of next to each other, how they previously were. And if we inspect this page and just take a look at the HTML here, then we can see we have 3 paragraph tags that have been created. So paragraph 1, 2, and 3. And inside you have a label which says first name, and then you have an input which has the type and the name, which is very important. The name is the same as the name on our form here. So first name is the name of the field, and the name of the input in HTML is also first name. You can see it's also required, and the ID for the label. And then the same thing here, you have another input where the name is last name, corresponding to the name of this field. And then age is also here with an input name having age. So these are the outputs of the fields in the form. But in order to make this complete, what we need to do is we need to wrap this inside an HTML form. So if we were writing just pure HTML, we would create a form like this. And if we output the Django template form variable inside there, then now all of this would be inside the form. And this is how to do forms correctly, because we need a form HTML tag to actually submit forms. And forms are very important to understand. So there's a couple sort of parameters for the HTML tag that you need to know. The first one is the method, and here you can either specify get or you could specify post. And in our case, because of what we want to achieve, we want to submit information and use that information to create a new lead. It makes most sense to use the post method because that's normally associated with submitting information to create an object or update an object, whereas the get method would be used more in situations of fetching and searching. So we're going to keep ours as the post method. And then another important keyword is the action. So action is basically the URL that you want to submit this data to. So if you put a dot in here, then that means it's going to submit it to the URL that you're currently on. So meaning if I submit this form, it's going to post this data to this URL, leads/create. If I were to put here /leads/ another URL, then when you submit this form, it's going to send that information to this URL, which means that you need to have a path here to handle that specific URL. So the action is very important. Most of the time, if you are just submitting it on that view, then you don't need to pass in the action, but you can customize it. And so those are two of the more important properties you need to understand about HTML forms. But for Django, whenever we are specifying the method as post, we need to include what is called a CSRF token. And the way that we do this is by using the special curly brackets and then percentage signs to open up a variable. And that is the CSRF token. So you can see CSRF underscore token. That's how you add it to the template. And if we just save this and come back and refresh here, you'll see that underneath the form, there's an input tag and the type is hidden, right? So you can't see it in the form. And the name is CSRF middleware token. So that is what this CSRF generates. It's a middleware token and it's a security aspect of Django. It's very important that you include it for forms that are posting information. And you can see that the value is this really long CSRF token. And this is just something that Django requires whenever you want to submit a post form. So hence we're adding it here in the form. Then we have the actual form elements that are being generated by Django. And then we would need some sort of button or an input tag of type submit so that we can actually submit this form. So if I just call this submit and refresh here, now we have the submit button. And if I were to go and enter all this information and hit submit, it would then post this data to the server. Now, right now, if we go back to our view here, nothing's actually going to happen if we do post this information. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to print out request.post so that we can see what happens when a post request is made to this view. Then I'm going to come back here and we'll just say test user age and submit, and you'll see it just redirects us back here, so nothing really happened. And if we take a look here in the terminal, we are printing out the post request, and you can see here it's a query dictionary, which is a built-in data type in Django, and it's a dictionary of all this information here. So you can see first we have the CSRF middleware token. That was the hidden input that we just looked at now. And that value is a list which has one long token in it. And this sort of format is the same for all of the information that's submitted. So you have first name, which has a list of information, and there's test, last name, which is user, age, which is 37. So that is the data that comes through in the post request. And we can then use this data to create a new lead in the database. So to do this, what I'm going to do is I'm going to check if the method is a post method. So we're going to say if request method equals to post, then we'll just say print receiving a post request. And what we do is we use the form to capture the data that was submitted. This is another feature of forms that's very nice, is that not only are we outputting them in the HTML, but we can actually give them data and use them to validate whether that information is correct. So meaning if we only submitted 2 of these fields, but the last one is still required, then Django's forms can validate that information and say that we're still missing this field and it needs to be submitted. So we can take this form and we can say our form equals to this lead form, and we're just going to pass in the request.post, just like that. Now, if the request method is not post, then what I'm going to do is originally set it to just be this empty instantiated form. And if it is a post request, then we will reassign it to be the form with the post data being passed into it. So here in the context, we can then just change this to be whichever form it is, depending on the request method. And like that, we have the server running. So let's come back here and refresh this. And you can see that data was actually already pre-populated into the form because I resubmitted on a post request. So let me refresh the page here and do a new test user. And if we submit this, then if we just bring up the terminal here, we can see receiving a post request because we submitted the form and the method was post. And the form is now being passed in all the post request information, and it gets passed back into the context, which then gets returned back in this HTML template. And hence we can see all of the data is still there. Now, once we have the form variable, we can actually check if the form is valid. So what we do is we say if form.isValid, just calling this method on the form, and Django will basically validate all of the data that was passed into the form and check that every field is validated correctly. Then we can say print the form is valid, and we can also print the cleaned data on that form. Now, clean data is basically a nicer formatted version of all of the submitted data from the form, instead of us working with the raw post request. So let's go back here and submit this. And if we check back in the terminal, now we can see, so received a post request, the form is valid, and we get this nice dictionary here, which has all of the clean data in just a key and value dictionary. So we have the first name, and that was the value submitted, last name, that was the value submitted, and age, and that was the value submitted. So using this information, we can now create a new lead, and we can just access each variable by pulling it out of this form clean data dictionary. So we could say that the first name equals to form.cleanedData, and grab first name like that. And we can grab the last name, grabbing last name, and we can grab the age like that as well. So now we have all of that information there, and we could then use that to create a new lead. Now, if you remember from earlier when we were creating leads, we need to pass in all of the information on the lead. So we have first name, last name, age, and then we have this last one here, which is agent. So when we create the lead, we need to give it an agent. But this form that we created doesn't actually include the agent. So what we can do is in the view, we can just grab the first agent in the database and use that agent. But I will show you how you can add that into the forms in a second. So we'll say that the agent equals to agent, and let's see if we have it imported. No, we don't. So we'll say import agent here at the top, and we'll say agent.objects.first. Now that is a new one, and basically all that does is it just grabs the first row in the table. So quite simple. It'll retrieve the first object, and it's going to do the same thing as if we were calling .get. So this will not return a query set. This is going to return an agent model. And then what we can do is we can say lead.objects.create. So we're creating a new lead. And we now just need to pass in all of the parameters that are required. So we need first name, which is the first name from the form data. last name, which is from the form data as well, age, which is from the form data, and then agent, which is the agent we just got from the database. And so that will then create a new lead in the database. So after that, let's just print here that the lead has been created. And let's just check the server's running. It is. So come back here. Let's refresh here. We'll go into the Django Admin, and if we just go to leads, you can see there's only 2 right now. So let's do another one and give them an age, submit. And if we check the terminal, we can see the lead has been created. And if we come back here to the Django Admin, we can see there's the lead. And we could also just go back to all our leads here, and we see there is the new lead that we just created. But now, once we submit this form, we don't want it to return us back here and have the form with all the information in it. We'd probably want it to redirect us to this page here. And you can see I actually, even in doing that, created another new lead. So we want to be redirected. And Django has a very nice function that does that, which is the redirect function. So what I'm going to do is import that from the shortcuts. You can see here it's redirect from Django's shortcuts. And right at the end here, after we create the lead, we're going to return a redirect. And I'm just going to say return us to /leads, like that. I'll get rid of all these print statements. And now let's go back to leads/create, and we'll create another lead here, submit. And you can see that after we submitted the form, now instead of being returned back to that previous page, we've now been pushed to the /leads page, and we can see there's the last lead that we just created. So a lot of things happen in this video with forms, and we're not done with forms, but just to recap what we've done here, we can just open up the forms.py. First, we started here. We created a form that inherited from Django's form class, and we just gave it 3 fields that we wanted to display in the form and that we wanted to capture as inputs. So that being first name, last name, and age. Then we brought that form into our views.py file. We imported it here, and we used that form originally just by creating an instance of it and passing it into the context. And then that context gets rendered out just like the other views we've done. And that context can be accessed just like the other context. So we can grab the form variable and we can render it out using some special properties on forms, because Django provides a lot of stuff for forms. So here we're just rendering it as a paragraph inside of an HTML form, which is very important because that's what actually allows us to submit data to the server. And we need to pass in a CSRF token whenever we're working with post request forms. And then we just include a button here to actually submit the form. So with that form there, we can actually submit the information, and back in our view, we check for when the request method is a post request so that we can actually handle the post request. And what we do here is we pass that data into the form. We check if the form is valid, and if it is valid, then we grab the data from the form using the cleaned data, and that data can then be passed into the object manager where we call .create to create that new lead using the form data. And the only thing here is that we are grabbing an agent from the database instead of selecting an agent in the form, which is something that we're going to change in a second. But after all of that, we then redirect ourselves to the /leads URL, which is where we would see all of the leads. And that way we can kind of confirm whether or not this actually did create a lead or not. So that is our lead create view, and that's how we can use forms. But believe it or not, there's actually a lot more easier ways to achieve what we just did here, but it's important to understand the basics of how this works within Django and what you can actually do. Okay, so we've gone through the basics of forms, and now what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you how we can make this a lot simpler. And we're going to do that by using Django's model form. Now here we're just using the normal Django form, but we're going to basically reinvent this form by using a lot of the built-in features from Django that let you take an existing model and essentially convert that into a form. And it's really, really simple to do that. So what I'm going to do is create a new class here, and I'm going to call this the lead model form. And this is going to be inheriting from forms.modelForm. So you see there it's model form. And this syntax looks a little bit different. What we need to do is create a class called meta. And this meta class basically is where we specify some information about the form. So we need to add what model we're working with. So we're going to import our model here. So we'll say from models import lead. And we're going to specify the model here. So the model is the lead model. And then we just need to give it the fields that we want to display in the form. So if we take a look at the lead model, we have these fields here. So first name, last name, age, and I'm going to add agent. So I'm going to copy all of those, and we're going to come back in here and paste all of those fields just like this. And we need to specify these as strings, right? So this is a tuple of fields. And like this, we have basically created a form, or told Django that we want to have a form for this model and to display these fields in the actual form. So let's take this form and let's go into the views.py, and we're going to import it here at the top, the lead model form. And now instead of using the lead form, I'm just going to replace it with the lead model form. So just make sure that your server is running, and we can then head over here. And what I'm going to do is in this leads page, I'm going to add a little link that takes us to the create view. So let's just go to templates, go to, this should be lead list, and I'll just add an HR here. And here we will say create a new lead. Okay. href is just going to be /leads/create, like that. All right, so refresh here, create a new lead, click there, and it takes us to our form here. Okay, so now our form looks a little bit different. You can see we have first name, last name, and we have the agent, which is very similar to the Django form. If we add a lead here, you can see it's this little select or drop down box. And so we can select from existing agents in the database. And right now we only have one, so we could select that one. And now what I'm going to do is in the views, I'm actually going to copy this entire view and just paste it just for reference. And I'll keep the previous lead form there just so that we can use it as reference. And here in the new one, I'm going to use the lead model form. And now instead of grabbing the agent like we were doing here, we were just grabbing a random agent. Now we can grab the agent from the form clean data. So this is going to be agent is this agent, and we can then create the agent like that. Okay, so let me just comment out this here. So we only have one lead create view. And then here we can try and create a new lead using model form, and select our agent, hit submit, and there we can see is our new agent, or rather the new lead. And maybe now in the detail we can also list out who the agent is for this lead as well. So let's go into lead detail, and we'll say the lead or the agent responsible for this lead is, and then this is going to be lead.agent. Refresh here, and we see there's the agent associated with this lead. Okay, so that's already a little bit better, but it can actually go even further. So because we're using a model form, the whole point is that it links to the specific model that we want to work with. So Django's model form has a bunch of extra functionality that allows us to save the form, and all the data that was passed into that form will then be saved as a new model in the database. So how this looks is we can basically get rid of all of the stuff here inside the form is valid. And what we're going to do is we're going to say form.save, just like that. And that does everything that this did. So the reason it's able to do this is because we specified what model we're working with. We're working with the lead model, and these are the fields of the form. So all of the data that's passed into the form will get saved as a new instance of that lead. So let's save this. Let's come back here and we'll go to create a new lead, and we'll say this one's the short lead, and select our agent, hit submit, and there you can see is our new lead created. And so this is a lot simpler, a lot shorter than what this looks like, thanks to Django's model form. It abstracts a lot of the code that we normally write over and over, and this way we just need to call form.save, and we have a new instance saved in the database. So now we've seen how to create new leads. We've seen how to list them out, to fetch a specific one. And what we're going to do now is show how we can update an existing lead using a form. And I'm going to start off with the simple form like we had here before moving on to the model form and showing you how that can simplify things. So I'm going to create a new function here, which is going to be our lead update view. And this is going to take a request. And because we're going to be updating a specific lead, it's going to function in the same way as the detail view. So that means that we need to be able to grab each lead that we're going to be working with. So we need the unique identifier, being in this case the primary key. So we're going to add that into our view, and we're going to grab the lead in the exact same way. So we're going to call the object manager and grab the specific lead based on the primary key. And we're then going to render out the request, and we'll do this on leads update.html. And we can also pass in some context as well. And for now, just the lead. So let's take this view and we'll bring it into our URLs. So we'll import it here. And I'm going to go off of the same sort of structure as the lead detail view. So I'm going to duplicate this, and I'm just going to add on the end here /update. So that way, when we go to that specific lead, then if we go to /update, it'll take us to lead update. Now what we need to do is create the lead update template. So inside here, we'll add lead update.html, and it's going to be almost the same as the lead create template. So I'm going to copy all of that and paste it in here. And we'll say update, let's say lead, and then we'll just output lead dot first name, and we'll do lead dot last name. Okay. Then once again, we have the form being rendered out and CSRF token and the button. So that should be fine. Now let's head back here. And if we go to just this first one and we go to /update, now we can see there's no form rendering because you don't have form in the context, but we do have the lead in the context. So we can see here update Dave Soap. So now we need to go back to our view and we need to pass the form into the context, which we're going to do very similarly to this logic here. So I'm just going to comment that back and grab all of that. And then we'll just paste this all here. So we have the form, which we're grabbing as the lead form. And same logic as before. If the method is post, then we pass the data into the form. If the form is valid, we grab all that information. And in this case, we're grabbing the first agent. And now instead of creating a new lead, we want to update this lead. So how we do that is, since we already have that lead, we can just update each value or each field on this model by saying in this case, lead.firstname equals to the first name. And then we can do the same thing for lead.secondname being, or last name being last name, and lead.age equal to age. Now the agent I'm going to get rid of here because maybe we just want to update these fields only. And once we have all the values that we want to update, we then have to commit these values to the database, and we do that by calling .save on the model. So this will then save all of these values and basically save that to the database. Now I'm just going to add this context in one object there. Okay. So like this, let's go back into the template and refresh here. So if we were to change this to Dave Soap 2, change the age and submit, now you can see it updated those values of Dave Soap. So if we do another one, let's say we go to leads 3/update, change this to John Doe 3 or John Doe 2, submit, and we see there it is. So it's updating that lead, and that's what we want. But this is not the quickest way or the simplest way to do this. We saw that using the model form, we can reduce a lot of the code that we write just by making use of the model form logic. And we can use that form to help us here as well. So I'm going to leave this here and I'll just comment it out. And I'll just create another one here. So define lead update, which takes that request and primary key. And same as here, we are grabbing that lead, and at the end, we are returning the render of that context. So we just need this a little bit here. So let's just do that. And so now, similar to here, we're going to use the lead model form. So I'm going to grab all of that there and paste that there. But now when we want to update a specific instance of a model, we can pass that into the form. So what we can do is we can say, and let me just grab it there as well, put it at the top. So I'm going to pass in the argument instance, all right, equals to the lead. And instance is basically the single instance of the model that we want to update. So that way, when we save the form, it's going to grab this instance and update that instance instead of saving a new instance of the lead. And we're going to want to pass it into the form here as well. So like that, let's see if the server's running, and it is. So if we come back here, we go to, let's say, number 2/update. Now you can see that the form is pre-populated, and you can also see that we now have the agent field as well. So we could actually change this as well if we had other agents in the database. And so let's say we want to change this to now Dave Soap 3, submit that. Now you can see that that's updated as well. So using the model form, we can abstract a lot of the logic and instead just pass in the instance, which would be doing all of this behind the scenes. So because we are working with an instance, Django knows that it should then update that specific one instead of creating a new one. All right, so now we have the lead list view, lead detail view, create and update view. And there's just one more left, which is the lead delete view. So if we want to delete existing leads, how will we do that? And it's probably the easiest one. So we'll create a function here, which is lead delete. And it's going to take the request and the primary key because that's how we will grab the unique lead. So again, we're going to get the lead from the database, and then we simply just call lead.delete. And that is another method that comes on Django Models, which allows you to just delete the model from the database like that. Now, what I'm going to do is once you've deleted it, I'm going to return a redirect back to all of the leads. So this is not going to be a template that gets loaded. It's just going to be a view that once you get redirected to this view, it deletes it and redirects you back. So how we can handle this is, so Let's first register this in the URLs. So let's import it over here. And using the same convention as before with the update view, I'm going to add the delete view. And this is then going to be the lead delete function to handle that. And so in the templates, we can go to our lead detail view. And what I'm going to do is just add an HR tag here. And I'm going to add 2 anchor tags. One is going to say update and one is going to say delete. And the first one is going to have an href that goes to /leads/lead.primaryKey and then /update. So that will take you to the update view for this specific lead. And then the second one is going to be very similar. It's just going to take you to the delete view, which will then redirect us back to the list view. So like that, let's go refresh here. Let's go to one of these. Then we can see the update and delete. So if we click on update, then it takes us to the update view. And let's go to one of the deletes. So if I click this, it's going to delete this specific one, number 6, and it's going to redirect us back to the leads list. So if we click that, now you can see it's gone and it's deleted. So if you remember earlier on, we talked about this namespace and that it was something we just had to provide as an argument for the include function for Django. And now we're going to explain why this is important and how it can make your references of URLs a lot better. So first, we're going to go into the leads urls.py file, and for every path that you have, you can also give these paths names. So you just add another argument here, and that is name, and you can give the name whatever you want to call it. And I like to keep a very consistent pattern, so I'll give it lead list, and then this one would be lead detail, and you see the kind of pattern here. So this would be lead update, this would be lead delete, and this one would be lead create. So like this, we've given all of our URLs names, and what that allows us to do is to reference this particular path a lot easier. So if we go into our templates in the leads app, so for example, the lead list HTML file, you'll see here that we have the hrefs pointing to hard-coded URLs. So that being /leads/create. Well, what if I decided that I don't want this to be create, I want this to be something else, like create a lead? Well, now this link does not exist anymore and it's broken. So this is the problem with hard coding links, is that if you ever decide to change them, then you're going to have to go into your templates or any other place in the code where you're referencing the URL, and you're going to have to update it. So instead, you can use the URL names to dynamically reference the actual path of the URL instead. So what that looks like is we use the special squiggly brackets and percentage signs, and you just have to type URL, and inside or after the URL, we have these quotation marks, which is where you'll put the name of the URL. Now in this case, because we have a namespace, we have to start with the namespace first. So we tell Django to look inside this namespace, which is called leads. So we'll put leads, and then you put a colon, and then the name of the URL. So now this is basically telling Django, go inside the leads namespace and look at all of those URLs there. And then we put the name of the URL next. So in this case, if we want to change this back to create, I'm going to grab lead create. And then back here, we're going to put colon lead create. So if we save that and we check the server is running, come back here, then let's just inspect the page. And if we inspect this link, then there you can see that the link is /leads/create. So that is what this URL does. It's a template syntax for dynamically creating the links according to what they are in your Django URLs. So if I were to go to the URLs and I were to change this path to be create a new lead, save, and come back here, now you can see the href here is different. It's lead/create a new lead. So like that, we didn't have to go into the templates. We don't have to find everywhere where we've created this hard-coded link. We just change it in here and Django will update all the templates automatically. But I'm going to keep this as /create, and we can do the same logic for all of the URLs that we have here. So let's go into our templates to lead list again. And here you can see we have this leads/lead primary key, which takes us to the detail view. So now this will look a little bit different, but we use the same sort of approach. So we just put the squiggly brackets, %, URL, and then the name of the namespace, which is leads. And then we're going to the lead detail URL, and any second or third arguments that need to be passed into the function will go after the name of the URL. So in this case, we need to provide it with the primary key. So we're going to do lead.primary key, and we can get rid of all of this there. So lead.primary key you could view as an argument being passed into the URL, and we need the primary key because the function requires the primary key here, and so does the URL. You see it requires primary key. So we have to provide primary key in there. And if we come back and refresh this, you can see that all of these still point to the correct places. So it's taking each one's individual primary key and using that to generate the URL that corresponds to it. So that is the lead list view fixed. Now let's go to the lead detail view and see what else we have here. So we have /leads, which takes us to the list view. So that would be a URL. And this is going to be the leads namespace, and then lead list. Just like that. No arguments required because it only takes the request as an argument. Then we have the update and delete URLs being added here, and it's going to look pretty similar to what we did here. So we'll just grab this and we're going to paste that there. And instead of it taking us to lead detail, in this case it's the lead update URL, and we need to make sure we pass in the primary key because the view does require it there as well. And it's almost the exact same thing for the delete, except the name is lead delete. So if we refresh and we go to one of these, you can see that it works perfectly fine. And if we go to update, it takes us there. If we go to delete, it's got the right URL at the bottom as well. So let's take a look at lead create. Here we can also fix it. So I'll just grab the URL there and replace that over there. Take us to lead list. Lead update also has it. So we'll say go to lead list. And it might actually make more sense to go back to the lead detail view because we're on a specific lead here. So instead I'll just do lead detail, and because we have the lead in the context already, I'm just going to pass it in there. So lead.primary key. So that is on the update, and then on the create we'll just keep it as go back to leads. So this one here, we'll change the wording to be go back to this lead there. Okay. So if we refresh here and go to this one, we click on update. Then let's see, we've got a template syntax issue there. We've got double squiggly brackets. Just remove those. Okay, there we go. So update lead. And here we have at the top, go back to John Doe. So if I click that, it takes us back to John Doe, and we click that, it takes us back to leads. So at this point, you might be wondering about how we keep repeating ourselves in the templates. So if we go to lead list, you can see we have to create this entire HTML document. If we go to lead detail, we're doing the exact same thing. So we're repeating ourselves a little bit in these templates. And Django's template logic allows us to be a little bit smarter about how we're doing this. So what we're going to do is we're going to create a template inside the base templates folder, and this is going to be called the base.html file. And why it's called base is just out of convention, that this is the starting point of our templates. And what we can do is we can make other templates inherit from this template so that we don't have to keep repeating ourselves. So for example, if there were lots of style sheets or JavaScript scripts that we want to include, then we could put it in one file and we could allow other files to just inherit from this file to save a lot of code. So what I'm going to do is just start with a boilerplate here, and we'll just say this is DJ CRM. And what we're going to do is just grab most of the template logic here from the lead detail. So like this style tag. So we'll do that. We'll paste that in the head here. And what we can then do is we can create what are called blocks. Now, the way that you create a block is by using the squiggly tags, right? So we say block, and we give this block a name. And generally, we use the name content. This you'll see in a lot of Django tutorials. And then we need to end the block just like you would with a for loop. So create the block, end the block. And this block allows us to then extend the template and basically include only what we want to have included being put inside this block. So it's easiest shown just with how it works. So I'm going to save this file and let's go to the lead list template. I'm going to delete everything except for what makes this template unique. So that being basically this stuff here. And to inherit from the base template, we use the keyword extends. So we open up the squiggly tags and we say extends from, and we're going to say the name of the template, which is base.html. So that brings in all of the blocks and other HTML into this template. And what we want to do is we want to have this unique HTML rendered inside of this block. So what we do is we wrap this inside the block. So we create the block like that, and we end the block around this template. So like that, all that we needed to write was this, but it inherits everything from this base.html. So if we were to go back here and refresh, and let's make sure that the server's running. Come back here. There we go. We can see everything is exactly the same. And so we can basically take this same logic and we can do this in all of our templates. So if we go to lead detail, we can delete everything that doesn't need to be here, including the style, because we have that in the base.html file. And we'll just paste all of that there and get rid of all of that. And wrap this inside the block content. So now we have only this that we needed to work with. And the same sort of thing for lead create and lead update. So I'm just going to grab this and replace all of that. Grab the end block there. Replace that there. So we're basically just removing all of the stuff that we're repeating. And we'll do the same thing for lead update, which is there. And just grab the end block. And there we go. So we can test that this all works. We can go update, go back, and the styling is still there. So that is how we can extend from templates. And there's still some other things that we can do as well. So say we had a template here, let's call it scripts.html. And all we're going to do is just create a JavaScript script. And this is just going to console log hello. And say we want this script to be included in our base.html file. Well, what we can do is we can come here and we can say include, which is another keyword, and it's wrapped inside the squiggly tags. And we just say include the name of the file, which is called scripts.html. And that will then include this scripts.html inside here. It basically brings that code all inside here. So if we were to inspect this page and just go to the console and refresh here, then now we can see hello being displayed over there. And if we go to other templates as well, we can see it still gets logged out because it's in the base.html file. So that is how we extend and create blocks and include other scripts as well. So what we're going to do now is we're going to add some style to our templates, and we're going to add it into the base.html file, because that way all of our templates will be extending this and will also have that same styling. Now, you can add any kind of style like Bootstrap or TailwindCSS to your project. It is completely up to you. I prefer TailwindCSS, so I'm going to be using this to build out some of the style. And if you're not familiar with it, it's almost the same as Bootstrap. It has more or less the same sort of way that you write classes. It's a very similar API. And there are quite a lot of cool projects that you can find more resources on TailwindCSS. There's also some courses on YouTube and just generally everywhere on how to get started with it. There's also a really cool resource called Awesome Tailwind CSS, which I just searched here on Google, and it's a GitHub repository, which I'm sure there are multiple, but this one here, I think the first result on Google has 4,000 stars, so I'm sure it's this one. And there's a whole bunch of links here for you to find resources and tutorials and all these sorts of additions to Tailwind. And so you can play around here to get an idea if you're not too familiar with Tailwind. The easiest way to get started if you're using Tailwind, I'm just going to close this Bootstrap tab, is if you just go to documentation and go to installation under getting started. Then I'm just going to go to using Tailwind via CDN, and you can just copy this link here to use it. Now, ideally you wouldn't use this in production. You'd use a minimized version of the CSS so that it can be as small as possible, but this is good enough for what we want to do right now. So just copy this, and we're going to bring it here into our head, and I'm going to remove the style tag so that we can start using Tailwind. And just as an example, we could create a div here and give it a class of, let's say, maximum width of 4XL, and we'll set the background color to, let's say, gray 100, and we'll just put our block content inside there. And then if we were to come back here and refresh this, then you can see there's our gray div. And if we wanted to just make this aligned more in the horizontal aspect, then now it's at least in the center, and we can see that color there. But obviously we're going to style this a little bit better, and I like to use some pre-built components just so we can get it to look pretty nice. And again, you can check those links in that awesome Tailwind CSS to find some cool resources. One that I like to use is Tailblocks. So this Tailblocks site has a bunch of pre-built components, and one of them that I'm immediately going to take is the header. So this is like a navigation bar, and you can see what it looks like on smaller devices. So I'm just going to click to view the code, and then you can just grab this code here. And I'm going to create a new template, which we can call the navbar. So navbar.html, paste this in here. And then in our base.html, I'm going to include it in here. So I'm going to include the navbar.html file, and I'll get rid of the background gray, and I'll set this to 7XL for now. And if we come back and refresh this, then you can see there's already a nice pre-built navbar component. So this is where I'm going to get most of my components from. I'll leave some descriptions in this video for courses and other resources to learn Tailwind CSS if you're not familiar with it. But if you're already familiar with just pure HTML and CSS, then I wouldn't worry about learning this. It's a very simple technology, and with all the resources out there, you can definitely learn it pretty quickly. So I'm going to go and change up some of these links here, and we can add this button here. We can make it the login button, and then we'll just make one of these the sign up button. Even though we don't have those pages ready yet, we'll just get them ready so long, and then we can just change the name of Tailblocks there as well. So if we go to navbar, let's call this DJ CRM, and we'll get rid of some of these links there. We'll just say this is sign up. And then we need this button here, which I'm just going to take to the next line. This is going to be login. And I'm going to make it an A tag as well, just because it will need to be when we implement authentication. So like that, if we refresh, then now we have login and we have sign up. Cool. So if we go back to our root URL right now, we don't have any page here. So let's just grab something from here to make a very basic landing page. And I'm just going to go to, let's see, we have features, and they should have, so they've got content, blog, there it is. So hero, we want this. So I'll just take this as an example, copy all of that, and let's go and create a new template here, just inside the base templates folder here, which I'm going to call the landing.html. We're going to extend from our base.html, and we just fix that. And then we're going to create our block. If you have the extension for Django snippets, then you should be able to create blocks really quickly like that. So I just type block, and then you get the autocomplete snippet options popping up for you. So you just hit enter, and then you can give this a name, which we'll call content. And we can just paste our section in like this. Right, so let's add here in the H1, let's say that this is a CRM built with Django. And let's bring this here. So we'll just highlight all of that, and let's say this CRM helps you manage your leads. And that should be good for now. And then this landing.html we're going to use in a view. So let's just go to our views.py file here, because we have all of the views here anyway. And we'll just call this the landing page, which takes in a request. And we're going to render out that template, which doesn't have any context. So this is just going to be landing.html. And then the landing page we're going to bring into not the urls.py in the leads folder, but to our root URL configuration. And we're going to create a path here, which just goes to an empty path because that's the root of our domain. And we're going to import the landing page. So we'll say from leads.views import landing page. And we can also give this URL a name, which we can call landing page. So if we ever want to create a link in any templates, then we can use this name. Okay, so with that, if we refresh here, now we have this little landing page, and the image we can worry about later on. We just want to get some basic things up and running. So now let's add a link maybe here to go to our leads. So if we go back to that template in the nav bar, let's add one here. Say this is leads. And the href here is going to go to a URL. And this is going to be our leads namespace and then lead list. There it is. So if I click there, now it takes us to this leads list, and we can go to that template now. So let's open up the lead list.html. And we could use some sort of either a table or some sort of list component. And this one here under feature looks more or less like what we could use. So I'm just going to take this and copy the entire section here. And inside our block content, I'm going to paste this all in here. And so what we want is first inside this container, let's just find the div that is repeating, and it's this one here. So let's just close that, and then this here. So that's the div we want. So we can loop through all of our leads and create this div for every lead that we have. So just like that. And I'll bring our a tag and href and just put it above there inside the container. And then inside each div, we have this here, which has an SVG, and that could be like the profile picture of the lead. Then inside this div, we have all the information. So this here would be the lead, probably first name and last name. So let's do lead first name, lead last name, and let's just bring it to the next line. Then we have a little bit of a description here. So this could be anything really, but for now I'm just going to leave it like that and maybe just bring it to the next line so it's easier to read. And then instead of learn more, we'll say view this lead. And this is an A tag, which is what we'll use to navigate to this particular lead. So we'll add the href here, and then we can go and get rid of all of that stuff there. So if we come back and refresh this, there's all our leads. And maybe we want to just have an h1 tag that says our leads, and then we can move this to the right hand side. So what we could do is over here, I'll create a div and we'll say class is flex, and we can say item center, and we can also make it flex between. And so we'll add an h1 that says leads, and we'll give it a class of something like text 4XL. We can make it gray 800, and maybe if we just wrap this in a div first, then we can put another div and move our link to over there. And instead of the HR, we could do something like py6, and we could add a border as well. So we could say border bottom, and we could say gray 200, like that. Okay, refresh here. And okay, let's add margin bottom on this as well. Okay, we'll also make it full width, and this is supposed to be justify between, not flex between. There we go, that's what we want. And then we can add some class on this as well and say text gray, let's say 500, and we'll say when we hover over this that it's going to be blue. Okay, and there we go. So now we can get a nice clear sense that that's a link, and if we click there, then it takes us to our form. Now let's do the detail view as well as the update and delete. And what we'll do is we'll make use of another component here which falls under the e-commerce section here of tail blocks. And I'm just going to copy all of this here. So I'll just grab all of this here. And we can go to lead detail. We'll paste all of this in here. And we'll just change up some of this. So we could say this is lead. And then this is going to be the actual lead first name and the lead last name. Then we'd want to display some of the information about this lead. So just taking a look at this now, there's the lead's name. So maybe we would want to have a description added onto the lead. And we could add other things like their age, their location, maybe cell phone number. So let's go and do that. We'll have age. Then we'll change this to be lead.age. We'll put here, let's say, their location. And we'll just put a dummy location here. So I'll just say dummy location. And then we could do their cell phone. And can just do a random number like that. So the price I'm going to get rid of. And so then what we can do is we can make it that details is a link, and if you click on details, it takes you to the actual update view for this specific lead. So let's go up here, and it already is an A tag, so we just have to add an href. So this will be what we have down here, which is this URL. So we'll just take that. So we save that, refresh here, and if we were to click there, then it takes us to the update view. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy everything from the lead detail, and we're going to go into the lead update and basically just paste it all here. Okay, so almost everything is the same, but we're going to change the class name for the active link here. So I'm going to copy that, or actually copy the top one first, because this one is the active one. And let's just paste it like this. And we're going to replace the class there, or actually all of this there. And then we're going to take this one and paste it over there. So what this will look like if we refresh here is, oh, okay. So we've got 2 block contents. Let's just fix that. And we've got another end block content there. So like that. Okay, so what do you see what this looks like? If we go to just to the details one, we're at the update. But if we go back to the description, which is the detail view, then it looks like we're just navigating along this quick, easy navigation here. So inside here, we won't display all of this again. We'll then move the form inside there. So let's take our form out of that and replace all of this stuff here. So all of that with this form. And if we just tab all of that there, refresh here. Then there's our form. And yes, it's not styled nicely right now, but we'll get to that eventually. And then all of this, we might as well delete and maybe just leave the delete button all the way at the bottom in case we actually do want to delete this lead. So maybe what I'll do is I will just undo that so I can grab this button and we'll just paste that there. So can get rid of all of that and we can bring our form, paste that above the button and just tab everything in. And so this button just says button, but we're going to say delete, or just delete like that, change it to an A tag, and we'll take our delete URL here. We can delete all of that. And what we could do is we could add an href back here to the description, which is just going to be to the detail view of this lead. So that's going to be leads, lead detail, and then we just have to pass the primary key in there. Refresh here. Okay, so if we go to description, takes us there. Go to details, takes us there. So we could update this to maybe be like update details, and this will be overview as it says there. And then we can just basically copy all of that there actually. If we go back to the lead detail here, then we can get rid of all of those and just update it like that. And I'm just going to tab everything in. There we go. Okay. And then we just need to make sure that the classes are correct. So let's just switch these out. And then bring this one back here. And there we go. We can also delete this now from the bottom. So let's get rid of that. Okay. Then just back in the lead update, what I'm going to do here with this button is I'm just going to push it away from everything there. So like that. And we might want to just set the width so that it's not full width. But okay, this looks a lot better. So now I want to introduce you to class-based views. So in our views.py, you can see all of the views we've written are functions, and these would be called function-based views. So the way that we handle our views, the way that we handle web requests is by using Python functions. But this isn't the only way that you can handle functions. You can also use classes, and hence they're called class-based views. And really what they do is they eliminate a lot of code that we normally write over and over. So Here, just looking at the lead list and lead detail, you can see that there's quite a common pattern going on here. We have context, we're rendering this context, and even with the way that the lead update and lead create views work, we can see there's almost a little bit of repetition going on here, that we have this form that we're instantiating, check if the request method is post, and all of this common logic. Well, class-based views help us to really write as little code as possible. And so I'm just going to show you an example of how you can use a class-based view. So for example, the landing page is a very easy view that we can convert into a class-based view. So we just create a class and we give it a name. So let's say that this is landing page view. And what we need to do is inherit from Django's generic class-based views. So Django has a whole bunch of pre-built class-based views that we inherit from, which gives us a bunch of functionality to work with in our views. So we'll import here from django.views.generic, and we're going to import what's called the template view. And basically what that lets us do is we just specify the template name, which is one of the sort of fields that are required for the template view. And that is just this landing.html. Then we just need to take this into our URLs, which is inside the DJ CRM folder, because we're using the landing page here. So I'm going to import the class-based view there. And the way that we use class-based views in our paths is by saying landing page view dot as view. And we have to call these brackets here to basically call the function which will allow this class to be used as a view for our paths. So if we save that and check the server is running, then we refresh here and we see that it works exactly as it did. Now the template view is just a very basic example, but there's a lot of other views that we can use to remove boilerplate code here as well. Now, before I show what these views are, it's important to understand an acronym called CRUD, and this stands for Create, Retrieve, Update, and Delete. And these are considered actions that you perform. So you create a model, you retrieve that model, you update it, and you delete it. They're actions. So you can also view web pages in that sense as well, that you have a create view, you have a retrieve view, an update view, and a delete view. And you can also then add a list view as well, which is what this lead list function does here. So all websites can really be categorized into this CRUD and maybe CRUD-L acronym, that every page is always going to fall under one of these sort of actions. Now, Django's generic views are also structured under this sort of principle. So you can see here that there's a list view that we can import. There's a detail view. There's an update view, a create view, and a delete view. And those are all of the actions that we saw here, which if we take a look at here is actually the exact same thing. We have a list view, a detail view, a create view, an update view, and a delete view. So really what we can do is we can convert all of these functions into classes, and we can see how much code we're going to remove by doing that. Now, each of these generic views has some unique functionality to it, so it might take time to understand each and every generic view completely, but most of them have the same sort of core functionality, such as the template name. That one you have to specify on most generic views. So let's go and do a generic view for the lead list here. So we'll create a class which we'll call the lead list view, and we're going to inherit from the generic views as well. So we'll import the list view because that's the functionality that we want for listing out objects. And all we have to do on a list view is we just have to specify firstly the template name. So we'll say template name equals to this template here. And then we just specify a query set. Now a query set is like the normal Django query sets, And you can see that here, that's exactly what this is. It's our leads query set. So we just specify this as the query set that we want to list in this template. And that's it. It'll be passed into the context and we'll actually already have access to it. Now, just to show you, I'm going to take this lead list view into our URLs here. So let's do it like this. So lead list view, and we're going to replace lead list there with lead list.as view. Okay. Now inside the lead list.html file, we were looping through leads, which is the context variable. But if you see here, we're not specifying any kind of context variable, whereas here we were. Now the list views automatically assign the context variable to be called object list. So that is the default key for our query set. So if we were to go to that lead list, we would have to replace this with object list, and it would work exactly the same way as this one was. So if we check that the server is running and we go to /leads, you can see that this still lists everything out. So we're just using the default configuration of the list view, but we can customize the context name by specifying context object name. And then we could specify this to be something more customized like leads. That way we don't need to change the variable in the template. We can just keep this as leads. And we can then check this, refresh here, and it still works perfectly fine. So that is what a class-based view does for list views. And of course, we can customize a lot more on here. There's a lot of methods and functionality available, but for just converting this into a class-based view, this is all we need to do. Then for a detail view, I'll actually just copy that there because it's going to be very similar, except now instead of inheriting from a list view, we inherit from a detail view. And this detail view, we'll then inherit there, and we'll say that this is the lead detail view. The template is going to be lead detail. The query set we need to pass in as well because we need to work with a specific model. The context object name we can call lead like we do here in the context. And that's it. It will automatically grab the lead based on the primary key passed in. So that's all we need to do. And we can then just take this view into the URLs. We will import it here and replace this with lead detail view.as view. And let's just check that the view is saved here. And cool, that's working there. So if we refresh here and go to this lead, then you can see it still works perfectly fine. Then for the lead create view, which is the next one here, again, I'm just going to copy this and paste it, and we'll call the next one the lead create view. And we're going to import the create view and make sure that we inherit from that in this view here. Specify our template. And for this, we don't need to pass a query set. We just need to pass the form class that we want to work with. So that's now one of the parameters we need, form class. And in this case, it's the lead model form because that's the form we're working with in this view here. We don't need any kind of context object name as we're just passing in the form over here. And all we want to do is specify a specific method for when the form is saved successfully. So that's going to be the get success URL, which just takes in self. And all we're going to do is return this here. So what we can do is we can say return leads like that. Now, the more correct way would be to use another function from Django, which is called reverse. And so we can import that from the shortcuts, reverse. And if we just go back here, so instead of returning a hard-coded path like this, we can say return a reverse, and we can pass in the name of the URL like we do in templates. We can say pass in lead list and just make sure we put the namespace before it. So leads and then lead list like that. And that works exactly the same way as how it does in the templates, like when we specify URLs like this. So it's the same sort of thing. And you can see that this is a lot shorter than having to do this. We're just specifying a template and a form and what to do when the form is submitted successfully. And you can customize all sorts of things on the create view as well. So we'll take this view into the URLs and import it here and change this to be lead create view. Check that's working, and it is. So let's go back to our leads. Let's go back there, create a new lead, and you can see the form is still there. So now we'll just enter test with new class-based view, age, let's say something that stands out, 49, and select our agent and hit submit. And there you go. You can see that it worked. And there's our latest one. And there's the age. And yep, so class-based view works. So that is the create view. Now let's do the update view. So again, we'll import the corresponding generic view, which is update view. Come all the way down and specify. Basically just going to copy this one here because it's almost the same, except now we inherit from the update view, and we're going to call this the lead update view. We just need to change the HTML. So lead update, same form and same success URL when we update it successfully. That looks like it's fine. Let's take this into the URLs, import that there, and specify this here. And now let's go back here, go to update details, and up. That's right. So we need a query set on the update view because it needs to filter the models based on exactly how the detail view works. So just like we have to pass a query set here, we need to pass a query set here. So let's add that there. Refresh here. And cool, we can see the form is being populated. So let's say this is now that, and we'll say submit, and there it is. Cool. So that's the update view working. Lastly, it's the detail, or rather delete view. So we'll bring that all the way down to the bottom. So class, and again, actually might as well just grab this. This is going to be lead delete view, which uses the delete view. We only need to pass in the query set. We don't need any kind of form. And I'll just fix that there. Delete view. Now for a delete view, it's also a template view. So in this case, we would need to provide it with a template. So let's just create one for this. We'll say lead delete.html. And also this requires a get success URL after the lead is successfully deleted. So let's just create this here. We'll just copy the lead create because it has a form. So this is going to be lead delete, and we're going to say delete, or rather, are you sure you want to delete this lead? And we'll keep all of that the same. So it's going to be a form which will be passed in by default because that's what the delete view does. It gives us a form to submit. And so then let's bring this into the URLs. Import that there. Lead delete view dot as view. And there we go. Let's come back here. Let's go to this there. Go to update. Click on delete. And it takes us to a new template now, and you can see this is the lead delete page. Are you sure you want to delete this lead? And there's just a submit button. That's it. That's all the form is. Hit submit, and you can see you get redirected back to the list view, and we see that that previous one is now deleted. So that is the delete view working, and we can see how little code we have to write in order to get this logic working. So all we've done is just use the generic views provided by Django, and really we're not writing a lot of Python code to achieve what we want to achieve. So those are class-based views. To make the imports a little bit better, what I tend to do is just say import generic and then get rid of all of that, because you tend to use a lot of generic views. And I'll just say generic dot create view or generic dot update view. So just like this. And like that. That's a little bit better. So those are class-based views. There are also some other ones, and you can go more in depth, but for what we're trying to achieve right now, this is good enough. So what we're going to do now is we're going to set up static files in our project. Basically, static files are just JavaScript, CSS, and images that are used throughout the project. And these files, they're called static because they never change. So the idea is that you would have all of your static files ready and sitting in one folder, and they're never going to change. So you're not going to change the CSS or the images while you're in production. They're just going to sit in this folder, and you're going to reference those files particularly in your templates. The way that we configure this is by going into our settings.py file, and if we just scroll down to the bottom, then you'll see we already by default had this static URL, and this is just the default setting for where your static files can be accessed. Now, it's a little bit easier to show once it's actually up and running. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to add some extra settings here. And the first one is going to be the static files DIRs, which stands for directories. And this is a list of paths that we want to include for the Django project to recognize as folders where our static files are going to be held. Now, I'm going to create a folder in here which we'll call static. So this static folder is where we could put all our files. And just so that we have one in there for now, I'm just going to add main.js, and this could be console.log main.js, anything you want. And you could add a CSS file as well. So maybe we have styles.css, and we'll just keep those files in there. Now we need to tell Django about this static folder, and we do that just in the same way as we did with telling Django about the templates folder. So if we take a look at how we did that, you can see here in our directory setting, we just had to do base_dir/templates. So we can do the same thing here for our static files dirs. So I'm going to paste that here, and you'll see we have base_dir/ and we just put static. And that's basically just going to tell Django about the folder. Now, we also need to specify another setting, which is the static root. And basically, this is the root folder of all of our static files once everything has been placed in one folder. Also, this will make more sense once you see how it works in action. But we basically just need to give this folder a name, and I'm just going to call this static_root. Okay, we'll see this folder in action in a second. Now we can take these settings into our root URL file here, but we need to import a couple things to make this work. So first we're going to import the actual Django settings module. And the way that we do that is by saying from django.conf import settings. So this is our settings module, and using that we can reference these variables like static URL, static files dirs, etc. But the ones we're interested in are the static URL and the static root. So if we come back over here, we're going to need to import some other things as well. So we're going to say from django.conf.urls.static import static like this. And this is a function that takes in two things. And so with that import, we can then add additional paths to our URLs patterns here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add another one here, and this is just going to be a static call, right? Now the prefix, which is a string, could be hard-coded here to be, for example, static like that, but we already have this configured in our Django settings here, which we've hard-coded as static URL. So using that, we can call settings.static URL, and then we can specify the document root, which is basically the folder of our static files that we want to have access in this path. And that is going to be the folder that we specified in the settings here as well, which is static root. So we can then set that equal to settings.static root. Now, typically you will not put this path inside the URL patterns like I'm doing right now, because what this is doing is it's saying that we should always reference the static files from within the project folder here. But in production, you're going to want to use a service like DigitalOcean Spaces or Amazon S3 to manage your static files. Basically what happens is when you deploy the project, all your static files get moved into your static file host provider. So that being like DigitalOcean Spaces or Amazon S3. So you upload all the files there, and in production you'll then reference that web server instead of referencing your own web server, and that's just a lot better. So instead of always adding the path in here, what we do is we check if our project is in debug mode. And the way that we do that is by using the debug variable here. So in our URLs, because we have access to the settings, we can just say if our settings.debug is true, so meaning we are in debug mode, then we're going to add an extra URL pattern in here. So we say URL patterns plus equals to this static call. And that'll basically then add the path inside this URL patterns. Now, because we're in local development, our debug mode is on, so we should be able to see the static files coming through. And one way we can test this is if we go into our browser over here and we go to /static, then we can put the name of the folder path to the file that we want to access. So in this case, we just have main.js and styles.css. There's no more folders to traverse. So if we want to access main.js, we can just say /main.js. And if you enter there, you can see here's the contents of that file. We could do the same thing for styles.css. So you could say styles.css. And because it's a blank file, then we're not seeing anything. But if you were to add a folder here, let's say it was JavaScript, which is typically what you'd want to do. You'd have CSS, you'd have images. So you'd have different folders for different files. Then I'm going to move those files into the respective folders. So if we wanted to access main.js now, then if I were to go main.js, you'll see it won't work. It's going to return a 404 because this path does not exist. Whereas now it's going to be /js/main.js. So if we execute that now, then you can see there's the file contents. So that is how referencing static files work. Now, the way that I'm hard coding it like this is not how we'll do it in the template. There's a much smarter way to do that. And I'm going to show you how we do that now. So if we go into one of our templates, let's do the base.html. Then I'm going to add a link here for our CSS file, and we're going to reference our styles.css file here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to import something in the template here, and you could view it as an import, but the syntax is load, and it uses these squiggly brackets, right? So we're loading in a module that lets us have access to a bunch of other commands, and this is the static module. So by loading static, you now have access to static files in your project, such as all of these files we've added here. Now, I'm going to add a link, and we're going to specify the href as a string, and inside the string, we're going to reference the static file by opening up the brackets again, and then the quotation marks, and then the percentage signs. So again, same sort of syntax, and then we say static. So just like here, you would say include or block, end block. This one is called static, and we can open up these single quotes to basically specify the file path that we want to access. So this is going to be from inside the static folder. So you won't put here static /, you're just going to go straight to the file path that you want. So in this case, we want the styles.css file. So it's going to be css/styles.css. So that file path is the file we want to access. And because it's a static command, this will get replaced by static CSS and then styles.css. So when we render this out, when Django renders this template, it's going to replace our static call here with this variable here. And then all we can do to just end this off here is to just specify the relationship, to specify this as a style sheet. So if we come back to our main here and refresh that, Then if we inspect and go to the head of the document, then there you can see the href has been replaced with styles.css. And we'll also see a network request for CSS, where we see there styles.css is a file being requested. And you can see the file path is localhost/static/css/styles.css. So exactly what we want. And you can do the exact same thing for scripts. So if we wanted to go to our scripts.html file, because maybe that's where we want to keep all the JavaScript, then we're going to need to do the same thing. We need to load it in again. So every template needs to have the module loaded into it. So we have to say load static, and then we can create a script tag and specify the source of the script to be a static call. And we're going to specify the path to be javascript/main.js. So it's very simple. So just like that, refresh here. If we go to console, we can see there's main.js being printed out because that is what we're logging out here. So that is how static files work, and that is how we configure it. As I mentioned earlier, in production, you're going to want to configure something like DigitalOcean spaces. For now, while we're in local development, we don't need to have that set up because we're going to be referencing the files from our local host. So now what I want to show you is how to send emails, and we're going to use the built-in email sender by Django. So this is not using any kind of third-party library. So what we'll do is we'll go into our leads views.py, and we're going to make use of our create view to send us an email whenever we create a new lead. So if we take a look at the create view class, which I just command clicked on like that, so you can see it's highlighted. If I click on that, it takes us to the actual source code. And I want to look at the base create view. And you'll see on there you have a post method and you have a get method. So the get method is used to handle a get request, and a post method is used to handle the post request. And I can keep going down this. So if I go to process form view, then you'll see that this process form view has a bunch of comments here, which tells us already what it does. So the get method, it renders a form on the get and it processes a form on post, right? So that's very important to understand. So it handles get requests in the get method and it handles post requests in the post method. Now, one of the things it does here is it calls form.isValid. And this form is grabbed by calling self.getForm. So this is just one of the another built-in method. So if the form is valid, then it calls the self.formValid method. And if it's not valid, then it calls self.formInvalid method. Now, we can make use of this formValid method to basically send the email, because if we're calling formValid, then we know that the form was a valid form, so meaning that our lead will be created. So what we can do is back over here, we can say define form valid, and this just takes in self and the actual form, and we'll just put a comment here to say send email, and then at the end of this we can say return a super call of our class here, pass in self and say .form valid, and then we just pass in the form in there. So basically what this means is we're going to do what we want to do here, and after we've done that, it's going to continue with what it was going to do in the usual form valid method. So we're just overriding this method to allow us to add something in between all of the processes. So what we want to do in this case is then send the email, and we're going to import a function from Django, which is the send mail function. So we're going to do this at the top. We'll say from Django.core.mail, which is another module from Django, and we're going to say import send mail. This is a function provided by Django, and if we take a look at the source code, then here's what that function looks like. So you can see it takes a subject, a message, from email, recipient list, and a whole bunch of other things here. We can also pass in an HTML message, so that'll then attach the HTML template as part of this email. Now we can also just send pure text emails, which is what I'm going to do for now. But it's relatively simple to make use of this function. So if we come back to our code here, then let's just come back here. We're going to say send mail, and we just need to pass it the arguments. So we're going to pass in the subject, which will just say a lead has been created. The message will just pass in as go to the site to see the new lead. And I'll just bring this on a new line there. And we can see the recipient list, and we can see the from email. Now the from email, if I'm not mistaken, if you just go back to this function, from email will by default be the default from email in the Django settings. Auth user is going to be by default email host user, which we also set in the settings. And then same thing for auth password. Now, normally if you were using an email provider such as Mailgun or SendGrid, then you would configure your email host provider's details in the settings. But for now, we're just going to make use of Django as the source that will send the emails. So from email, I'm just going to specify as test@test.com because we're not authenticating this. And then recipient list, I'm also just going to specify as, let's say, test2@test.com. Then I'm just going to make sure that the server's running here. And if we come back to our site here and go to leads and then create a new lead, then once we submit this form, it's going to go through the form valid method and it will send the email and then redirect us to this leads list. So let's add test with email, add an age, hit submit, and you'll see connection refused. Now this is perfectly normal. There is supposed to be an error in this case, and I wanted to bring it up just to show you if you ever get this error. Basically what it's saying is that the connection refused because our credentials are not necessarily correct and we're trying to authenticate with an actual email provider. But because we're in local development mode, we don't need to be working with a provider. When we're in production, we absolutely will want to do that. But for now, what we can do is make use of a Django setting, which if I just come here to the top to just close this and go into DJ CRM, if we go to settings, we can configure the email backend. And basically what that backend does is it tells Django how to send emails or with what sort of sender to use. And we can basically use a backend that just logs the emails to the terminal. So I'm going to do this at the bottom. I'm going to say that the email backend equals to, and this is just going to be django.core.mail.backends and then .console, right? So the console being the terminal, .email backend. Now by default, what's actually configured is SMTP. So what SMTP is a protocol to send emails. And if we were using SMTP, we would have to configure this with our SMTP credentials, which you would get when you sign up with SendGrid or Mailgun or other providers. But because we don't want to use our provider, we just want to log them out to the console. We can just say .console. And then if we just try this again, so I can actually refresh here, you'll see we get redirected. And if we come back here and just open this up, then you'll see we actually get it logged out to the terminal here. So you can see here's the entire email. So you can see the content type, which is just a text file. You can see the subject, which is a lead has been created, the from email to email, and you can see it doesn't actually matter. We're just logging it to the terminal, so it's not validating any of this. You see the date, you can see here's the actual content in the email, which is the message we provided. So go to the site to see the new lead. And so that is how we can send emails. Now again, in production, we'll want to configure the email backend to use the SMTP details. But for now, this is good for testing.
So what we're going to do now is we're going to implement authentication, and we're going to use the built-in authentication provided by Django. Now, I'm going to show you just briefly some of the source code behind what we're going to be using,
just so that you can, in your own time, go and look through it to see what all the views actually do and all the forms that are associated with those views, because that'll really help kind of illuminate what's going on with authentication. So what you can do is you can open up your environment and go into bin and go to the library for your Python version, into your site packages, into Django, and you specifically want to go into the contrib folder to Auth, and inside Auth, this is the module for all the authentication logic. So we're going to look at the views.py, which is this file here, and so there's quite a few views in here. The first one here is the login view, which is probably the most important one to go through because it explains how a user is logged in, and there's a form associated with this view so that you have to submit your email and your password or your username and password in order to log in. There's a log out view where it basically just asks you to confirm that you want to log out. And then there's a password reset done, confirm, password change view. So there's quite a few views here that are built in that we can just take and use for our own purposes. And so I'll show you a little bit of the login view here. There's quite a lot going on here, so don't be too worried if you don't understand everything. It does take time to understand all the aspects, especially of class-based views. What's happening here is we're inheriting from the form view, which, if you take a look here, is being imported over here. So from django.views.generic, and it's importing this form view, which is another generic view. And that just allows us to specify a form, very similar to the create and update view, except it's not tied to a model. So you can basically use the form to do whatever you want. And in this case, it's quite handy because you don't want to create or do anything. You just want to log the user in. So you'll see that there's all these methods here are used to handle this process of logging the user in. So you'll see get context data, which is another method to basically add context to the HTML template in the same way that the render method does. So we add context here, and you can see there's like the site that you're currently on. So that would be like the name of your site. That would be passed into the template. You can see get the form valid method, which is basically what we used now to send the email. Same thing here. It's calling this auth login function, which basically creates a session and actually logs the user in. And this only gets executed if the form was submitted successfully. So then you have some other methods like the getForm keyword args, the getForm class, and these are both to do with the actual form for populating the form with more information. And then the get success URL, which we've seen basically redirects after the form is submitted. And this also uses the get redirect URL, which is just a custom method that was added on in this case. So that's most of the methods that have been added on here. The other one, which is quite important to understand, is this dispatch method. You might see this sometimes. Basically, this method is also a built-in method, and this gets executed before every request. So this is one of the first, if not the first, methods that gets executed, and it's a good way of overriding the view and making sure that you call something before the view logic is actually executed. And so in this case, all it's doing is it's checking if the user is being redirected too many times. So hence causing a redirect loop. So that's what's going on here. So that is what the login view has underneath the hood. And you'll see that the form class has been specified as this authentication form, which you can also find here in the forms.py. So if you open that up, then there's quite a few forms in here. So if we just do that, then you can search for the authentication form. And if you take a look at this, you can see the fields that have been added onto this form. So this is just a normal Django form. It's not a model form because it's not associated with a model. And it just takes a username and it takes a password. And then there's a clean method, which is used to validate the fields. I know there's quite a few new things here that we haven't covered, but basically this validates the data. Then these are all custom methods that have been added on just to handle the authentication. And so this form is then what we specify in the view to actually have rendered in the template. Now, you'll see here that it's pointing to this registration folder /login.html. And if we go into templates here inside the auth folder, then you'll see there's a registration folder and there's no template inside there. So we need to basically write this template ourselves. So we need to create that in our project in order to actually use this. So what we can do is we can go into our templates and create this folder, which is going to be registration. And then inside registration, we're going to create another file, which is login.html. And I'm basically just going to make it extend from the base file. So we need both the block and the extend. So we'll paste that there. And then we'll just say end block content. And in here, we're going to add our form, which is going to be the actual login form. So we're going to specify the method as post. We're going to add a CSRF token because of the method being post. We're going to add a button, which will just say login. And we're going to need to add our form as well. So let's do form.asp to make it as a paragraph. And I should also specify this as type submit. Okay. So that is our form. We have the correct folder and file name, and we can run our server. And then last thing we need to do is we need to actually use the view. So we saw the view in the source code, but we're not actually making use of it. So let's go into our DJ CRM folder to the urls.py, and we're going to import the login view here. So we're going to say from django.contrib.auth.views import the login view, right? So that's the class that we just took a look at over here. So we're going to make use of this, and we're going to create a path, which is going to be, let's do /login, and it's going to be loginView.asView because it's a class-based view, and we'll specify the name as login so that we can then use this name in the templates. So like that, we can now come over here and we can go to /login, and you can see now it renders out this template. We get a username, a password, and this login button. Since we have a super user, we should be able to use this to log in. So I'm going to add my username there and password. And if we hit login, then in case you do it incorrectly, you get an error message here. And while it's not styled and it doesn't look great, you can at least still see it there. So if we try this again, now you see I get redirected after submitting the form, which means I am logged in, and we get redirected to this /accounts/profile. And this is the default redirection, but what we can do is we can specify in our settings.py the login redirect URL, and I want this to take us to /leads, so that once we log in, we'll be taken straight to our leads here. Now, we can also display whether we're logged in or not in the templates, and this is really convenient. So if we go to templates and we go to our navbar, then right here we have our login button, but we don't want to show that if we already are logged in. So, and same thing for the sign up button as well. So what I'll do is I'll say if request.user.is authenticated, then we will not show any of this. I'm just going to put the end if at the bottom here. So we'll say else. So if we're not authenticated, we show this. And if we are authenticated, then we'll just say something like request.user.username to actually show that we're logged in. So we could say you are logged in, like that. And the href here for the login button can now be set to a Django URL because we've specified the name for it. So if we just do it like that, then this is going to be login because we're just referencing the name here. So login. And so if we come back and refresh this here, then we can see you are logged in as Matt in this case. And we probably don't want to show sign up either. So I'll do the same thing. We'll say if not request.user.is authenticated, and if. So this will only show if we are not authenticated. And there we go. Now, we also probably want to add the login button here. So what we can do is we can copy and paste that there. And I'll just tab this in. We'll say log out. And we'll just need to add the view that handles that. But I'll just leave that there for now. So if we refresh this, we have log out. And I'll probably also just add some margin so it's not too tight there. Okay. Maybe we could say logged in as, like that. Okay. So to now add the logout view, we'll go back to our URLs and we'll import the logout view that we saw from the source code as well. So logout view, and we'll add another path here, just like the login view, which is going to be to /logout, and that's going to use the logout view, and we'll specify the name as logout, and then in the template in the nav bar, we can specify another URL where the name is logout. So refreshing that, if you click logout, then we can see in this case we got redirected to this logout here on the Django admin. But if we were logged in as a different user, this would probably look a little bit different. So what we're going to do now is implement the sign up view so that we can actually create a new user. And if you saw in the source code, there isn't any kind of sign up view. So we're going to need to do this ourselves. So I'm just going to close some of this, and I'm going to go into our Leads app just because this is the only app we have for now. I'm going to go to views, and I'm going to do this right at the top here. So we're going to create a view which we'll call the sign up view, and we're going to make use of a create view because we want to actually create a new user. So this is going to inherit from the generic module, and we're going to call generic.createView. Now, in order to use the create view, we need to specify a few things. If we just remind ourselves from over here, we need a template name, we need a form class, and we need a get success URL method as well. So I'm just going to copy all of that and we'll paste it there. The template name is going to be registration / and we'll just do signup.html. So we'll create that in here, signup.html. And we'll just take all the contents of login.html and paste it here. And then we'll just say sign up there instead. So then back here, we need to have the correct form class. And once we are successfully signed up, we don't want to be automatically logged in. We'll probably want to be redirected to the login view. So I'll just say reverse to login. The form class will need to change now. And luckily, Django also provides us with a user creation form, which we can import from the authentication module. So we can say from django.contrib.auth.forms. All right, so if we just take a look at forms, then we can see here's this user creation form. And if you take a look at some of the fields here, you'll see we have a password field, password 2, and probably most importantly, this is a model form. So that means that it's associated with an actual Django model. And in this case, if we look at the class meta, the model is specified to be the user model. And that user model is imported here from Django's contrib.auth.models, which is this user model here. So that is the class that it's using to actually create the model. And it's also specifying fields, which is a tuple or list of fields you want to display. And in this case, it's doing username. So this form should have username, password 1, and password 2 to sign up. So that's the form that we're going to use in our view. So if we close that, we can just say from forms import user creation form and specify that as the form class on our signup view. Then we can take the signup view into our URLs, which I just need to come to the top here. So inside DJ CRM, we're going to bring this here, and we'll say the path here, like the login view, is sign up. So let's do sign up, and this is going to be signupview.asView, where the name is sign up as well. And then we can take that into the templates, into navbar, and we can make sure we have an href here that is a URL, and we'll specify the name as sign up. So now if we refresh this, let's just see here, cannot import name sign up view from Django contrib.auth.views. Let's just double check. Oh, right, because this is being imported from Django, we need to say from leads.views. And there we go. Right, so going back here, if we refresh this and click on sign up, it takes us to the sign up page, which has a username, a password, and you see all the stuff outputted here for the form. So we have a password confirmation for the password as well, and you can see a little bit of information here that the password can't be too similar, must contain at least 8 characters, can't be commonly used, and can't be entirely numeric. So let's go and do test user, enter your password, hit sign up, and let's see, manager isn't available. So it says here auth.user has been swapped for leads.user. And this is because when we looked at the source code, let's just bring that up again, or we can just go to sign up view, go to the user creation form. And here, so the user for this form, or the model for this form, is specified particularly to be the built-in Django use model. Whereas what we want to do is we want our model for this form to be our own custom model, which we've already set up for the project. So what I'm going to do is, I'm just going to close all of this, is I'm going to use the user creation form, and I'm going to create our own form. And the only difference is that it's going to specify our own user model here. So let's take this form here, and I'm going to go into our forms.py in the leads app, and I'm going to say from Django contrib.auth.forms import the user creation form, and we're going to create our own form here, which we can call our custom user creation form, which inherits from the default user creation form. And we're just going to specify the class meta, just like it does here. So we basically could copy this entire bit of code here, because we're just going to override it. And the user is going to be the user from our models. So we could either import it like this, or we could say from django.contrib.auth import get user model, and specify user as get user model. And then now we are specifying our own user model instead of the default one from Django. So like that. Then this username field we'll also need to import from there as well. So you can see it there, username field, right? And if we take a look at this, just save that, then we see that's running perfectly fine. So I'm going to take our custom user creation form into the views and import that here. And we can get rid of the default one from Django and specify this now as the form class. So we're now making use of our own custom one that uses our own model. So if we were to come back to the sign up page and try another user, then let's see, password is too common. Okay, let's try a different password. And cool, so we get redirected to the /login URL, which means that the form was submitted. So let me go and log in as the admin user now. and I'm going to go to the admin. So we're logged in. Go to users, and you'll see you now have a new user, which is the one that you just created. And you can see there's the password that's been set and that they are active. So if I were to just log out of here and we go back here, go to login, and we log in now as the test user. Then I've got the wrong password there. There we go. So I get logged in, and now you can see here logged in as test user 1. If I click log out, then, okay, so it still takes us to the Django admin side, showing us that we are logged out. But that is authentication in a nutshell. There's still some other things that we can implement here, like password reset. So if you were to go to login, and maybe we have a link here that takes us to password reset, and you could also make use of the provided password reset view that's built in with Django. But for now, this is what we wanted to achieve. So now we're able to actually log in and create new users. So now we're going to cover how to write tests in Django, and we're going to do this inside the Leads app. Now here you'll see that we have a tests.py file, and this came by default when we created the app earlier on. And basically we write all of our tests inside this file. It's not the only convention. I'll show another way of how you can organize your tests. Otherwise you just have all your tests in one file, and that can get pretty long. But essentially Django will look inside this tests.py file, and it will execute all of the tests that we write here by default. So you can see Django has an import here, which is from django.test, and it's importing this test case. And this is what we use to write tests. It's not the only thing we can use, but for getting started, this is a good use case. So the way that we write tests is very similar to the way that we've done models and forms. We create a class, and we could call this our, let's say, homepage test, and we just inherit from the test case. Now on the test case, there are a bunch of methods that we have access to, and I'm going to explain what these methods do, but do be aware that testing is an entire subject on its own, and you can get really in-depth and very focused on testing. I'm not going to go too in-depth. I'm just going to give you enough to illustrate the point of how you can write tests and some of the common things that you'll want to do. This homepage test is basically going to test that our view here for the landing page, maybe we should just rename it to landing page test, is basically going to test this view, make sure that it renders the right template, make sure that it returns an HTTP 200 status code so that it's a successful request, and we can do a whole bunch of other things. So let's copy this landing page name here, and I'm just going to change this to landing page test. Okay. Now, for now, what we need to know is that if you create a method on this class, or any class that is a test class from Django, if you create a method that starts with test, then it will execute this method as a single test. So for example, if I said test status code and just said self, and we did some sort of test here, right? So some sort of test, this method will be its own test. And if we had another method that was, let's say, test template name, then this would be another test. So Django would execute 2 tests on this particular test case. And it's all because of the convention of naming your methods with this test naming. So when we create these methods, the self keyword gives us a bunch of functionality that we have access to, and we can call different sort of tests. So let's start with this testing the status code. What we want to do is we want to make a request to the, not the URL here, but to our landing page URL, which is this path. We want to basically request it and test the response that came back from this URL. So the way that we make requests is by making use of something on our self keyword. So Django gives us access to what is called the client. So if I call self.client here, this is basically a way of sending requests. We use the client, and it's very similar to the requests package. So if you've ever worked with requests and you say import requests and you do requests .get, then you could pass in the URL and send a GET request, or you could do a POST request. So it's very similar to how you work with requests. You call self.client, and you can call also .get, and you just pass the path in there, or you could say .post, or you could say put. So you can send different HTTP methods as part of the request. Now we just want to do a GET request, and we're going to pass in the path here, but I'm not going to hard code it. We could just do hard coded / like that, but I want to make use of Django's URL functionality. So we could just call reverse like that and just pass in the name of the URL, which is landing page, which we can see over here, landing page. Now we need to import reverse. So I'm going to say from Django.shortcuts import reverse. And that way then we're not hard coding it. So at least we're using the name of the URL. And we can save this as a response. So this response object will then have a bunch of properties like the HTML that was received in the response, as if you were going to the browser, the same sort of thing. You'll get the HTTP status code, you'll get all kinds of other information. So what we can do is we can say print response.content, and we will see what that does. And I'm just going to comment out the second method here. And if we bring up the terminal, what we do when we want to run tests is very simply just using the manage.py file again. So we're running another command, and this is python manage.py test. Now what that'll do is it'll look through all of our apps, which in this case we only have one, which is the Leads app. And it's going to go and by default look inside tests.py. And this file in this case does have a class that inherits from test case. So it'll look at this class and recognize that any method on here with the test naming convention will be executed as a test. So let's just go and execute that. And you'll see an output here in the console. So you see ran one test in 0.021 seconds. Okay. And then destroying test database. And there's a whole bunch of other stuff here. If I scroll up just above the content, which you can see as the HTML, then you'll see that it created a test database for the alias default. So just a test database to actually execute the tests on. And once it's finished with all the tests, then it deletes that database. So in this case, our test passed, so we can see okay. And we did run that one test. But we didn't actually check anything. We didn't actually check whether something is correct or incorrect. All we did right now is just print out the content just so you can see that this is what the content is on the request. Now, there are other properties on this response object, and one of them is the status code. Now, the status code is if it's successful, if it is a successful GET request, we should see 200, which means that it's okay. And we want to make sure that it always is okay. So we can then call self.assert equal, and this takes two arguments. The first thing that you're expecting, which is the response status code, and then the actual value that we want to see, which is in this case 200. Now, this will basically compare the response status code with 200, and if it's not equal to 200, we're going to get an error, and it's going to say that this test did not pass. So this is the way that we'll ensure that this page always returns a status code of 200. So if we just bring up the terminal again and we run test, then you can see ran one test and it was successful. So we know that we are receiving a status code of 200. We can also do other things like check the name of the template. So we could say assert template used. And this is basically going to take in the response. So that's the first argument, the actual HTTP response. And then the template name that we want to compare with, which if we take a look at the view, we should see landing.html is the name of the template. So we just put there landing.html. Save that, rerun that, and we see, okay. So both of those tests are, or assertions rather, are evaluating to true, so we know that this test is passing. And so just to prove that this is a second test, what we can do is we could move this into over here, but now we need to make another request, so we'd have to just make the request there again, and execute this, and we see ran 2 tests and OK. Now, in this case, because I'm running this request twice, it's not really optimal. So we'd prefer to just do that and keep it in one test. And we could say test get, for example, test the get request. And like that, then just keep everything inside one test. And it's a little bit more optimized. So that is how we write tests in Django. Now, I said I would show you another convention of structuring your tests. And I prefer to do this as well because then you're set up for when the project gets a little bit bigger. So inside your app, you can create a new folder called tests. And inside the tests folder, we first are just going to create an init.py file, and we can close that. And I'm going to move our tests.py into that folder, but I'm going to rename it to test views.py. So this convention of test underscore and then the name of whatever sort of concept you want to test, in this case views, means that this file is going to be specifically used for testing views. Then we could have another file here for, let's say, test forms.py, and here we would write tests that specifically test out our forms. So like this, Django will actually look inside your tests folder. It'll also do this by default, and it will pick up all of these test underscore files like that. So you don't have to configure this anywhere. Django will pick this up by default, and we can run the tests again to make sure, and it does execute them as well. All right, so at this point, we have done quite a lot of basic Django. We understand how Django works. And so now we're going to actually start building out really the features that we want the CRM to have. So first, let's just make sure that the server is running. So we'll run the server. And then if we come here, what we want to do is we want to firstly restrict the leads to be only displayed when we're logged in. So right now we can see that I'm just going to leads and I can see it without being logged in. The second is that once we're logged in, we want to see the leads that relate to the specific user that we're logged in as. So you would imagine that once you log in and you create a new lead, that lead belongs to your profile. So if there were many people logged into the site, they only see what they've created or what they've added to their profile. And we'd also want to restrict creating a new lead and updating a new lead to also be that we have to be logged in. So all of this information here should only be shown if we are logged in. So that's what we're going to handle now. Now, if we go back to the code, this can all be solved relatively easily using something provided by Django. So if we go to the leads views, then if we just zoom out a little bit here, and I'm just going to close some of these here. So I'm going to hit Command K and then Command 0, which will then close all of this. So we have a nice overview. Some of these views we can actually restrict to require the user to be logged in. And this is where the concept of mixins comes in. And mixins are basically like arguments that we add into the inheritance of classes. So like here, we're only inheriting from one class. But if we wanted to inherit from a second class, then we start adding more functionality for our sign-up view to inherit from. And Django has these mixins that basically give us that. So the mixin that we're going to use is a login required mixin, which basically will first check if the user is logged in. And if they're not, it's going to redirect them to the login page. So what we can do is we can import this. We'll say from django.contrib.auth.mixins, import the login required mixin. So if I go to see the source code for this, you can see basically it verifies that the current user is authenticated, and it has this dispatch method, which we've seen before. Basically, this is the first method that gets called when Django uses this view to handle a request. And all it's doing is it's checking if not request.user.isAuthenticated, then it's going to handle or call this handle no permission method, which comes from the access mixin. So if I just go to that, then handle no permission will basically either raise a permission denied error or it will redirect you to login. So it's one of those two. And this access mixin is what the login required mixin inherits from, the permission required mixin inherits from. So there's a whole bunch of mixins you can use. So we're going to use this one, and all you need to do to make use of it is basically just pass it in as the first argument that or not argument, but the first class that you inherit from. So for example, with the lead list view, if we come over here and we add login required mixin, you got to make sure that it's first, because that makes sure that it's called first. Then like that, we can come back over here. Let's go to leads, and you see now we get redirected to this account /login, and you can see this parameter $next, which means once you log in, it'll redirect you back to where you were trying to access. So that's how we can restrict access to views, and we want to do this to basically all of the views that access this lead information. So the lead detail view, the lead create view, lead update view, and lead delete view as well. That way we can't go around accessing without being logged in. And I'm also going to change the redirect URL here to be the correct one, which should be login, because this is where our login form is. So if we go to our settings, which I just need to close a couple things here, go to settings.py, we can specify the login URL, which is going to be /login. And then if we go to leads, now you can see it redirects us to /login, and then we have that next parameter. So if I were to log in now you see it redirects me back to leads there. Now, one of the more important aspects is making sure that we show the information particularly for the user that's logged in. So if we go to our models in the leads app, then we can see we have this lead and we have an agent. And so we want a way for all of our leads and our agents to be kind of managed under a single profile or portfolio, however you want to manage all of it together. So how I would imagine this to work is that you would log in, you would see all of the agents under your organization or profile, and you could add another agent just by adding their email, and then that person could log in with that email as an agent, and you can add leads to the system, and you can manage the leads and agents as we've been doing already. Now, the trick here is that we have to link these models to a specific user profile. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a user profile model, and that's going to be linked to a user. Then what we're going to do is we're going to link each agent back to its parent user profile so that it is governed under that same user profile. So what we can do is we'll create here a user profile model, which will just inherit from models.model. And we're going to associate a user, which is also going to be a one-to-one field. So if a user creates an account, they only have one profile. They can't have multiple profiles. And we'll get all of their first name, last name details from the actual user model, so we don't need to add any of that. And this is really all we need to do. We just have the string method, which we can say return self.user.username, and we can get rid of that. And the user profile we can then link here on the agent. So we can say the user profile, or if you want to call it organization, just to be a little bit more descriptive that an agent belongs to an organization. We say that this is a foreign key. So we're basically allowing multiple agents to link to the same organization. And this is going to be the user profile model. And then we just need to specify the onDelete keyword, which I'm going to say is cascade as well. So that being that if the user profile is deleted, then all the agents for that profile will be deleted as well. And so like this, we can try and make migrations to create the changes. And you'll see that it's asking for one sort of default right now because there are existing rows in the database, and how will Django know how to fill those existing rows since we're adding a new field here. Now we can try and add a default. So I'll just add something like 1 or 2, just a number so that it can take that as the foreign key value, but it's probably going to give us an error because we don't actually have any existing user profiles. So if I run migrate, and you'll see here it says the row in table with primary key 1 has an invalid foreign key to an organization that doesn't exist. So what I'm going to do to basically resolve this is I'm going to delete the SQLite database, and I'm going to rerun our migrations. So we'll say manage.py migrate, and that creates all of the migrations in the database again. And now we just need to go and fill our database with users and information again. So I'll start by creating a super user so we can log in, and then we can run the server. Then if we refresh here, we'll be logged out because that user doesn't exist anymore. So I will now log in as my new user. And of course we don't have any leads now because they're all deleted. So if we were to create a lead, then we would need to specify the agent, but we don't have any agents. So this also shows that we'll probably want to add some functionality to create agents. And we'll also need to create our own user profile, because right now, even though we've specified the foreign key here, or the one-to-one field and the relationship here, this doesn't mean that a user profile was created. So if we were to go to the admin, then we can see user profile isn't actually here yet, so we should actually register that. So if we go to admin and import the user profile, then we can just copy that one and say register user profile. And then if we go to user profiles, we don't have any, so we would want to create a user profile for our new user. But doing this manually is not going to work. We need to have a user profile created automatically, and that's what we're going to do next. So to create a user profile automatically, we're going to make use of something from Django, another set of tools that makes communicating events very easy. So this is called using Django's signals. So signals are basically events that are fired when certain actions take place. And Django has a lot of built-in signals that allow you to take those signals and basically do things when they happen. So we're going to go into our leads models.py, and we're going to create a signal here that's going to listen for the event when a user is created. And what we're going to do when the user is created is we're going to create a corresponding user profile. So we'll import from the top here. We'll say from django.db.models.signals import, and you'll see there's quite a few signals that you can import. Now we're going to make use of the post save signal, and this is called after the save is committed to the database. So there's basically two signals here, pre-save and post-save. So pre-save is the first time that the save method is called, but that save method doesn't necessarily commit the data to the database. So this is if you want to include any new information right before it's committed to the database, whereas this is called right after it's committed to the database. So it depends on which one you want to go with, but we're going to go with the post-save, and this means that we're going to listen for once the user is actually created in the database. And what we do is we can create a function at the bottom which will be called once this post-save signal is sent. So we'll create a function here which we will just call our post user created signal, and let's just say pass for now. And this function, basically what we're going to do in this function is we're going to create a user profile. Now we want to call this function when we receive the post save event. So the way that we do that is by taking the signal, and the signal has a method on here which is called connect. Now connect takes in the name of the function you want to call, which is this function, and we just need to specify the sender. The sender is basically the exact model that is sending the event. So in this case, the model that's sending the event is the user model, because so basically what that'll do is once the user model, specifically the user model, is saved, Django will send out the post save signal, and we are basically listening for that and connecting to that signal and saying once we receive the event, we want to use this function to handle that event. Now, the event that gets sent to us gives us a bunch of parameters that we can work with. And the first one is the actual sender, which we're not going to make use of, but it's the first argument, so we've got to pass in sender. Then the second argument is the instance, and the instance is the actual model that was saved. So our user instance is being sent to us. And then we also get the created argument, which basically tells us whether or not the model was created. So we'll see that in a second. And then I'm going to pass in keyword arguments, which basically just captures all the rest of the other arguments if there are any. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to print the instance here, and we'll already be able to see this being printed out just in the console. And I'm just going to go to the Django Admin to show as an example how the event is received. So if we go to our users in the admin, and we just go to the any user really, and you just hit save, then what we've done here is we've actually saved to the database. And if you come back here in the console, you'll see that the username gets printed out, which is the string method of the instance. So what's happened here is we actually saved, and even though we didn't change anything, we still sent it to the database, and Django committed it to the database. And once that commit was finished, Django calls the post save signal, which then in turn uses our function, taking in all of these arguments. And one of those arguments is the instance, which we're then retrieving over here. So this tells us what user was actually saved. And using that value, the value of the instance, which is the user, we can then go ahead and create the user profile for that specific user. Now, I'm also going to print out here the created value, which is basically true or false. So this tells us whether or not this was the moment the user was created. And as you can see, I just went over here and I hit save. So if I hit save again, then you'll see false because we didn't create the user, we just saved it. So Django is telling us that no, this wasn't the moment the user was created, it was just saved. So if I were to add another user here and just add any kind of random data to this here and specify a test username, hit save, come back here, you'll see in the console test, which is the name, and then true, because I just created this user, it's a new user. So we're going to be listening to see if the user was created, and only if the user was created will we then create their corresponding user profile. So we don't want to do this every single time. We don't want to just listen for when the user is saved. We want to know specifically when they were created. So we're going to say if created, then we're going to say user profile dot objects. So using the object manager dot create, right, to create a new user profile. And this only takes one argument, which is the user. And that's going to be the instance that we're retrieving in the signal. So like that, if we come back here and if I just save this one again, right, it's the same model. So we shouldn't see any user profile created. If I just open this in another tab, right, so we don't see tests there. But if I go back and I create another user, and let's do this one, test2, and just give that and that, and let's go back to user profiles here, and I hit save, right? So this is a new user. I'm creating a new user with the username test2, and we hit save, and we come back and refresh this, then there you can see is test2. And that's because all of this condition was true, so it was a new user, so it created a new user profile, and there's our user profile. So that is how you use signals in Django, and it's really powerful because you can listen to all kinds of events, and you can actually create your own events as well. So if you want to send signals when something happens, and then you can trigger different events and different functions when those events happen. And so using that, we're now able to automatically create our own user profile. One of the things I mentioned was that we wanted to create agents as well. So we'll add a link here that takes us to our agents, and we could start with just listing out the agents and basically doing exactly like what we've done with the leads by listing them, retrieving, creating, updating. So we're going to add a whole bunch of views to start managing agents. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new app here, which is going to be for our agents. So I'll just bring this up here, and I'm going to say Python manage.py start app, which we'll call agents. So that's going to add our new app here. Then we just need to go into the settings and register the app in our installed apps. Okay. Then I'm also going to go and create a urls.py inside agents so that we can specifically manage the URLs in here. So we'll say URL patterns equals to a list, which will just be empty for now. I'll set the app name to be agents, and we can say from Django.urls import path just for now. And then we can go into our DJ CRM, into the URLs, and just like how we're including the leads URLs, I'm going to do the same thing here for agents, which is going to include agents.urls, and the namespace is going to be agents as well. Okay, so now we can manage the URLs from inside the agents app, and we're going to start with just a normal list view. So we can say from Django.views import generic, and we're going to create our class-based view here, which is going to be the agent list view, which is going to be a generic list view. And we'll also want to make sure it's login required. So we'll say from Django.contrib.auth.mixins import the login required mixin, and then we can add that here as the first argument. So for this, and I'm just going to go into Zen mode here as well, so toggle that, and we'll just make this a little bit bigger. So we want to specify the template name because this is a list view. So I'm going to do this as agents/agentlist.html. Okay. And for a list view, we also need to specify the query set. So we could first either hard code it as query set like this, or we could specify the get query set method, which takes in self. And here we're going to return a query set of agent models or agent instances. So first we need the agent model. So we're going to import that from the leads app. So from leads.models, import agent. And then here we're going to say return agent.objects. And for now we can say .all, just so that we have a query set. And so then this agent list view, we can then bring into our URL patterns here. So we'll say from .views import agent list view. And this is going to be a path that's going to be empty for now because this is just like the leads app. The first URL is just empty. So if you go to /agents, it takes you to the list view. And we're going to do agent list view.asView, where the name is agents. Okay. So if we just run the server, then we could come over here. And if we go to agents, then we'll see we don't have the template. So we can now go and create the template, which is going to be inside our agents app. So first we create the folder called templates. Then we create another folder called agents. And inside there, we'll create agent list.html. And this is going to extend from our base.html file. And then we'll create a block called content. And then in here, we'll just first put an h1 tag and say, here are our agents. And we can loop through all of our agents. So we can say for agent in object list, which is the default context name for the query set, then N4, and I'm just going to do agent dot, if we just check the model here, inside leads, it's the user, so we'll do dot user dot username. Okay. And then like that, if we come back and refresh here, then let's just see. And okay, so I just need a little bit of a refresh in the server. Here are agents, and we don't have any agents, so I'll take the code from the lead list file. So if we go here and go to lead list, and I just want to zoom out a little bit here, and we can actually exit that. So all of this code here I'll use to create the list of agents that we have. So we'll just take that and we will paste that inside the block of content. So this, and instead of looping through our leads, we will loop through agents and render that there. So just get rid of that. So this is going to be agent.user.username, and we should also say agents like that. Okay. Coming back, and there we go. So now instead of this showing create a new lead, we wanted to say create a new agent. So let's just search for that there, create a new agent. Okay. So let's go back to our views.py inside the agents model or agents app, and we can do the agent create view. This is also going to be login required, and we're going to use the generic create view. The template name is going to be very similar. It's going to be agents/agent create.html. And for this, we need a form. So we'll need to define that form class. And for now, I'm just going to set it to none, just so that it's defined. And we also need the get success URL. So we add that there, which just takes self. And I'm going to return a reverse, which takes us back to the agent list. So this is going to go to agents and then agent list. Then we can import this reverse call from Django.shortcuts. So import reverse. And now we just need to go and create the form. So we're going to create this form inside our agents app. So inside agents, we'll create forms.py, and we'll say from Django import forms. We'll also import the lead model, or the agent model rather. So from leads.models, import agent. We'll create our own agent model form, which is going to be forms.model form. And we're going to specify the class meta. So model is the agent, and the fields is basically the user. Because if we take a look at the model, it's only the user that we want to specify. Now, the organization is not a field we want to show on the form, because the organization is something we're going to pre-populate ourselves. It's always going to be the user that's logged in. That's the organization. So we don't want to pass it into the form, because then they could just specify any user's organization. So let's take this form and import it here. So from.forms, import agent model form, specify that as the form class here. And then we need to go and create the agent create.html file. So we'll do that there. New file, agent create.html. And very similar to the template here, I'll grab the lead create, just copy all of that, paste this here. We'll say go back to agents, and this is going to take us to agents, agent list, create a new agent, just like that. So if we come over here, then let's go create a new agent. And Oh, this is taking us to leads, so we need to just fix that in our agent list.html. So this needs to take us to agents and then agent create. Okay. And let's just see, we don't actually have it in the URLs yet. So we got to import agent create view and add another path here, which is going to go to create. And this should actually be agent list and agent create. Yeah. Okay. Right, come back here, refresh this. If we click on, well, we don't have any paths going to agents, but if we click on create a new agent and we go back to agents, then that's working. And so to create a new agent, we basically just specify the model or the user. So if we specify Matt and we hit submit, then this is going to give us an error because we're not passing in the organization. So what we need to do in the agent create view is we need to basically override the form valid method and pass in the organization as it's requiring here. So I'm going to say define form valid, which takes in self and the form that we're using. And right at the end, we'll always call super, which is going to take in the class and self. And then we call form valid and pass in the original form. But in between here, we want to basically call form.save, right? So we're saving the form, but we want to pass in the organization. Now, what you can do is you can say the instance, which in this case is the agent. So you could say agent equals form.save, and you can say commit equals false so that it doesn't save it directly to the database immediately. So commit means don't commit it to the database, but we're keeping it in a Python object so we can still work with it. And then we can basically assign the organization to the agent from here. So we can say .organization, which if we take a look at the model here again, the agent has this organization field, and we need to specify the value as a user profile. So coming back here, .organization equals to, and this is going to be the request user's user profile. So how do we get the request user? Well, we can access this on the actual class, and because we know we're going to be authenticated, we can say self.request.user to get the actual request user that's submitting the form. And then we can just say .user profile to access their specific user profile. And like that, we'll be saving the agent underneath that user profile. So after we do that, we can then call .save because that will now commit it to the database. And we should then have an agent that is saved to our organization. So if we bring up the terminal, just to make sure everything is working. So let's come back here and we'll say Matt, hit submit. We did get redirected, but I think our template has just got an incorrect URL. So inside our agent list, we are probably referencing a link here, which is this here. So I'm just going to get rid of that. Refresh here. And there we go. We can see the agent there. So we did create the new agent. We could try it again. Say if we use a test, submit, and now you can see both of those agents there. So let's just double check the organization. So if we go to agents, then, okay, so this might look like an error, but it's not. Basically what's happening is it's blank because it's expecting to show their email, but we haven't specified an email for that user. So if I go to test and just add an email address here, say test@test.com, and do the same thing for this user. So test2@test.com, and we go back to agents, then there we can see there's our agent. So if we click on that, there we can see the organization is set to the correct user. And let's double check the other one as well. You can see there as well. So we are setting the organization basically as the request user. And now we can create agents. And next we'll want to handle the update, delete view, and also the detail view, exactly like how it's done with the Leads app. So now we're going to go and add the agent detail view, update view, and delete view. So we'll just add them below this view here. So this is going to be the agent detail view. It's going to inherit from the generic detail view. And we also want to make it login required. So we'll add that in there. We need a template name. So this is going to be agent detail. And we also need a query set. So we can start with just the agent.objects.all. Okay. Let's take this into the URLs. So we will import this over here. And we're going to add another path here, very similar to the one in the Leads app. So if we take a look at that path, then we basically could just copy all of those. And I'm going to paste them here. Now, we don't have these yet, so I'm just going to comment them out. And we'll use agent detail view there. So this is going to be agent detail. And now, if we just make sure the server's running, then we can go and add the template. So I'm basically just going to copy the lead detail or everything inside here. And inside agents, we'll create agent detail.html, paste all of this here. And some of these URLs probably won't work. So I'm just going to have to comment or just put a hash there for now. So the overview, we can go and specify as having a URL that is agents and then agent detail. And we'll also want to access the context object by calling it agent, not lead, since we are dealing with an agent. And this is just going to be agent.user. Let's say username, and get rid of that. And this here is going to be agent. Okay. And so then like this, it should be good enough. So agent detail, then that is the template we're using here. So that then we can just go and specify the context object name to be agent. And then we can try and navigate to that. So let's just go to agent list and specify the href here, which is not on that, but on this one here. So this is going to be a URL. It's going to be agents, agent detail, and we want to pass in agent.primary key as the argument there. So if we were to come over here, just go to our agents. So we can actually go and add that link there in the navbar just so we have it. So let's go to templates, navbar, and we're going to add this right next to the leads one. So this is going to be agents, agent list. Okay, and make that there. And we also only want to show these if we are logged in, because right now you can see if we're not logged in, then we show the sign up link. So we could add an else statement here, and we'll just cut these out, paste those in there. Okay, so that way, if we just come here and refresh this, now we'll have agents. So if we click that, then we can see here's our agents. And if we click, we should change the text there, view this lead to be view agent. So if we click view agent, now it takes us to that agent, and then we can see the agent's username. And yes, all of this isn't really relative to the agent, so we will add more specific details to this page over time, but for now at least we've got the navigation that's working. So then we can just pretty much use the same concept that if we click here, it takes us to update this agent. So what we can do is just start by doing the update view, which is going to be very similar to this agent create view. Just paste this here. It's going to be agent update view. It's going to inherit from the generic update view. The template is going to be agent update. The model form is the same form we'll use. The get success URL can take us here. That's perfectly fine as well. And we don't actually need to override the form valid in this case, because we're we've already specified the organization. So if the agent already exists, then we won't need to do any of that. So we can actually get rid of that. So we'll take this, go into our URLs and import this here. Then we can uncomment that and specify agent update view with the name agent update. And then we need to create the template, which is going to be very similar to the previous lead template. So everything in here, we'll just cut that out and we'll go to our agents and create agent update.html. Paste that all there. Okay, so this is going to say agent. This is going to say agent.user.username. Then we have overview, which is going to take us to agents, agent detail with the agent primary key. And it's going to be very similar for this one. It's going to be agents, agent update with agent primary key. And then we have the form where we'll submit to update this particular instance. And then I'm just going to comment out this delete one because we don't have the URL for that yet. So with this, we should be able to see it work. So we've got it in the URLs. We have the view set up. So if we refresh over here, let's say, go here, click on update. Oh, wait, no. We need to also specify it here. So this needs a URL. This is going to be agent update using the primary key. And then if we click here, then we're missing a query set. Yes. So we will define the query set here. This is because it acts similar to a detail view. We're actually fetching a specific instance. So we need to have a query set here. And let's just see. Specified agents update, which is probably over here. No, let's just search for agents update. Yeah, there's the spelling mistake. Okay. Refresh here. Right, so now we can see the form showing up and all we're doing is specifying the user. So if we wanted to update the user of this agent, then we could do that, but I'm going to keep it the same. So let's say we want to change this to test. If we submit, then you'll actually see that it tells you an agent with this user already exists. So you can't select users that already have an existing agent. So that's something to be taking into consideration. Maybe you don't even want them to be able to update the user, which actually does make sense as well. So now let's just do the delete view here as well. So we'll just close some of this and we'll copy the detail view. Okay. So this is going to be agent delete view. It's going to inherit from the delete view. We'll specify the template as delete. Context object name, we can specify like that, and query set like that. So now let's just take this into the URLs. So bring that in here, and I'm just going to do this over multiple lines. Okay. And then we'll just comment this one out and specify this as agent delete view. And then we just need to change the name to be agent delete. So now in the templates, if we go to agents here, then we need to create agent delete.html, which is going to be very similar to the lead one. So just copy all of that, paste this here, and this is going to take us back to agent list, which is going to be go back to agents. Are you sure you want to delete this agent? Okay, submit. And that looks good. So we can close that. And yes, we need to go to the update template and add the URL here. So it's going to be very similar to this one. This is going to be agent delete. And let's just refresh here. Click on delete and it takes us here. Are you sure you want to delete this agent? If you click submit, then we need a success URL. Okay, so let's go to the views, add our success URL. So we actually should see that it's still here. So let's go there, update details, hit delete, submit, and okay, cool. So that works. So now we have the same CRUD views that are working for the leads, now working for the agents as well. So right now we're specifying the query set for our agents to be agents.objects.all, which is going to fetch all of the agents in the database. And we don't want to do that because that's going to fetch other users' agents. So we want to make sure that we are filtering for only our agents, and we set up the database schema in such a way that every agent we add will be under our organization. So we're going to change the query set now to filter specifically for the request user. And that'll make sure that we're only fetching what that user actually has access to. So if we go to the agent list view and go to this get query set method, you'll see here's the query set we're returning. So instead of returning .all, we're going to say filter. And if we take a look at the agent model, then you'll see we can filter by two fields, which is user and organization. Now we want to filter by the organization and check that the agents that have an organization for the request user. So basically the request user's organization. So going back here to views, then what we could do is we could say just very simply the request user organization or request user profile, whatever you want to call it, is going to be self.request.user, right? First, that's grabbing the actual user that is logged in. And then we can say .user profile. So that is going to grab the user profile model for the logged in user. And if you see here, the relationship on the agent is a foreign key to the user profile. So that's how we are going to filter our agents on the organization field. We need to pass it the user profile we want to filter by. So this request user organization, or if we just be a little bit cleaner, the organization is what we're going to filter by. So we're going to say return the agent objects dot filter where the organization equals to this organization. And that's basically just filtering for the request user's user profile. So if we do that and we refresh here, we see it still works. But now let's go and open up the admin. And if we go and create another agent, so this agent is going to be for test user, and the organization is going to be for test 2, which is the other user. And right now I'm logged in as Matt. So if I refresh this, you can see we're still only seeing Matt because this agent belongs to a different organization. So now we're correctly filtering the agents for this logged in user. And we want to make sure we're doing the same thing basically everywhere where we're returning some sort of query set. So that would be in the detail view, right? So we want to make sure we're only filtering inside of the objects that the user has access to. So we can do the same thing here in the agent detail view over there. Same thing for agent delete view. And this is very important because we don't want users to be able to delete agents that belong to other users. So we can do the same thing there. So if we take a look at the functionality and the way things work right now, I'm logged in just as a normal user that's signed up, and I have agents and I have leads. But if I am an agent that belongs to a certain organization, then I should only be able to see what I have access to. So I shouldn't see all the other agents. I shouldn't see every lead. At least this is how we're going to make it. So what we want to do is basically separate the types of users that they are. So we're going to introduce two types of users. One is going to be the organizer. So this is the person that owns the entire company or just the entire organization. And under that organization, like we've been doing so far, you'll be able to manage the agents and the leads. And you'll be able to see everything that falls under your organization. Now, whenever you add a new agent, that agent can log into this system and should only see what they have access to, which should be basically the leads that have been assigned to them. So the way that we're going to make this work is by specifying a field on our user that basically is the type of user, and that is either going to be organizer or agent. And then when you log in, we will check what type of user you are, and render out all the things differently depending on who you are. So the way we're going to do this is if we go into our leads, models.py, we created this custom user model way in the beginning, and this is why you want to do that, because now we're going to add a field here on our user model, and because it's our own user model, we can simply introduce this migration similar to how you would do this with a normal Django model. So what we're going to do is we're going to add two Boolean fields here. The first one is going to be is organizer. This is going to be a Boolean field. Default is going to be true. And then I'm going to add another one, and this one is going to be is agent, and this one's going to be false. So what this means is that once you create an account, if you go and sign up for a new account, you are by default the organizer of that account. But if you add an agent within your own account, then that agent will log in and will be set to be is agent. They won't be an organizer. So that way we'll use these two Boolean fields to essentially manage the permissions that the users have. So we can check, is this user an organizer? If they are, then we show them these things, or we let them do these things. And if they're not an organizer, then we don't show those things. So these Boolean fields will just help with determining what we can allow the user to do. So now that we've added these two fields, we need to make migrations. So I'll stop the server here and I'll just say manage.py, make migrations, and we can migrate. And there we go. Then I'll just run the server again. Right, so by default, what this means is if we go into the admin, we go to users, and if we go to any of these users, then you'll see is organizer is set to true. And if we were to create a new user, they would also have is organizer set to true. But what we want is when we create a new agent, we want to make sure that they are not an organizer. We want to make sure that they are an agent. So now that we have that set up, what we want to do is basically restrict what is being shown in the templates to be based on whether you are an organizer or an agent. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to check the navbar and basically only render out the links that an organizer should see versus what an agent should see. Now, for an organizer, we're going to keep it exactly how it looks right now. But for an agent, we're not going to show them the agent's link because we don't want them to see other agents. They only know about themselves. Of course, you can implement it however you want, but this is how we're going to go for it. So we're going to head into the templates, navbar.html, and here where we have the agents link, we're going to check if the request user is an agent or an organizer. So we'll say if they are an organizer, then we'll show it. That's all we really need to do. So like this, if we come back and refresh, then we see that it's still there. Now I just want to go into the admin and change one of the other users, such as, first I'll actually delete test2 just so that we have two to work with. So this test, I'm going to rename him to be called agent, just so that we know it's an agent. And we'll say agent like this, and we say DJ CRM just to add some details. So like that. And I'm just going to change the password by grabbing this hash here and specifying that hash as the same hash here. So basically that just means I've set them to have the same password so that I can log in as that user. So now let me log out and go to log in now as that user. So this is going to be user agent, and I can enter the same password, log in, and now you'll see in the navbar that we're logged in as agent, but we don't see the agent's link here. So that's exactly what we want. Now, this doesn't prevent you from actually hard coding the URL and navigating there. And you'll see we don't actually have a user profile, right? Because we're an agent, we're not an organizer, so we won't have a user profile. So what we need to do is restrict agents from being able to see these views. So if we go to views here, we go to agent list view, you'll see it's trying to access the user profile on the request user. But again, we are not an organizer. So what we want to do is, after we check whether the user is logged in, we want to check whether the user is an organizer. So if we take a look at the login required mixin, you can basically write your own mixin that does your own kind of permission checking. And that's what I'm going to do. So inside agents, we'll create mixins.py. And I'm just going to grab login required mixin, or rather the import here. So I'll copy that. So this code is basically what we want. Just paste that there. And instead of importing the login required mixin, we'll import the access mixin. And we'll create our own one, which will be called, let's say, organizer and login required mixin. So again, we're using the dispatch method because that gets executed first on the request. And we'll say verify that the current user is authenticated and is an organizer. So if they're not authenticated, then it's going to return this self.handle no permission. So I'm just going to add on the end here, if they're not authenticated, or request.user, and we say is organizer. So we'll check if they're not an organizer, then we will return this self.handle no permission. But this method, if we take a look at the source code here, it's depending on this self.raise exception, which is by default set to false. So what that'll do is, if it is set to true, then it raises a permission denied error. That'll basically just return a 503 error, which basically tells the user that they don't have permission. But instead of having to do all of this, all I'm going to do is just redirect them to the login URL. So I'll say return a redirect to login. And then we just need to import this. So we'll say from Django.shortcuts import redirect. And that's then just basically going to check if any of these are not true, then you just get returned to the login URL. So this is our own mixin that we're going to use, and we're going to bring it into the views.py. So we'll say from .mixins import the custom mixin, and we're just going to replace the login required mixin with our own custom mixin. And we want to do this for all of the views because, again, we don't want agents to have access to any of this. So like that, if we go to agents, now you can see instead of that error, we just get pushed back to login. Now, maybe login isn't the best URL because we are logged in already. So instead, we could push the user to /leads because that's what they actually have access to. So instead, I'll just redirect to leads, lead list. All right, so now if we go to agents, now it takes us to leads. So that's one way that we can basically ensure that agents access what they're supposed to access. It's important to not only do it visually, but to do it on the back end, most importantly on the back end, because that's where the actual request is being sent. So now that we're restricting what the agents can see in terms of agents, we also kind of want to do the same thing on the lead side. So this is depending on how you want to set it up. Maybe you want your agents to be able to create new leads. Maybe you don't. Maybe you want to assign the leads to them. I'm going to do it in that way. So leads will be loaded onto the system, and then an organizer will need to assign a lead to an agent. So agents will have very limited access in the system. They'll basically only be able to see their own leads and then manage those particular leads. They won't be able to create new ones. They won't be able to update or delete them. So what that means is we need to do this same sort of logic in the leads app. So if we go to leads, and we're going to need our mixin there as well. So if we go to leads views.py, then in the lead list view, this is okay for now, although we will want to restrict the query set later on. Lead detail view is also okay because they will need to view the details of the lead. The lead create view, we don't want them to have access to. So I'm going to put our custom mixin here, and I'll say from
our agents app.mixins, import our custom mixin, and lead update view, we also don't want them to have access there, at least for now, and lead detail view as well. So now we'll be restricting that on the back end, but we also want to update the templates to reflect this. So if we go to our templates and we go to lead list, then we'll see that link over here, which is to create a new lead. And I'll just do it like this. Now, we only want to show this if the user is an organizer, because that's how we'll create leads. So again, we're going to do the same sort of logic. We're going to say if request.user is organizer and end if. All right, so like that, we refresh here, we won't be able to see that. And if we do go to leads/create, then we just get redirected back to leads. So now we're restricting what the agents can see in terms of what they have functionality over. But now we're going to want to make sure that they only see what leads are assigned to them. So we only want to show the leads that are assigned to the agent that's logged in. And there's two things we want to do now. So if we just go to the code and go to our models in the leads app. First, for the lead model, we have specified here that it's got a foreign key to the agent model, and on delete is cascade. I want to change this so that the agent is basically not really optional. It can be null by default. It will be null by default from now on, but this is so that we can assign an agent to the lead. So this means initially when the lead is created, there won't be any agent assigned to it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say null equals true and blank is true as well. And on delete is now going to be set null. So that meaning if we have an agent assigned to a lead and we delete that agent, then all of that agent's leads will not be deleted anymore. Instead, they'll just have a null value now. So they won't be assigned anymore. So that means that we'll just have to go and reassign them. And so like this, then we just need to make migrations. So I'll just stop the server here. Run manage.py, make migrations, and then we'll run migrate. Okay, so like that. Let's also run the server. And now if we open up our views.py and we go to our lead list view, here we're specifying the query set as all of the leads. And I've mentioned that this is not what we want to do. We want to change the way that we're calling this, basically to filter the leads for the logged in agent or organizer. So we're going to want to check the type of user first. And in order to do all this kind of logic, we're not going to be able to specify it on this query set field here. We're going to need to change this to the get query set method. So just takes in self, and we'll start with the original query set being this objects.all. So we start with all the leads, and then we're going to filter them based on the conditions of the user. So we're going to check if self.request.user is, let's say, is agent, then we're going to filter accordingly. So what you can do with query sets is you can basically reassign them. So you can say query set equals to the current query set dot filter, and this does not make extra queries on the database. This is something that Django tries to make very clear in the documentation, and some people get confused that if you reassign query set and you say query set dot filter for this and then filter for this, that it's doing multiple queries. It's not. So Django has this way of evaluating query sets. Evaluating is basically Django determining when it needs to actually call the database. So when we return this query set here, only at this point when it's returned, and then inside the way that list views work, will Django actually make the call to the database and use the final filter that we have here. And so it has a smart way of evaluating what that final query set is. So don't worry if you do this multiple times. If you first filter like this and then you filter it again, it does not make extra queries to the database. So what we want to filter for over here is, now that we know that the user is an agent, we want to filter the leads for the agent that is logged in. And this is referencing an agent model. So remember, the agent model then has a foreign key, or one-to-one field rather, to the user model. So we're going to need to do a little bit more of a complicated filter, but it can still be done in one line. So the way that we do this is by filtering the agent and then double underscore user. So what that does is it says filter the leads based on the agent field where that agent has a user equal to the self.request user. So like this. So we're filtering leads based not on only the agent, but on the actual user that is logged in. So it's very important to remember that we're always comparing this with the logged in user. And then like that, we're done. We return the query set at the end. So if the user is an agent, then we do this little filter. Otherwise, we return all of the leads. But even in doing this by calling lead.objects.all, it's still flawed, because this means that we'd be getting all the leads across every organization, whereas we still want to return only the leads that are for our current organization. Now, if we take a look at the models, every lead is associated to an agent, and that's the only way that we know how to filter them according to who's logged in. And the agent is assigned to an organization. So the problem is that now that we're allowing agents to not be assigned, we're not keeping track of what organization they fall under. So the easiest way to do this is to actually add another field on here, which is the organization. And it works in the exact same way as the agent. So that way we're always keeping track of everyone under the same organization. And because the agent is basically optional, we need some way of keeping track of all the leads under the organization. So this is very important to add this field in here. And that will then allow us to also filter by the organization. So we need to make migrations again. So we'll do that. Now it's going to ask us for a default. So what I want to do is actually, before doing this, I'm just going to quit and I'm going to run the server. And then we'll just come over here, log out, and I want to log in as the admin user, just so we can see what user profiles they are. So under here, this is number 1. So I'm going to set the default to be number 1, but we'll probably want to change that when we deploy, because there won't be a default when we deploy. So let's go and make migrations. We'll hit number 1, and I'm going to say the default value is number 1, and then we're going to say migrate. And because we know that there is one in the database, this migration does go through. So then we can say run the server. Cool. So now we have this field on the lead. And what that allows us to do then is here we can start with the query set being all of the leads under the current organization. So we're going to filter these as well. And we're going to filter it where the organization, which is this field here, equals to, and we need to pass a user profile in there as the value to filter by. We're again going to need to check whether or not the request user is an agent or an organizer. I'm going to start here by saying that the user who's logged in equals to this self.request.user. And that way we can just quick reference this a little bit shorter. So like that. And we'll say if user.isOrganizer, then our initial query set is going to be equal to where the organization equals to the logged in user.user profile. So we're able to access the user profile because we know they are an organizer. But otherwise, if they're not an organizer, then we know that they're an agent. So we don't need to make that check anymore. We can just say else, and I'm going to tab that one in for now. Otherwise, our starting query set is going to be where the organization equals to the agent's
organization. So the agent in this case is the logged in user. So then we have to say .agent and then .organization. So it's a little bit tricky what's going on here, and it does require that you understand the relationships here and how to jump between the models. So I'll run through it again. First, we're checking the request user, and we know we'll have a request user because we're logged in. So that's the first thing, storing that in user. Now we're checking if the user is an organizer. If they are an organizer, then they will have a user profile, and we can access the user profile by saying user.userProfile. So this one-to-one field allows us to say user and then dot the name of the class here, which is user profile. Otherwise, if they're not an organizer, then we know they're an agent. So the initial query set will then be different. So we're going to filter still by the organization because we're starting with the initial query set of all the leads under the organization. And because we're an agent, we basically want to filter for our current organization. So the agent is also linked to the organization. So if we take a look at the model here, we can call agent.organization to get their specific organization. And we can access the agent from the request user. So we're saying request user.agent.organization. So that is to get the initial query set. I'll just put a comment here. Initial query set of leads for the entire organization. Now what we want to do is filter based on if the user is an agent. And we could actually do this within the same else statement, so we don't have to do any other kind of if statements. So I'll do this here. And we're basically filtering the leads for the current agent. So that's then going to be the same query as we had here before, where the agent user equals to the logged in user. And then after all of that, so I'll actually say a filter for the agent that is logged in. And then at the end, just return that query set. So now, if we come back to, and I'm logged in as admin right now, so let me log out. And we'll log in here, log in as the agent. And of course, okay, I didn't create an agent for this user. So we'll go back to log in and let me just log in as the admin again so I can create the agent. So we'll go, should actually be able to do this here. So we have the agent for Matt, but we want to create the agent for agent, right? So now we actually have an agent there. I'm also just going to create a few leads here. So test. The organization is the current organization. I'm going to assign the agent as that agent. And I'll add another one. So let's go to add another one here. And also test we can't see. Same organization. And I'm not going to assign an agent. So I'm just going to hit save. And then we can go log out and go log in as our agent. And we can see test 1. So that means we're only seeing the agent that is assigned to us. If I go and log in as the admin user or the organizer, then I'm just going to go to leads. We can see both of them. So now we're restricting the leads based on the ones that are assigned to the agent. The last thing we'll need to do is basically take this exact query set and use it in the lead detail view, because we're going to allow agents to access the details as well. So we want to make sure that the query set for how the leads are filtered is also the same query set here. So that way they're also being filtered correctly. Now, for the lead create view, update view, and detail delete view, we also want to make sure the query set is not .objects.all. We want to make sure that the query set is evaluating based on the organizer, because only organizers can access these views. So I'll just grab this get query set method here. And so there isn't a method on the create view, so we can close that one. But for the update view, we'll also want to change it. So we'll
we'll specify here. And this is going to get the request user, and we know that we are an organizer because that's the only way we're viewing this. So I'm going to get rid of all of that there, and we're basically just going to return this query set here, filtering for the organization. So get rid of that there, and maybe I'll leave the comment here. And so this get query set is what we'll want to use in the delete view as well. So we'll get rid of the query set there and paste this there as well. All right, so now we have the correct query set for all of our lead views. So what we're going to do now is inside the agent create view, we're going to make it that the form creates the user as well as the agent. So right now it's just creating the actual agent model, but you need to have a user already in the database to select the user. And this isn't really how I would imagine it would work. I would see it as an actual form to specify the name, first name and last name of the agent, their email address, the username, and then we manually create the user model and the agent, and we send that user an email saying, hey, you've been added onto the system, come and log in and start using it, basically. So a couple things are going to change in here. First, I'll just minimize this so we can focus on the agent create view, and we'll just do this. So we have the form valid and the get success URL. Now I'm going to work on the form valid after we do the form. So if we go to agent model form, this is no longer going to be linked to the agent. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make it tied to the user. So we're actually creating a user, and then we'll just create the agent anyway. So you'll see how this works in a second, but I'm going to remove this agent model, and I'm going to say from django.contrib.auth, and we'll import the get user model, and then we'll say user equals to that get user model, and that is going to be the model we specify here. Now we actually have a form that's very similar to this. If we go to contrib.auth.forms, you can import the user creation form. All right, so this is what it looks like. It looks like this here, but this is to actually create a user with password, where we're just going to assign them a random password, and they'll just have to reset their password to log in as a way of authenticating. So we're not going to make use of anything on here. What we will do is we'll specify the email, the username, we'll do the first name and the last name. Okay, so those are the fields. Then we can take this agent model form and we'll use that here as we are. Now we can already go and see what this looks like. So if we come over here and go to, let's see, I am logged in as an organizer. So if we click create a new agent, then we can see here's email address, username, first name and last name, and these are all fields on the user model. So if we were to submit this, it would create a new user, not a new agent. Now that means that here in the form valid, this is no longer agent, this is user. So all of this, we might as well just comment that out for now. Now again, we're going to do commit equals false because we want to call user.isAgent and set it to be true because this is an agent, and we want to make sure that isOrganizer equals false. So then we can say user.save. All right, so now we'll have created an actual an agent user, right? But now we need to create the agent for this user. So we have the model here. We're going to say agent.objects.create, and we're going to pass in firstly the user, which is the actual user from the form that we've now saved. And then we need the organization, which is going to be the user that created the agent, right? So you fall under this user, and then we can just get rid of that. So that will now create the user and create the agent object. And then we'll lastly just want to send an email here. So we could say send mail, and we'll just say that the subject is you are invited to be an agent. and we can say the message is, let's say something like, you were created or added as an agent on DJ CRM. Please come log in to start working. Really anything you want. So let's just bring up the terminal here and we will see whether that does that or not. So add an email address here. Let's say it's agent2@test.com. I'll say username is agent2. And we'll say agent2, hit submit. And this, I've actually forgotten 2 other arguments here. So from email is the one, right? From email and recipient list. From email can be anything, can be admin@test.com. I'll just make this a string. And recipient list is going to be the email from the user here. So we'll just say user.email, right? So that's who we're actually sending the email to. And this shouldn't be there. This should be over here, right? So like this, okay. And now if we just come here into our details, submit, right? And we can see agent2 created over there. And we can see the email getting printed out here as well. So being sent to that agent, asking them to come and log in. And if we go to the admin, then we should also see that the user is there as well. So here's the user, and we've got all of their details added in, which is quite nice. And we can see they're not an organizer, they are an agent. Now the last thing here is that you'll see the password is empty, so it would be good to just assign a random password to the user. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to set the password, and the way that you set the password is not how you would think. You don't say user.password equals to whatever you want. That will set the raw value like you're seeing here. What you do is you call set password. So this is a specific method on the user that will actually set the password by hashing it and doing all the correct things. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to pass in a random string, and I'm going to import random at the top. So we'll say import random, and we'll do random dot, say random integer from 0 to, let's say, 1,000,000, like that. The actual random password doesn't matter. I'm not trying to make something super secure. It's just so something is set. This value needs to be a string. So we're going to just make this an F string, and I'll just put it inside the brackets like that so that it is a string. And now if we come back and create a new agent, let's do agent3 submit. All right, there we can see the agent was created. So let's go into the admin, go to users, agent3, and you can see the password has been hashed. So like this, we got the email, but what you would need to do if you were that agent that got the email, first you would not be logged in. So you'd receive the email, you'd come to log in, and you don't have a password. So how do you log in? Well, you would just implement password reset. So they do have an email address in the system, so it'll just send them an email to reset the password, and that's what we're going to do next. So now we're going to implement the password reset logic, and we're going to do this first by adding a link here in the login URL that says forgot password in the typical sort of authentication that you see on other websites. So under registration inside login.html, we're just going to put a little HR here, and I'll put an anchor tag that says forgot password. And we'll just add an href here, which is just going to be a hash for now. All right, so you'll click that. And Django's built-in authentication has a password reset view already. So if we go to our DJ CRM URLs here for login and sign up, you can also import, if we go here, you can import the password reset view. And you can see there's a couple other ones here, password reset confirm view, password reset done view. And we're going to need to do all three of those because this makes up the entire process of resetting your password. So let's start with this one. And if we just go to the source code, then you can see this is a form view. So this is the view that you actually submit the form that takes in your email, and it will send you an email to go to a link and reset your password. Now you can see that the success URL takes us to the URL that has a name password reset done. Now that is one of the other views that Django provides, which is password reset done. That's the next one here. And that also has a template that needs to be done as well, or created as well. So we'll add that one. So inside registration, add that template there. Okay. And then we also have password reset confirm. So this is the view that you'll come to when you actually are resetting your password. So this form, it's a form view, will basically just take in your new password. So we need to create this template as well, password reset confirm.html. So create that there. Okay, so those are the templates that we needed to create. So with that set up, now we can take our password reset view here, and we're going to add another URL. So this is going to be another path. It's going to be, let's say, reset password, password reset view.asView, name is reset password. All right, so take the name, go into our login.html, and we will specify a URL here. And we just need to fix the quotation marks here. All right, so it looks like this. And the name is just reset password. Okay, so refreshing here, if you click this, it takes you to this page, which we can now do the template for. So I'm going to take everything in login.html because it's basically the same. So password reset form is the one we want to put here. So this is going to be that. And we're going to say reset password. And we can say, we'll say already have an account. Then we can basically change this here. So this will just be login. Okay. Refresh here. All right. So we can see reset password. It's just a form that takes in your email. And I'm not sure, I can't remember exactly what emails we have here. So I'm going to open an incognito window. And I'm going to go to the admin in here because that's just the easiest way to keep an admin window open. So if we go to users, then we have agent, which is agent@djcrm.com. So if we put that as the email and we say reset password, then it's here password reset done is not a valid view function or name, which is probably because it's got the wrong name. Well, we haven't actually put the URL here at all. So we'll implement all of those. So password reset done view, and I'll do this over multiple lines. Okay, password reset done view. So I'll just copy one of those. And the name needs to be password reset done, right? Like that. Password reset done view is the class-based view we want to use. And this is going to be password reset done, anything like that. Okay, so let's bring up the terminal here. Resubmit this. All right, so it takes us here, but now we don't have anything in that template. So this is the password reset done.html. Basically just want to extend from base.html, create the block content, and in here we'll just say we have sent you an email to confirm your password reset. Now you'll also see here in the terminal that we got an email sent here, but it's blank, right? So the reason it's blank is because our password reset email has nothing in it. So the key here with figuring out what we need to put in here is by taking a look at the view. So if we go to our URLs and we go to the password reset view, then we'll just come here and take a look at it here. Now, we have to go to the password reset form. Right, so we go there, then this is what we get. And here you can see the form. So it just takes in the email, and you'll see there's a send mail function. So this is very similar to the send mail function that we have been using to send emails. And we can actually see where it's being called. So this send mail function is being called here at the bottom, self.sendMail. And you can see it's on the save method. Now, the save method of a form is basically called, if we look over here, in form.save, right? So in the form valid method, there's all these options, and it's being passed into form.save. So these double stars is basically passing in this entire dictionary as arguments to the form.save method, and we can see all of it in there. Now you can see there's the request object being passed in there. You can see use HTTPS, which is determining whether it needs to use HTTPS. There's a token generator, which is the actual token generator on the class. All of this stuff is being passed into the form. So if we go to form.save, so go back to the form, then over here in the save method, you can see here's all of the arguments that are being passed in. And it's basically grabbing the email, sending this email to that email that was entered. And you can see here's all the context, which is what's the most important thing to look at. So the context is what's being passed into the send mail function. So there it is, context. And if we take a look here at the send mail function, there's the context as one of the arguments. And it's basically taking the HTML template and then rendering it as a string with the context being passed in. So very similar to the render method when we were putting in a template name and then the context to render into the template. This does the same thing. So all you're doing is just specifying the name of the template and then the actual context. Now in the context is all of this stuff here. So for one, you have the email, you have the actual domain, right? So depending on whether you're in localhost or in production, the domain will be different. And then you also have a UID, a user being passed in, the actual token, and the protocol, which is either HTTPS or it's HTTP. So we're going to take all of this context and build an HTML template that then has the URL for them to click on that takes them to reset their password. So I'm going to close this and let's just go back to our templates registration here. So this is the password reset email, and we're just going to say you've requested to reset your password. Remember, this is just a normal email, so it's not like we need to inherit from any Django templates. And we can just say, please go to the following URL to enter your new password. And here what we're going to do is we're going to render out based on the context from what we saw there. So if I just go back to that to keep it open, password reset view, go to the password reset form, and we want to go here to this context object here. So I'll just keep this open. All right, so we're going to have domain, site name, UID, user, token, and protocol. So I'm going to copy all of those there, probably email as well. And we're going to go back to our password reset email. I'll just paste this here for now, just for reference. So the URL we want to go to, firstly, is going to start with the protocol. So the protocol we can access using Django template variables. That's either going to be HTTPS or HTTP. Then we're going to go to the domain, right? So the domain which your project is hosted on. Then we're going to go to the UID, and the UID, we'll see how that looks in a second, but it's basically two characters, two unique characters. And then we want the token, so the token like that. So back here in the urls.py, we're going to add the password reset confirm view, and this is where we actually enter our password to reset it. Then I'll just create another one here, and this is going to be confirm
or password reset confirm, but it takes in two very special arguments in the URL here. The first one is called UID-B64. So this is the UID and then base 64 field that is part of the URL. Then after that, we have the token, and this one we just have as a custom property called token, and the password reset confirm view will handle that. So let me also put the name here as password reset confirm. Now, if we go to this view, password reset confirm, which is this one here, you'll see that it checks here in the dispatch method. It says assert that UID-B64 is in the keyword arguments and that token is in the keyword arguments. So keyword arguments is everything that's coming from the URL. So this assertion is making sure that if this is false, if we don't have UID-B64 and token coming from the URL, then it's basically going to throw an error because it needs to have both of these in the URL to be a valid URL for resetting our password. So if we come back here, this is very important to include, and that is why we are specifying in the email that the format looks like this. So I'm going to get rid of this and we will just save that. And now what we can try and do is actually try and reset the password. So let's go back to login, forgot password. Email is going to be our email from here. So I'll just copy that, paste this, hit reset password. And if we check the terminal here, now we can see there's our link. So the protocol HTTP, which we can just check here, protocol, then localhost 8000/mg, which is the UID after it was encoded in base 64. And then you have this token, which is the unique token for this password reset. Now, if you click this, you'll see that you actually get a 404. I'll just bring this in here. And that's because I did not include all the correct paths to this. So if we just go to urls.py, we need to add password reset confirm in front of that. So like this. Now I am going to admit that this is not the best way to do this, and there are packages that handle this a little bit better. But for what we want to do, it works pretty well, because otherwise we need to override this password reset confirm view and password reset view. So keeping it as it is like this just lets us write as little code as possible. So like that, we should have the correct URL now. So if we go back over here and just grab this email again and go to forgot password, enter the email, reset password. So I'll just copy this here and I'll just paste this. Then we are landing, but I just want to come back to confirm this is correct. If we go to URLs, we're here on the password reset confirm view, which just needs to have a form to basically enter into our new password. So let's go to the template, password reset confirm. It's going to be basically the same as the password reset. So paste everything there, and here we'll say confirm new password. And here I'll just say enter your new password. Maybe we'll make this an H1 instead. Right, so if we refresh here, I'll enter a new password, confirm new password, and now we'll see that we have another reverse error, and this is to the next URL we get redirected to. So this is the last one. This is the password reset complete view, and this basically just says you've completed resetting your password. So we're going to implement that one now as well, and that's also very easy. So it's basically the same as the password reset done. It's just a template view. So this will be password reset complete, and we also import this from over here. So password reset complete view, there it is, this one. Password reset complete view, which we use over here, and the URL name needs to be this one. So now that we have that, we just need to add the template for this, which is password reset complete.html. And you can see that if you go to the password reset confirm view, you'll see that the template name is password reset confirm, is not for this one, password reset complete, which is this here, password reset complete.html. So that is the name of the template we need to create here. And this also will just say very simply extends base.html, create the block called content, and we'll just say password reset complete. We'll say you have successfully reset your password, and we'll say click here to log in, and we're just going to make this a Django URL. So this is going to be to log in. And now if we try this all again, so I'll just grab this email again, forgot password, enter the email, click reset password. Right, then here's our link. Okay, new password. Confirm new password. Password reset complete. You have successfully reset your password. Click here to log in, and now log in as that agent, which is just agent. I'll enter the new password, log in, and cool, we're logged in. So I definitely did change the password because it's different. And so like that, now we've implemented our password reset logic, which means that we should be able to create agents and be able to log in as those new agents. So what we're going to do now is we're going to list out the leads that have not been assigned to agents yet. So I'm logged in as the organizer here. And just here on this leads list, we can split this into leads that have not been assigned yet. And we're just going to do this with a normal query set and just filter the leads that don't have an agent. So let's go here into the leads views, and we'll go to our lead list, right? And I'm going to add more context here. So context for a generic class-based view. And the way that we do that is by overriding the getContextData method, which just takes in self and keyword args. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to grab the already existing context by using the super command. So we say super, and we're going to grab it from the lead list view, pass in self, call .getContextData, and basically pass in the keyword args so that we can get the already existing context if there is any. And at the end of this, we'll return that context. But in between this, what we're going to do is we're going to call .update, and inside this .update method, we pass in the dictionary of context that we want to pass in. So this is how you basically pass in context in a class-based view. It basically is, this context object is the same context that you would use in like a render method over here where we pass in context. So what we're going to do is we're just going to pass in unassigned leads, and we're going to first have to grab the actual query set here. So we'll only do this if the user is an organizer. So we'll grab this here, and I'm going to tab the context inside here so that we're not updating the context if we're not an organizer. So this unassigned leads needs to be filtered for the organization. So we're doing that. But we also need to now filter where it does not have an agent. So the way that we do that, the way that you check for basically a foreign key being null, is by saying agent, which is the name of the the foreign key field, double underscore is null and then equals true. So this syntax of underscore is null is how you can filter for whether you want that foreign key field or one-to-one field to be null. Now that we have that, we can assign that as the query set, and I'll just do this over multiple lines. So now we'll be passing that query set, and we can access it using unassigned leads. So if we go into our lead list.html, then what we can do is we could do this underneath the for loop. So we can say first if the unassigned leads dot exists, which will basically check if the query set exists, meaning does it have any leads inside here or anything inside the query set. So then we'll just end if, and inside there we will do the for loop like we're doing here. So I'll paste all of this in there, but this is now going to be unassigned leads, and I'll also put an h1 here, and we'll just say unassigned leads. Okay, and then if we go back to the view here, we'll also want to check or pass into this filter here to only show the ones that do have an agent. So basically we're separating the two query sets now. So what we can do is we can either pass that filter inside both of these here and say where the agent double underscore is null equals to false. So basically ensuring that these query sets only return the leads that have been assigned. So we can do it like this. Or we could just create an initial query set outside, but I'm going to leave it like this. So like that. If we come back here and we refresh this, then let's just see here, user's not defined, right? So we need that from the request user. Refresh here. Right, so we are getting this unassigned leads there, but it's just not rendered really nicely. So I'll just have to fix that. And we should have rather put it all inside its own flex div. So let me cut all of that out. And what we want to do is put it inside its own flex. So let me just create another div and paste that all in there. And I'll just grab this class name here. All right, refresh this. Okay. And okay, let's fix this up. First, let's put some margin on top of that. And I'm going to put the h1 inside like this. And we'll say width full. There we go. Okay. And it looks like this just needs a bit of padding there as well. So some padding. There we go. So now we've got that, and we can probably give the same style to this h1 as we do here. So go and do that. And there we go. So now we've split the query sets. Here we have all the leads that have been assigned, and here we have the leads that haven't been assigned. So now that we're showing the unassigned leads, what we want to do is basically implement some sort of form that lets us select the agent for this lead so that they now become assigned. And instead of being able to view this lead, we'll probably want to specify the URL to take us to a new view where we can select the agent or assign it to an agent. So we'll go into our leads views, and I'm going to do this. Let's just do it here at the bottom. And this is going to be called our agent, or let's say assign agent view. And this is going to be a form view. So we've seen this a couple times. Now we're going to actually make use of it. So first we want to include our Mixin as usual, because only organizers should be able to do this. And then we're going to use the generic form view. Now this takes in a couple things. So we'll need a template name, and we'll just do this as assign agent.html, which we can create now. So inside templates leads, create that, and I'm going to just use everything inside here because it has a form. So we'll paste that there. And then here we'll put assign, or actually this just goes back to lead, so that's fine. Put over here, assign this lead to an agent, or actually assign an agent to this lead, and submit, which is fine. So we'll close that. Now we need a form class. So I'll go and specify form class on here, and this is just going to be none for now. And then inside our forms.py, we're going to create our form. And basically all this is going to have is just the user that we, or the agent that we want to select. So this is going to be a normal Django form, and it's going to need to take in a very different kind of form field, which we'll see in a second. So we'll create this form. Let's call it the assign agent form. It's just going to be a normal Django form, and we're going to specify the agent as the field. So that's the only field we want to select an agent. And we're going to say that this is going to be a choice field. Now you can see that there's quite a few options. You get normal choice field, which basically takes in a list of choices. So choices here would be like, if you wanted to do like agent 1 and then agent 2. Now these are just strings. So this will pop up as actual choices. And by default, this should be a radio box. So if we just see what this looks like for now, we'll take this form into our views, import it here at the top, and let's go back down, specify this as the assign agent form in the form class. And we also need a get success URL, which I'm going to say just takes us back to all of the leads. And this form won't actually be doing anything right now because we're not implementing the form valid method, which is what you would want to do unless you're putting the logic on the actual form, but we're doing this in the view. So now we'll just go and change the link over here to take us to that new view. So we'll bring this into the URLs and we'll say it's going to look like create. We'll say assign agent, which takes our assign agent view, and we'll do lead assign, or we can just say assign agent like that. So this name of the URL is what we'll then use in which is the lead list. So over here. So for all the unassigned leads, we're going to specify the URL here to be taking us to assign agent. And we actually will need the primary key of the lead passed in as well. So what we'll do is we'll put int primary key just behind it like this, and actually then I'll just move it up so that we keep them all in one place. So we're just maintaining the convention here, the lead primary key, and then we go to assign agent. So let's keep the server open there, and that looks good. So if we refresh here, now we can see that takes us to the URL. Let's just change the text here. We'll say assign an agent. All right, so we click there, and let's see, we get here too many values to unpack, which is, it's coming from the form here. So this isn't a list, this is a tuple. All right, so inside here we give the choices. So let's say it was agent 1, which is agent 1, and then agent 2, which is agent 2. And this syntax here is basically the first argument is the value in the database that would be stored, and then the second argument is the display value. So you would do something like agent 1 full name, agent 2 full name. And if we refresh that, then now you can see the options here are agent 1 full name and agent 2 full name. So that's what a choice field looks like. But Django provides us with a much better field, which is the model choice field. And this doesn't take in a list of choices. This takes in a query set, because we're working with models here. So the query set is going to be a query set of agents because we are working with the agent model. So let's import the agent here. And by default, I'm going to set it to be agent.objects.none. Now this basically just means none. So it's basically an empty query set. So that way, if we come back here, we can see there's nothing. The reason I'm doing this is because it's very difficult to dynamically specify this query set, where what we need to do is we need to override the value of this query set every time the form is rendered, which we're going to do dynamically. So how we do that is we override the init method, which just takes in self, and then I'll do args and keyword args. And we're basically going to check the request user from this init method. And based on the request user, we can then filter for all the agents that belong to this organization, because we don't want to show all the agents. Otherwise, we're again allowing them to choose agents that don't belong to them. So how do we pass in extra information into the form? Well, if we go back to our view, we have another method that we can make use of thanks to the fact we're using a form view. And this is the getForm method, which just takes in self. And what we want to do here is basically return a dictionary. And this dictionary is going to contain what we want to be passed in as extra keyword args. Now we're going to pass in the request. So the key is going to be request. And we're just going to do that by passing in self.request. So this is a very clean, easy way to pass in extra arguments into the form. And then inside our form, we can access those extra arguments through the keyword args part of the init method. So if I were to print the keyword args, we would see what comes through there. So like that, come here and refresh this, and let's just see, it's saying that it has no attribute errors, and this is because I'm overriding the method in the wrong way. But I'm going to scroll up here, and you'll see right here, this is our dictionary being printed out. These are the keyword args, and you can see there is the key request, and there's the actual request object being passed in. So what we can do is we can grab the request by saying keyword args and then just pop out the request like this. But we actually want to use the .pop method here because Django's forms will not be expecting this argument. So we actually do need to remove it from the arguments. And then what we can do is we can call super of this form, pass in self, and basically call the init method with these arguments. So what this essentially is doing is it's calling the original init method with the original expected keyword args. So that's why it's important for us to pop out the request here. So if I were to just print the request.user, then just come to the bottom here. And if we refresh this, we see that that works. And there we can see the request user. So now how we can use the request user here is to get the query set that we want to populate this field here. So we're going to do that by saying our agents equals to agent.objects.filter, and we know that this user is an organizer, so we can filter where the organization equals to request.user.userProfile. And that way we now have all the agents. So we can remove that print statement. And you might be wondering, well, how do we now change the query set if it's already defined here? Well, on the form, we have the self keyword, so we can use self.fields. And this is basically a dictionary where we can access each field by the name of it. So this is going to be agent. And we can access properties of every field really. And we can just say .queryset equals to this agent's query set. And this is perfectly valid. So basically what's happening here is every time the form is rendered, we're dynamically updating the field based on the request user. So we're not hard coding what that query set is going to be. So if I come back and I refresh here, and let's just see, it has no attribute field. So that's happening because our super call was called after the self.fields was instantiated. So it's actually correct. Self.fields doesn't exist yet. We have to call the super command first in order to initialize the form. And then once the form's initialized, it will have this fields property. So if we refresh that, now we see it works. And we can see there's all of the agents. So now, if we had multiple organizations that these agents belong to, we'd be able to see that we're not only seeing the ones we have access to, but this query set wouldn't be evaluating correctly if it was being done wrong. So this is returning the correct query set, and we can choose basically any of these agents. And again, right now, if we submit this, it's not going to do anything because all we've done is just set the form, but we need to go into the views and actually handle what happens when you submit the form. So we do that with the form valid method, which takes self and the actual form. And at the end, we're going to return the super command like we do in the other views. So that pass in self, call form valid, and just pass in the form. Now, because this is not a model form, we don't have the option of calling form.save unless we go and actually create a save method on here, but we don't have one. So we're not going to do anything like that. All we want to do is we want to access the value that was submitted. So what we can do is we can print out the cleaned data to see what data was actually submitted. So if I come and I submit here, then now you can see it keeps redirecting us back here. And that's saying that there's something wrong with the form. So it turns out that we shouldn't actually be returning a dictionary here. Instead, we should, like we're doing in the other models, calling the super method, we should be calling something like this, keywordargs equals to, and we should actually be passing in keywordargs like that. And we say super of our view, and I'll just close that for now. Pass in self dot get form keywordargs, and then we'll say keywordargs dot update to update that with new information, and then return those keywordargs. So now we should see that the form will submit, and we should see the data get printed out here. So let's go into the template, just refresh over here, and we will specify one of these, hit submit, and we do get redirected, and we do see form.data getting printed out here. So now that that's submitting, what we can do is we can assign the agent that was selected to this lead. So what we can do is first let's print out the agent. So we'll do like that, and I'll access the cleaned data, which is just a little bit nicer. So if we go back to assign the agent, submit, come back here. Now we can see the actual agent model getting printed out. So we're already working with the model instance. So we can say this is the agent. And then to get the lead, we can just get the lead based on the primary key that's in the URL, which is this here. So we can say that the lead equals to lead.objects.get, where the ID equals to self.keywordargs, and then grab the primary key from the URL. So that's going to grab the primary key from there, and then we will have the actual lead. And then we can say lead.agent equals to the agent that we just got from the form, and then we just save the lead, and that's it. Then we'll get redirected back to the leads list, and we should see that this unassigned one will now be assigned. So if we go and do that, assign it to any one of them, hit submit, And now we see that we have assigned it. So now what we're going to do is we're going to add a category to help us basically categorize and segment the leads. And we're going to allow the user to basically customize what those categories are. So if you think about it in a very sort of Trello, Kanban sort of way, that you can have them in different sections. So you'd have like section 1 being recently added, section 2 would be contacted, section 3 would be converted, and then section 4 would be like that they not interested in the service for any kind of reason, or just unconverted. So these categories will basically help you know what phase that lead is in terms of the conversion process or the sales process. So we're going to manage this using another model, and we'll do this inside the leads app. So we'll go to models.py, and I'm just going to do this at the bottom after this agent model. And so we'll create a class called category, which is going to be a normal Django model. And we're going to give it a name, which is the most important thing. So a character field, we'll say maximum length is 30 characters. And then I'll do the string method and just say return self.name. Now, how we're going to manage the category that a lead is in is basically by creating a link between the two models. So we're going to say that the category equals to models.ForeignKey, and we're going to create this foreign key to the category model. So every lead will be assigned to a category. We'll say that the onDelete, meaning when the category is deleted, then what are we going to do to all the leads that are assigned to that category? I'm going to say that it's just going to be set null, and I will allow it to be null and blank. So I'll add both of those in here as well. And on our category model, we're going to basically create categories like, for example, we'll have recently added, or let's just say new. We'll do contacted, so whether that lead has actually been contacted. We'll do converted, so they've actually converted into a sale, and we'll do unconverted, let's say. So those are our 4 categories, and we'll create them in the Django admin, all with these names, so new, contacted, etc. But we need one of them to be the default category. Now, what we'll do is we'll say if the lead has not been assigned to a category, then by default it's going to be in the new category. So that's just how it'll be set up. So let's take this model into the admin as well, so we can have it registered there. And we'll just duplicate this, register category, and then we need to stop the server and run manage.py make migrations because we made a change. Then we can run migrate. There we go. And then I'll go and run the server again. And we can come here and go to the admin. And here we have categories. And I'm going to create the categories here. So we'll say the first one is going to be not new. We'll only create categories for these 3. We'll basically hard code that if it doesn't belong to a category, it'll always belong to new. So we don't have to create this as an actual category object. So we'll only create categories for these 3. So we'll do the name, contacted, and we'll do converted and unconverted. So using our category model, we are going to create some templates that allow us to navigate to each category and to see the leads that are assigned under that category. So we're going to go into our views, and I'm just going to close some of this, and we'll do this right here at the bottom. First, we're going to do our category list view. So this is just so we can see what categories we have, and this just requires you to be logged in. So agents will also need to see the categories of all the leads that are in the system. And we're going to do a generic list view because we're going to be listing out all the leads. The template name is just going to be inside the leads app. So we'll do leads and then category list.html. we'll do the query set to be all of the category objects underneath this organization. Now, again, that means that every category needs to be linked to the organization. So we're going to have to add this as a foreign key on the category model. So now to do that, we need to make migrations for the change. Now, because this requires a value, it's going to ask us for a default, and it probably would have been better to have added this field originally when I created the category model. So what I'm going to do is just show a little trick to get around this sort of migration issue, because basically it's either you do this or you're going to have to delete the database to recreate the model from scratch. So I don't want to have to delete the database, so I'm just going to quit here. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to allow this to be blank and null, which is not actually what we want. So basically what that does is it means that when the migration's made, it doesn't require a default value for us. So if we run make migrations, now you see it just makes the migration file. It doesn't ask us for anything. And we're going to need to migrate. But now we want to remove this because we don't want this to be null or blank. We do want to have an organization. So now when we run the make migrations again, you'll see that it gives us a third option. It says we can either provide a default because it does require value, or we can ignore for now and let ourselves handle the existing rows with null by ourselves. So that's what we're going to want to do. We're just going to ignore it for now. And that will then allow us to make the migrations. And then if we migrate again, then you'll see we're going to get an error here because it requires that value. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to run the server. And even though it says we have an unapplied migration, that's fine. I'm going to go into the admin. And if we go to our categories and we go to any one of these, you'll see it requires an organization. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to save an organization on all of these. Right, so we've saved all of those. Now I can stop the server and we can now migrate that change, and you'll see that it goes through because we handled the null values by ourselves. So now that that's got the organization field, what we're going to do in our lead list view is we're going to specify the query set to be based on the organization of the user that's logged in. So most of this logic is already here on the lead list view. I'm just going to grab this query set from here and we'll paste this here. So we get the user. Now the query set in this case is grabbing lead objects, which we don't want to do. We just want to grab the category object, and for that we need to import it. So we'll import this from our models. So let's come back here. Category.objects.filter, where the organization is the current user profile if the user is an organizer. Otherwise, we will filter for the user.agent.organization. So it just depends on who's logged in. And then we can remove this last filter here as well. So that is the query set. And now we can go and create this template. So if we go to here and create category list.html, then very similar to the lead list, we will need to get the extends and block content, and then I'll just end block content here as well. And then what we can do is we can go to something like tail blocks to grab a component, and I really just want a very basic sort of table. So if you just look here for a table component, then something like this in the pricing page is actually fine. So I'll take all of this, come in here, paste this, and we'll say these are categories. Right, so all of this, we'll say these categories segment the leads. And then the table rows is basically just going to have the name of the category. And maybe later we want to have a count of how many leads are inside here. So we could say lead count. And so the other two I'm going to get rid of, and the last one as well. So these ones we'll get rid of. And then basically we're going to loop through the table rows, and if I just preview this again, we will create a row for every category that we have. So these rows here, these other three, we can actually get rid of those. And then this table row here is what we're going to use. So we'll say for category in, let's call it category list as the context object name. And then N4, paste this in here. So this will then be the category name. And then this, we actually don't have the value yet, so we'll just do to-do count for now. And then we'll delete this little button at the end there. Now in the view, we need to change the context object name. So we'll do that. Context object name equals to category list. Okay. Now let's bring this into the URLs. So we'll import this over here. And we're not using any of these functions, so I'll get rid of those imports. Then what we can do is we'll make this a path to categories and use the view there. And I'll make the name category list like that. So right now, if we come over here and we go to /leads/categories, then there we go. We can see all the categories: contacted, converted, and unconverted. And then we probably also want to add one more, which is going to be the unassigned value. So we'll hard code this one in here. We'll do unassigned. Okay. And then in the view, we can add this as context. So we'll just do get context data, which takes self and our keyword args. And we'll say context equals super.get context data, and just pass in the name of the class and self, and then return the context. And we'll say context.update, and we're going to update this with, let's say, our unassigned lead count. Okay, so this is going to be basically all the leads that don't belong to a category. So we're going to say lead.objects.filter, first of all, for the current organization. So we're going to need to do something similar to this here. All right, so instead of category, this is going to be lead. So the initial query set, and then I'll just put there queryset.filter, and we also need the request user as well. So filter now where the category is null equals true. So these are unassigned leads in terms of the category that they belong to. So you could basically view this as new leads, because if they're not in any of the other categories and they haven't been dealt with, what we want to do is we want to get the count, the number of leads that are not assigned. And the way that you do that is by using the .count method, which is part of the object manager. And this is also something that's cool about the Django ORM, which is that you can chain these methods together. So you can say .filter, and then you could do filter again. So you can filter, and then you can say .count. And there's a whole bunch of other methods, but this is what we want to do in this case. We want to count the number of results in this query. So this will just return an integer. And then we can use that in the context here. So instead of that, we'll do unassigned lead count. And if we refresh here, we can see 2. So that is how many leads are not assigned. And we do know that because if we go to the admin, we know that these leads do not have categories. So you can see there's number 1 and there's number 2. So that is our category list view. Next, we'll do the category detail view, where we'll see all of the leads listed out for that specific category.
So what we want to do now is we want to create the category detail view, where if we click on it, we will see all the leads that are underneath that specific category. So we'll go into the leads views, and right underneath this category list view, we'll create a category detail view, and it's going to inherit from the generic detail view, but we'll also just want the login required Mixin. And change this to be detail view. The template name is going to be inside the leads app, so we'll do leads category detail.html, and then the get query set is going to be pretty much the same as the list view, and we're returning a list of categories that we're working with. So then we can go into the templates folder here, and we'll create category detail.html. And I'm basically going to do almost the same thing as what we have in this table. So I'll just copy all of this, paste it here. Then over here, we can display the name of the category. So by default, this is going to be object. The name of the context object name is object. So we can change this to be something customized like category. So we can say context object name is category. And then here we can say that this is going to be the category.name, okay, and we'll say these are the leads under this category, and then we will get rid of the first table row there, and we can do for lead in leads, but this leads is not in the context data yet. So what we're going to want to do is add this into context, and then we'll just do lead dot, let's say, first name, and lead dot last name, and then here we can do the first name, and then on this one we will do the last name. All right, so let's go and add this leads query set into the context, and it's going to be very similar to how we added context over here. So what I'm going to do is I'll just copy that for now, and we'll come over here and just tab this in. So this get context data is where we're going to basically add the query set of leads that belong or that are assigned to this category. Now, if we take a look at the category model, we are using the category model over here as a foreign key. And the way that we can fetch all of the leads that belong to a specific category is by making use of a specific syntax on foreign keys. And it looks like this. So if we go to views, then I'm just going to get rid of all of that. So the way that we would do the query set is we would say get all of the leads. So we say lead.objects.filter, and we can then filter for the specific category. So we can say category equals to the category that we fetched. And because this is a detail view, there's a special method part of the detail view, which is the get object method. So this method is part of the detail view, and you can use it to basically fetch the instance of whichever model we're working with. So it's all to do with the query set. So we could say that the category equals self.get object, right? So that will fetch the actual category that we're working with in the detail view. It's basically this context object that's being passed in. So we can do that. We can say that the query set equals to all of these leads, but we can also do it a little bit simpler syntactically, and that's by calling the object and then taking a look at the models. We use the name of the model that has the foreign key on it. So if we have a foreign key to the category model, then the model we're looking at here is the lead. So the way we can fetch all of the leads that are assigned to this category is by saying, if we come over here, we go self.getObject. That'll fetch us the actual category. And then we can say .lead set.
And this will basically fetch all of the leads that have been assigned to this category. And this syntax only works because we've declared a foreign key to the category model. So it's basically like doing a reverse lookup where we're checking for all the rows in the database that link to a specific category. And then like that, you can say .all, and it's basically doing the exact same thing as this call here. So it's filtering for the category equal to self.getObject, or you can just use the foreign key reverse lookup like this. Now, the nice thing about this syntax is that we can actually go onto the models and we can add a special field here, which is called related name. And this is a name that you give to the relationship between categories and leads. Now, normally I find the best way to name this is by basing it off of the model. So I like to do it in plural, and I say leads, right? So what that allows you to do is in your views, instead of doing the reverse lookup like this by calling lead set, you can say .leads. And then that should make a little bit more sense in terms of what we're trying to do here. We're basically saying get all of the leads, right, through this related name that belong to a specific category. And you can see that the syntax is very clean. So this isn't the only benefit though. If you do specify a related name, it does allow you to do some very nice lookups using the Django ORM that wouldn't be possible if you didn't specify it. So I'm going to say that the query set of leads equals to this call here, and then we'll just pass that in like this. Now, because we made a change to the model, I'm going to stop the server and run the make migrations command and then migrate, and then run the server again. Right, so now we can actually use this call. We have the category detail template, but we need to bring this into the URLs. So import it here. And I'm going to do this after this one. And I'm going to add a primary key into the URL like this. So it'll be category detail view, and the name will just do category detail. And then inside the category list.html, we will make these A tags. So I will wrap this like that and specify the href to be a URL, and that URL name is going to be to leads, and then category detail, where we're going to pass in the category primary key inside that as the argument. So like that, if we refresh here, then let's rather do it like this. So just fix that up a little bit, put the link inside here. And now if we click on this, then it takes us to this detail page, and we're not getting anything listed out here because, well, there's nothing that's assigned to contacted. So if we go to our admin and we go to the leads and we go to one of these here, say put it in contacted, and we go back to agents and no, not agents, go to leads. Then I also want to add a link here so that it takes us to categories. So we'll just do that in lead list. And I'll do this here like that. Say view categories. And this is just going to go to category list. All right, view categories. Okay. If I go to contacted, now we can see that one gets listed out there. We are passing this in as context right now. So we're doing that by passing it in like this. But the cool thing is that because we're inside the template accessing the category model, we can actually call that from within the template instead of doing all this extra context. So we can actually take .leads.all, and if we go into category detail, then we can say for lead in our category .leads.all. And you'll see I'm leaving out the brackets because with template syntax we don't need the brackets. But like this, we're accessing the ORM in the exact same way as you would if you were doing it in the view. So I can actually comment this out, come back here and refresh this, and it still works. So like this, I'm not going to add the context because it's a little bit easier inside the template to do it like this. But if you did need to do some sort of complex query that was just a lot more than simply calling .leads.all, then you probably would need to do that inside the context here to get more control. So now what I want to do is I want to be able to update the category of this particular lead. And we'll probably also want the link here to take us to this lead detail view as well. So if we go into category detail and we just wrap this stuff in here inside an A tag, you can say href equals to a URL, which is going to go to leads and then lead detail and take in lead.primaryKey inside there. Okay, so refreshing this, then that is a link, but I think I'm just going to add some class on here. So text blue 500 when you hover over it. Right, so like that. So if you click that, it takes you to the detail view. I'm going to change this reviews section here to be another sort of update view or form where we can change the category that this lead belongs to. So that would be sort of moving it along in the CRM process, moving it from being just unassigned to now been contacted, or from contacted to converted, etc. So we'll go into category, or not category, but lead detail. And I'm going to change the text here to be category. And this is also going to need an href as well, since it's going to have its own view. So we're going to go into our leads views, and we'll create one just here at the bottom, which we'll say is the lead category update view. It's going to be login required, and it's going to be a generic update view. Okay, so we can look for an update view here to see most of what we need. So I'll just copy most of that and we'll just paste this here. Then this is going to be the lead category update.html. The form we're going to change. The get query set method is going to need to be a little bit different, so we can get that from one of the other views here, like the lead detail view. So basically this query set here, which is basically just to determine based on who's logged in. So I also need the user there. Okay, so over here. Right, so that'll determine what leads we have access to. The get success URL will keep the same. And now it's basically just coming down to the actual form class. So I'm going to go over here to the forms.py and we'll create a class here, which will be our lead category update form, for example. And it's going to be a model form, which is only going to have one field. So this form also makes use of the lead model. So I'll just grab all of that. And instead of all of these fields, we only want to show the category. So using this form, we can come back here, specify this, and just import it. Right. So we'll take this into our URLs, and it's going to be based on the primary key of the lead. So I'm going to follow this sort of convention that we did for the assigning agent. And we also need to import this here. So this is the lead category update view. Grab that. So this is going to be lead category update. And we'll do the same thing here. Let's say like /category, for example, so that you can update the category. And then we'll just need to take this name and bring it into the templates. So inside our lead detail, this is going to be a URL. and it's going to be inside the leads namespace to lead category update, and we pass in primary key. Right, so like that, we'll now be able to go there. So if I click that, it takes us there, but the template doesn't exist yet. So we'll just create that. And that is just to get the name here, that there. So all that. And it's going to be very similar to the lead update.html. So basically all of this, copy that, paste this in here. And the href from our lead detail that we put here is what we need. Both over here. So this is category. And inside the lead update. Oh, we've actually got it there. Okay. So that's just making sure that we can navigate between all of these. Now I also need to go and change the CSS here, or the class names on the lead category update. So I'll grab this entire class here, paste that there, and then this top one here, we will replace over there. So now it looks like we're navigating. So we can change between being unassigned, so having no category, to being contacted, being converted, unconverted, etc. So if I change this to contacted, then it'll now be updated to contacted, and I'm seeing it takes us back to leads here. Probably what will be better is if it redirects us not over here, but to that object's detail view. So the way we can do that is by returning to lead detail, and then we can pass in keyword args, which is a dictionary of arguments, and the argument that's required for this URL is the primary key. So this is the exact same sort of thing when you're in a template, that you pass a keyword arg into the URL. It's the same thing, you're just now doing it in a dictionary in Python syntax. And the primary key is the primary key of the object that was just updated. So just like the detail view, we have the get object method that's here on update views because we're dealing with a specific object. So what we can do is we can just call self.getObject, right? So that will return the actual lead, and then we can just say .id, and that will grab the primary key, in this case, of the object. So when we redirect, it'll redirect us to the specific object's detail view. So if we go back to, let's do this one, test number 1, go to category, let's change from contacted to converted, hit submit, and you'll see it just redirects you to the overview here, which is a little bit nicer. So that is how we can update the category of the lead. One of the best things about Django is the insane number of third-party packages that you can use. So I'm on a site called djangopackages.org, and this is just like a registry of different packages, and you can search them by different categories. So for example, if you want to search for forms, then you can click on the forms category, and then here if you scroll down, then you'll see this is a list of all the different packages, and you can compare them across a number of different sort of aspects. So for example, are they using Python 3? So most of them are using Python 3. You can see the production status, when they were last updated, which is something very important to look at. You can click to go to the GitHub repository, see how many stars the project has, and all sorts of stuff. And really, this is a great place to find packages that have some functionality that you're looking for, so you don't always need to build everything yourself. With that being said, you do need to then start looking at how that package is working and whether it fits for your use case, and also start to take into consideration whether that package is going to be supported in the future, or if it's just something that someone made 5 years ago. But I'm going to show you how you can install a third-party package that is very popular, and it's used to style and make working with your forms much easier. and it's called Django Crispy Forms. So it's this first one here, Django Crispy Forms. I'm going to click to go to their GitHub repository. And from here, I'm just going to follow the installation guide, which basically helps you set up forms to look like this. So it's a lot more styled and just more structured. And the API for using it is very simple and very easy to get started. So I'm going to click on read it on the read the docs page, which has the full documentation. And I'm going to start in the installation part. So we have to install the package first. So we'll do that. I'm going to stop the server, run this command. And once it's done installing, then I'm going to call pip freeze into our requirements.txt so that we can store the updated package in here now. So with that installed, then we need to add it to our installed apps inside our Django settings. So if we do that, then I like to separate the sort of local apps from our third-party apps just to keep record. Right, so Crispy Forms is not something we wrote, it's a third-party app, so we'll put it there. And once we have it in the installed apps, it basically just tells Django that we have access to either templates or other files and logic that comes with this package. And then once we've set that, we need to decide on a template pack. So a template pack is essentially a set of styling for how the forms will be styled. And there are a couple different options you have here. There's Bootstrap for just plain Bootstrap. There's Bootstrap 3, there's Bootstrap 4, and then the version I'm going to be using, or the extension, is Tailwind, because our project is styled with Tailwind. So it makes sense to continue with that. And luckily there is a Tailwind extension or template pack, which is in another package, and I'm going to click the link to open it here. So this is Django Crispy Forms / Crispy Tailwind. And if we scroll down here, you can see that this is what it looks like. And it is worth noting that they still say here, this project is still in early stages of development. So that is something worth keeping in consideration. But to install it, we're going to go ahead and just run the pip install command. So we'll do that. Once you have that, freeze the requirements again. And if you take a look here, now you should see Crispy Tailwind and Django Crispy Forms. Okay, so with that, then coming back to our installation, we need to define the Crispy template pack in our settings, which I'm just going to do at the bottom here. So we'll just enter it here. And the value of this is going to be Tailwind. All right, so that's going to tell Crispy Forms that we want to use the Tailwind set of template pack to style the forms. And because we do have the extension installed, we should be good to go. So if we just take a look here, there's just some settings we need to add for this package as well. So Crispy Tailwind needs to go in our installed apps. And then the Crispy allowed template packs needs to also be set to Tailwind. So we'll do that right at the bottom here as well. So Crispy allowed template packs and Crispy template pack inside there as well. Now it does show you this is how to basically use it. So we load what is called a filter, and this is something that comes with Django pre-installed. It's one of the built-in features, which is that you can load extensions into a template, and you just have to specify the name of the file, and then you get access to a bunch of different syntaxes and functionality that you can apply in the template. And in this case, what you do is you can apply the filter to a Django form. So if you create the form variable with the curly brackets, then you can just use this piping operator, and then the name of the operation or the filter is called Crispy. And what that'll do is it'll literally transform the entire form with nice styling and CSS, and it kind of just works like magic. So we'll show you how to do this. Just copy that, and we can go into one of our templates. Let's do the login template. All right, so inside here, we're going to load the Tailwind filters inside this file underneath extends, and then we just need to copy this form crispy. And so instead of doing form.asp, we'll do form crispy. Then we can start the server. Okay, let's come back here. I'll log out and I'll go to log in. And look at that, you can see it looks really different. You get nice, much better styling with these nice fields, and we can make this look even better. So if we take this entire form and we wrap it inside a div and specify the maximum width to be, let's say, large, and we do margin auto on the side so that it gets centered, then if we reset this or refresh it, then it looks like this. And the login button we can also style, so we can do, let's say, width full. We'll do background, let's say blue 500, and when we hover it'll be background blue 600, and we can do padding X3, padding Y 1, so something like this. So that's what that looks like. And we could do rounded medium, right? So it looks like that now. The HR tag I'm going to remove, and this A tag I'll just take out of the form, paste it here. We can give this some class as well. Say that when we hover over it, it'll be text blue 500, and we can give it some margin top of like 3. So like that, we can see there's that hover effect. Then inside this button, I'll make the text white as well. Right, so it looks like that. And then maybe we could actually make it a little bit bigger. So something like this. And we can, and I'll just take this and put it inside a div. And this div can be margin top 5. Okay. And we could even do, something like py5, and we can say border top, and we can say border gray 200. So actually get rid of border, we just want the top, so like that. And there you already have a much nicer looking form. And this is what the Django Crispy Forms package allows you to do. So if we inspect this form, you can actually see all the CSS that's applied to this using Tailwind, and then you don't have to go and style this yourself. So it's very handy, and this is what Django packages are meant to do. They're meant to eliminate a lot of boilerplate code that you write so that you can focus specifically on what you want to do. And so using this form, we would probably want to go and apply this to all of the forms throughout the project. So we'll do that. Let's go to this one here as well. This is going to be crispy, and I'll just grab the class from this button to make it consistent. So paste that there, and this here we can wrap inside a div. We'll say the class is max width large. Right, and then this H1 will say is text 4XL gray, let's say 800. Right, so if we go to forgot password, then this is the password reset confirm. That's fine. We'll take that. Let's go to password reset form as well. Okay, paste this here. And this button, it just says confirm new password, so we'll replace the text here, reset password, and the H1 tag will say reset your password. Okay, and we just need to bring the load inside there, so paste that, refresh this. All right, so we see reset your password. I'll probably just add some class on the form here, margin top 5. Okay, there it is. And we'll also probably want a little link there to take us back if we didn't mean to go here. So let's do this. And instead of this, we'll do login. So already have an account. Right, so it looks like this. And now we're getting some basic navigation there. And then we can also do another link here that says don't have an account, create an account. So let's grab this, go to login, and maybe we can do this above the form, and we'll make it border bottom. And we can say this class of margin top 5 we'll put over here. And we'll say don't have an account. It'll take you to sign up. Right, don't have an account, takes you over here. And now we can apply the same sort of thing to the signup.html. So we'll take the load tag, bring it there, make this crispy. And we also want the link here, which I'll put there. We probably might as well just copy this entire div, paste this, get rid of all of that, sign up, and then here we'll do the same thing as what we did on the password reset. So I'll just grab this one that says already have an account, do that. Okay, refresh this, and you can see this looks a lot better. So you get this very nice sort of a detailed explanation of what the fields require. So in terms of the username, the password, and the password confirmation. All right, so now this is looking much better. Let's go and log in with our credentials. And if we go to create a new lead, we can apply the same thing here. So that's going to be under our leads app. So leads templates, lead create, and we'll need to bring this in here. So let's take it from login. I'll just copy all of this. All right, so we need the load tag at the top. We need this form crispy over there, and this button over there. We'll just change it to say submit, and then we can get rid of all of this. Probably actually we can put everything inside this div here. So get rid of all of that and paste this there. So I'm just wrapping the div around everything. And I'll also give this anchor tag here on hover, text blue 500. Right, refresh. And this H1 tag here will also on styles. Let's do text 4XL, text gray 800. All right, create a new lead. And on this form, do margin top 5. Cool. Then probably I'm just going to wrap this in a div. And we'll say class margin top 3 there as well. Or maybe we can do py5 border top border gray 200. And that does look fine for now. And this form looks a lot better. Then we also have the update form. So if we go to update details and we want to change this form, same thing for reviews, which, oh, not reviews, that should say category. So let's change that there. That's inside the update template. So lead update. This should say category, right? And then we'll just import this into lead update. This will say crispy, and then the class will apply on the button there as well. And that looks pretty good. So if we refresh this, this is what that looks like. The delete button, we'll probably want to wrap this in a div, and we'll just put some margin top on that, or maybe also border top which is gray. And let's see, that one's not coming through. There we go. Now that's coming through. So that looks a little bit better. Probably the text here is not being applied correctly. But that looks a little bit better actually. Yeah. So, okay. Then category as well. So we'll take the load into here. Change this to be crispy. We need the button class as well. And same thing for what we did over here. I'm just going to copy all of this, go over here, and we don't need the delete button there, so we should get rid of that. So if we go to category, then that's what it looks like. And that seems to be, or there should be one more form, which is the create new agent. So we'll do that one as well. So that's going to be under the agents app, agents templates, agent create. Okay. So let's bring the load inside here. And same thing as always. Right. Just trying to make this consistent across everywhere. And we should have a link there as well. I'll grab that div as well. So like this, and close off the div. Refresh here. All right, so instead of that saying don't have an account, this should be saying go back to agents. So let me grab, well, it's agents list. All right, go back to agents. Cool, so that looks pretty good. If we go to a specific one and we want to update the details of this agent, then we're going to want to change this as well. So same thing, agent update, bring everything in there. Make this crispy. And then this, I'm going to get rid of there as well. Okay, so refresh here. All right, and probably want to take a look at the leads update here, just so I can grab this. So I can do the same thing here, and then just replace the link there. Okay, yep. So if I take that there, it takes us here. And then probably the last thing is just the agent delete and the lead delete as well. So let's just fix those ones up. Okay. Yep. Then I'll just put a little bit here. There we go. Maybe this can be a little bit smaller. Okay. And then same sort of concept for the lead delete. So inside here, lead delete. Paste everything there. Are you sure you want to delete this lead? Go back to leads list. And that should be everything. So now if we go back to leads, let's go to one of these ones. Update, click on delete. Let's see, oh, the template's not loaded here. There we go. Are you sure you want to delete? Yes. Cool. So that is how we set up the Crispy Forms package, and you can see it makes a big difference on the forms and the sort of quality of those forms. So this looks a lot better. So what I've done now is I've just added some style, fixed up images, and basically just touched up what it looks like. And these sort of changes have nothing to do with Django. This is all just HTML and CSS. So I'll just briefly walk through what these exact changes are. And of course, you'll be able to find the code in the GitHub repository. But again, this isn't something that I'm going to go through line by line because it's just HTML. So it just comes down to finding components that you like and just styling it for something that you want it to look like. So this is the leads list on the normal leads list page. The categories looks more or less exactly the same. The contacted, or rather detail views here look pretty much the same. If we go to the agents and we go to any of these agents, then this just looks a little bit better. So just took out that random image that didn't actually serve a purpose and basically just touched this up a little bit. Same thing on the leads, that it looks a little bit better here as well. And now I also just want to show you on the models. So if we go to leads, go to models, and I'll just zoom in here. I want to add these fields in as well because I think they'll be quite useful for actually describing what the lead is about. So first one is the description, which is just a very simple custom written description about the lead. So that might include your own details about how you got in contact with them or something. The date added is a field we haven't looked at yet, and it's quite an important field, which is a date time field. So this is pretty much how to store date objects in the database. And you'll see that it has an argument here, which is auto now add being set to true. And what that does is it basically means that you don't have to pass in the value when you create the lead. The value will be pre-populated with the time at that moment when the lead is created. So if I create a lead right now, then the date added will be that exact moment. So this is a nice way of just letting Django handle the date for you. Then I'm adding a phone number, which is just a normal character field, and an email, which is an email field. And that just has a little bit of validation to make sure that the value saved in here is in fact an email. So with these changes, I'm going to make migrations, and I'm going to have to provide some default values here because we are adding some things. So for the date added, I'm going to provide a default, and you'll see that it says you can accept the default, which is timezone.now. And so I'm going to do that. I'm going to say timezone.now just to provide the default. Then the default description value, I'm going to leave as blank. Default email, I'm going to leave, let's select an option. I'll do blank, and there we go. So phone number also blank. And with all of those, then I'll run migrate, and then we can run the server. And if we go to forms for when we create a lead, we have here first name, last name, age, and well, this was actually the normal form. We want to use the lead model form. So I'm going to add those fields in there, all of these. So I go back to forms, paste these here. And like that. There we go. Now you'll see date added gets an error, and it's because it's not editable. So we'll have to remove it from there. And then I'll just refresh this. So if we go to leads and we click to create a lead, now you'll see we get a whole bunch of other fields here. So let's go and add a test one like Joe Soap. The agent I'll assign to, let's say, well, we can leave it blank for now. And this is a random description, phone number, email address, submit. And let's just see here, not null constraint failed leads, lead organization ID, which if we go here, lead create view, form valid. And yeah, we are not actually passing any organization yet. So this is something we need to do as well. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say that the organization is the user that's logged in, because we can only access this if we are an organizer. So we're going to say that the lead equals form.save, commit equals false. Then we will assign the organization to the lead. And this is just going to be the request user profile. And then we can save that. Okay, come back here. Let's continue. And there we go. All right, so that created Joe Soap. And I'll just have to change this in the template. So let's go to templates, lead list. Okay. And this, if I just zoom out a little bit, unassigned leads, we can get rid of that, and we can change this to be lead.description as well. And then these ones don't have all the correct information, so I'll just need to fill in something here with the phone number and email address. All right, so there we see that coming through. And then this one as well. Another description, phone number, email, and there we go. Right, so that's working perfectly fine. If we go to agents and we create a new agent, let's say someone at Django.com, someone. All right, so there we see they show up over here, and there we see the email. So this is the email address there. So I'll log out, and you'll see that it also now logs us out and redirects us here. And that's because in the DJ CRM settings, I've specified this logout redirect URL, which is also a setting from Django that basically just configures what URL to redirect to after you log out. So I've set it just to be the landing page. And I'm going to go to login, go to forgot password, enter that. Okay, we have sent you an email to confirm your password. So let's click there. It takes us here, new password, confirm to common. Confirm. Okay, you have successfully reset your password. Click here to log in. All right, so into the username, log in, and cool. So now I'm logged in as someone. I only see leads, so that whole process is working. If I go to categories, I can see all the categories there. So this all seems to be working. I'm going to go and log in again as the admin here. And if we go to update the category, say we move them to unconverted and submit this, and we go back to all our leads, and we see unconverted there. I'll also want to just change the here in the detail view of the lead, just to specify this information more correctly. So if we go to lead detail, I'll put here email, and this will be phone number. All right, so this is going to be lead.email, and this is going to be lead.phone number. Okay, refresh that, and there we go. So that's coming through, and yeah, that seems to be correct. So that is the set of changes on the front end, mainly just to make the UI look a little bit better. And with all of this configured and working, we can now get started with configuring this project for deployment.
So now we're going to configure the project for deployment, and we're going to be deploying on DigitalOcean. But before even considering DigitalOcean, there are some general things that need to be configured for just deployment in general. So this is mainly going to be done inside our settings.py file, and we're going to need to configure a few things here. So first, we have some very important variables like the secret key, the debug value, and other kinds of sensitive values that are being stored in here that we don't want to store in actual code. We want to keep this inside what would be called a environment file or a .env file. And basically this is to manage environment variables. So environment variables are variables that get kind of set into the environment, like our virtual environment here, and we can then access those variables in the application during runtime. Now, it might not make sense what I'm saying now, but as we configure it, it'll make more sense. And we're going to make use of a package, which is the Django Environ package. Alright, so I'm going to go to the GitHub repository first, and we'll start there. So this is the repository, and basically it gives you it's a package you import, and it gives you functionality to read environment variables very easily using this sort of syntax where you just say environ.read env file, and then it will read those variables into the session. So we're going to go and install this package. Now I'm just going to come down here and grab this command, pip install Django Environ. Alright, so we'll do that there. And once that's done, then pip freeze into the requirements. Alright, so we should see there's our Django Environ package. And then we create a .env file. So I'm going to do this inside our DJ CRM folder .env, and that's just for environment variables. So like variables like this. So you would basically take all of these and you would paste them inside here, and these variables you could then access in your settings.py file through the Django Environ package. Now we don't need these ones, so I'm just going to get rid of those. Debug is going to be set to in local development to be true. Then the secret key we can come and grab from there as well. Okay, and then inside our settings.py file here, just like they do in this little example here, we're going to import environ, and we'll grab actually those first two ones there, and I'm just going to paste it at the top. So import environ. Then what's happening here is it's calling environ.env, and it's casting the default value for our debug variable to be false, and that is what we want. We want it to be false by default. So I'll remove the comments here. Then we are reading the environment.env file here so that it gets basically read into the project. And then we can access the variables in the syntax by just calling env, open the brackets, and then the name of the environment variable that you want to access. So we're using the same sort of naming convention. So if you want to access debug, you just do environment debug, and then you can do the same thing for the secret key. And then that was already there, so I'm just going to remove those there. Right, so like that, we are then storing those values in a .env file, which is much better. And there isn't anything right now that needs to be stored in the .env besides these two, so that's fine. What I'm also going to do is I'm just going to copy this file, and I'm going to call it .template.env, and I'll remove these values here. Basically what this is a template that will be added to the GitHub repository. You can see the .env file is grayed out, which means it's not actually being recognized by Git. So this will not be in the repository, and that's the whole point.
you don't want to store your secret keys and values in the actual repository. So instead we store a .template env file for basically telling you what environment variables you need to set in order for the project to be run. So we can provide this with a default and say it's true, and then just give a short secret key like that, just so that you can get the project up and running. And then like this, if we try and run the server, when we see here, it actually runs perfectly fine. And if you want, you can print out these values here, debug and secret key, just to see them. And there you can see it true, and there's the secret key. So that is how we can use the environ package. Now, because it's reading this .env file, when we deploy this to production, there isn't going to be a .env file. This is a very important thing to understand about environment variables. Normally, your deployment providers such as DigitalOcean, Heroku, and others, they allow you to specify environment variables inside the UI when you're creating your project, and then those environment variables will be loaded into the terminal when the project is being deployed. So basically, if this is the actual server that you're deploying on, when you deploy this project, the host provider like DigitalOcean, for example, will export those variables. So it'll go through your list of environment variables and it will say export debug equal to true, and then if you enter this, then it will actually set this variable in your session, and it would do the same thing for secret key. So we could do the same thing. Let's copy those two. Right, so those are now set in our session, and so we could actually come here and we don't even need to read the .env file anymore because they're inside the terminal session. So Django, or the Django environ package, will read them from the terminal. So if I run server, you can see it still works without having to read the file. And that's what's going to happen in production. So we don't actually want to call this in production. Now, the easiest way to do this is to create our own environment variable, and we're going to call it, let's say, read.env file, okay? And this read.env file environment variable is something you will always manually export over here in the terminal. It's not something that you will put inside here because the whole point is to determine whether or not you should read this file. What you can do is you can use this env package. It's perfectly fine to do this. So we can say equals to this value. But again, we're not going to store this in the .env. Now, we want this value to return a Boolean. So this is either true or false. And the way you can do that is just by calling .bool. So that'll basically return either true or false. And by default, this is going to have a default value of false. So that means that it'll always try and read them from the session, not from the .env file. And the only time that we actually do use a .env file is in local development. So what we then do is we check if we are reading the .env file, then we will call this command of environ.env.readenv. So let me go and delete this terminal, and we will create an entirely new one. And so you can see, right, we have the virtual environment activated. If I try to run our server, you'll see we get an error. It says improperly configured, set the secret key. And it's telling us this because this is the first value it's trying to retrieve, and there is no secret key. So what we need to do is we need to export this variable in our terminal. So we say export read.env file equal to true. So that will now be the environment variable that gets read over here, and it should be set to true. So then it will read our .env file and load all the environment variables into the session. So if you run now you can see that it runs perfectly fine. This is a very important step in running the project, and I'll also add it into the README as well. So now that we have environment variables configured, the next thing to do is to set up a database that is not
a SQLite 3 database. You'll want to use something a little bit better for production, something like Postgres or MySQL. Any of those kind of databases work pretty well. I'm going to be setting up Postgres. Now, I recommend that you install the Postgres app. So if you just search for install Postgres, then you'll go to postgresql.org. You can go here and you can then download it for whichever operating system you're on. Now, once you install it, you should have a little icon that pops up here, which is this little elephant. And if you open Postgres, it will show you all of the databases that you have on your machine. It also comes with, at least on Mac, I'm not sure about on Windows, so you'll just have to make sure, but it's not a prerequisite or anything. It just comes with a nice little utility to actually create databases. And that's a little command line, a command that you can execute, which is create DB. So you can run this and you can give it a name. So I'll just call this DJ CRM. And then you'll see that it's executing this command. And then there it goes. Now it's been executed. And if I were to go and open my Postgres, then I can see it here on the other screen that I do have a database called DJ CRM. So with it created, we can then specify that as the database to use in the project. So we're going to go into our settings.py and I'm going to go down to the databases setting over here. Now the engine is no longer going to be pointing to SQLite 3. Instead, this is going to point to PostgreSQL _ and we're going to use scicop G2. This is a package we're going to need to install as well. Then we need to define some other variables here. First, the name as well. So the name is the name of the database. Now you saw that I created it called DJ CRM, and we're going to want to put these in environment variables as well. So I'm going to change this to be env, and we'll call it db_name. So inside here, I'll set that to be DJ CRM. You can actually remove the quotations. So that's the first one. Then we need to specify the user, and the user is basically the user that you use to connect to the database. So we'll configure that in a second. This is going to be DB user. Then we're going to have the password. So that's the password for the user to connect to the database. All right, so that's DB password. Then we have the host. And in local development, this is basically just going to be your local host. But in production, this could be a full-on URL to a database that's hosted somewhere. So this will be DB host. And the last one is the port. So this is going to be DB port. And again, this is the port of the server that you're trying to access. So these variables are what we need to configure in our .env file. So we'll just put those there. Now again, on local development, this is just going to be localhost. And the port you can actually leave blank. It'll just use the default port, so that's okay. Now for these two variables, we're going to need to go and create a user that can actually access the database. So I'm going to open up a terminal here, and I'm going to run this PSQL command, which comes from Postgres, and it opens up a little shell that gives you access to your databases. So here you could actually list out your databases, you can connect to them, you can do all sorts of commands. And what we want to do is we want to create a user. So we're going to run create user. You can also create a database by calling create database and then give it a name. So you can do it like this as well. I just find the create db command is quite easy to do because you don't have to go inside this little session. But we've already created the database, so I'm going to create a user and I'm going to call this the DJ CRM user. And it's important to just keep track of these names that you use. So I'm going to paste that there. And we're going to assign a password to this user, and just make sure that you put a semicolon at the end because that tells Postgres that that's the end of the line.
So we want to put a password of, let's say, DJCRM1234. Put that there as the password. Execute that. Now it's important to give this user access to the database. So what we do is we type grant all privileges on a database DJCRM to DJCRM user. All right, put a semicolon, and then you'll see grant. All right, so that tells us that that was executed, and now this user actually has permission to do things to the database. So I'll copy all these and add them to the template, and then I'll just get rid of all of those. So you'll have to create your own database. And with that configured, I can then just put /Q to exit out of the shell. So there we go. And now we can try and connect to the database using our new Postgres connection. But actually, before that, we need to just install the package. So we're just going to run pip install scicop g2-binary. Right. So using that package, we can then most likely run the server. And okay, cool. So that did work, but now you'll see we have 28 unapplied migrations, and that should make sense because we're using a completely new database. So we've connected to something completely different, and it doesn't have any of the schema that we've been working on. In order to continue working with it, we're going to need to run those migrations, right? So we should see all of those migrations applied. And then we would need to create a super user and do all of the stuff to create data again. So that's just something to be aware of. But now that we are using Postgres, we won't need to actually worry about the DB SQLite3 file anymore, since we won't be using that. The other good thing about this is that you can start using Postgres right now. So this should be better for your project, because if you're going to run Postgres in production, you should try and match your environment as close as possible to that in local development as well. So now that we're using Postgres in both situations, it'll be a lot better. So the last thing we need to configure before we actually deploy the project is our static file configuration. Now this is again inside our settings.py file, and if we come all the way down, you'll see that this is what we have configured for static files. And I mentioned earlier in the project that in production, you're going to want to use a service such as DigitalOcean Spaces or AWS S3 buckets to store your static files. And while that is, I would recommend the best approach, there is another way to do this, particularly with hosting static files in Python applications, and that's using a package called Whitenoise. Now, to configure Whitenoise, just going to come over here and we're going to search for Django Whitenoise. So it's this link here, which we'll go to. And we can read all about configuring Django or Whitenoise with Django. So I'm going to go to that specific section. So we'll start by installing Whitenoise. So we'll come here, install that. And we will then freeze those requirements. All right. Then we need to add this to our middleware. So I'm going to grab this Whitenoise middleware and we're going to scroll up and add this right here at the top. So this will allow Whitenoise to handle some of the requests. Then we need to specify the static files storage, which is basically pointing to Whitenoise again. I'm going to do this right down here with our static file configuration. And that's pretty much the getting started or quick start guide. But if we go to using Whitenoise with Django, we can read more about this. First, it says we need to specify a static root, which we've defined right there. And it says as part of deploying your application, you'll need to run manage.py collect static to put all your static files into the static root. And this is one of the concepts I briefly touched on earlier, and it's the idea that when you are basically deploying, you want to grab all your static files that could be in multiple places and bring them into one folder. So if I were to run manage.py collect static, then you'll see it says your 135 static files copied to inside this project and then static root. And you can see there's a couple things here. First, there's the admin folder, And this is all the CSS and JavaScript and everything for the Django admin. All right, then we've got our own styles. We've got images, JavaScript, and a staticfiles.json file. This has been configured by Whitenoise, so it looks like it did produce some other files alongside what we had. And the way that we access those files is in the exact same way that we always have. We load static, and then we just pass the static command like that. And then to enable Whitenoise, we did that already. We put that into our middleware. And then you can add compression and caching support. So it says here, Whitenoise comes with a storage backend, which automatically takes care of compressing your files and creating unique names for each version so they can be safely cached forever. To use it, just add this to your settings, and you'll see that that is what happened. And then there's also some other configuration here that we can do for instructions for our CDNs, right? So if you want to use a CDN with, so let's say CloudFront, then this is how you would do it. And then we can also see how to use Whitenoise in development. So it says in development, Django's run server automatically takes over static file handling, which is what we've seen by going to the /static URL that we can navigate through our own files. But it says in most cases it's fine. However, this means that some of the improvements that Whitenoise makes to static file handling won't be available in development, and it opens up the possibility for differences in behavior between development and production. So again, you want to try and keep the environments as similar as possible. So you want to then try and make use of Whitenoise in development as well. So it says you can disable Django static file handling and allow Whitenoise to take over by simply passing the no static option to the run server command. So what that would look like is we would run python manage.py run server and say no, just grab it from here, no static, like that. Right. Instead of having to do that, you can just pass this into the installed apps, which is, we'll basically just pass that in front of it every single time. So I'll go and do that. We'll add that into our, not a middleware, into our installed apps, right? So that'll prevent the no static, or add the no static. And like that, we're now configured in terms of static files. So the next thing is to actually take this project to DigitalOcean and to deploy it using their app platform. All right, so now we're going to actually deploy the project on DigitalOcean, and we're going to use the app platform, which is a new feature brought out by DigitalOcean. And so I'm here on the apps section. I've logged in already. You're going to want to go and sign in, and we have a link in the description of this video that you can use to get some credits to help you just start with some basic projects for free. So make use of the link in the description for that. And once you're logged in, then you're going to want to go to the apps. So if I just go home, I'll show you how to get to that. So from here, you'll have this little side panel on the left. You're going to want to click on apps here under manage, and that takes you to the app platform section. Then under here, you'll get the launch your app button. So if you don't have any apps, you can just click launch your app. And then from here, you're going to want to connect your GitHub repository. So if you don't have it already connected like I do, then you'll just have to follow the prompts to connect your account. And then you can select the repository that you want to give access to. So I'll select mine and we'll click next. All right, so from here, I'm just going to give this a name, DJ CRM. I'll leave it in Frankfurt and I'll let it select the main branch. And do keep in mind that I've merged the latest code into main branch, so it should pick up everything. Then we'll allow it to auto deploy code changes. So that basically means whenever you push to the main branch, it'll redeploy. So hit next. And then we'll see here it's detected that it's a Python app. It is a web service. And from here, you can add a database, which is optional. I've already created a database beforehand just because they do take a while to configure, but I'll show you how to do that. And you'll then have the option to configure your environment variables, your build and run command. And so I'm going to hit next for now. I'm going to do this on the basic plan, and I'll select
$5 per month as the container size, and then launch the basic app. Now, nothing's actually going to be run because we haven't configured a build script or run script, so it should be fine for now. But what I'm going to do is show you the database on how you can set that up. So I'm just going to open the cloud in a second tab here. So underneath my project, I have a database cluster group here, which is the database that I've created. But what you're going to want to do is go to Create and then click on Databases. All right, so this will take you to create the new database. You'll select Postgres. You'll start at the $15 per month. And you can then, or most likely you'll want to choose the same data center. So I've gone with Frankfurt. And then after that, you can give your database a unique name. So you can put it whatever name you want there. Make sure you've selected the right project and then create a database cluster from there. Now that will start provisioning the new database, but I already have the database created just because it takes quite a while. So once it's created, you are going to get a couple prompts to specify the trusted sources that can send requests to the database. Now, I just left it as everything for now, just because I don't want to get into too many of the details. So I skipped most of the settings, but so if you go to Overview, then here you'll be presented with the connections details. You'll also be presented with it during the setup process, and you'll want to take these credentials and basically enter them as the database environment variables. So you have the username, you have the database host, which is a URL, the port, the database name, and then the password, which is also very important. So when you go into DigitalOcean app, the app platform here, you want to go to components, and here under environment variables, we're going to add environment variables. So we're going to add debug, which is the first one, and we're going to set that to false. We're going to add the secret key, which I'm just going to grab from here, even though you will probably want to put a different secret key. So I'll just grab that. All right, and then there's a couple other ones here. So we need DB name, DB user, DB password, DB host, and DB port. Okay, so you're going to take all of the credentials from this database and you're going to enter them in here. And once you've done that, you can then hit save. So I'm going to go and enter all of these. Right, so now I have 7 environment variables there. And you'll see that it also builds the service again. So it's going to take that entire, or those new environment variables and inject them into the build process. Now, we still haven't configured the actual run command on how to run the Django server, but at least now we do have the Django database configured. Right, so I'm just going to close this tab here. And so before we actually deploy the project, we need to add a couple settings into the Django settings file that configure the project for production. So if we go into settings.py, right here at the bottom, I'm going to basically specify these settings that are about security. So such as making sure that we're always running on HTTPS, making sure that we have a secure cookie, a secure CSRF token. And so I'm just going to copy this into the project because there's quite a few settings here. So we're just checking if we're not in debug mode, meaning we're basically in production, then you'll set all of these settings. And the first one here is the secure proxy SSL header. And you'll see that this is just checking that it's HTTPS. We're always redirecting to SSL, so that's very important. We always want to go back to HTTPS. We have a secure cookie, secure CSRF token, and a whole bunch of other settings here, which you can read more about in the Django documentation. The one that you probably should just be a little bit more concerned about is this HSTS seconds, which I've set to 1 year. Now, if you are deploying a website that has already existed for a long time, then you're going to want to start off with a very small number just to test it out, right? So
If you start with something very small, which is just a couple seconds, then you can test to make sure that it's still working. But if you are deploying a new domain, then this should be fine. So these settings are what we're going to add for only to be active in production. And then we're also going to specify allowed hosts for production as well. Now, I'm going to specify this as a star value, which basically means that any host is allowed. And this is not what you want to have configured, but because we don't know the URL that it's going to be deployed on yet, I'm just going to specify it as star. And then once we do know, then I'll just manually hard code that in. But of course, if you were deploying this on your own custom domain, so if you knew what this was going to be, then you would just put, yourdomain.com. But just for now, I'm going to keep this as a star to make sure that it does work on any host. And like that, I'm going to commit this and push it to the repository and then also merge it into the master or the main branch so that it does get updated here. Now, the last thing we're also going to add here is the gunicorn package. And this is what we use to run Python servers in production. It's basically a technology that you use to run the server. So I'm going to open up the terminal and I'm going to say pip install gunicorn. And once you have it installed, you can then freeze this into the requirements.txt file. So you should see it over here. And basically what this lets you do is run gunicorn and then point it towards a wsgi.py file. So you can say djcrm.wsgi and then just :application, which is basically pointing to the application variable in here. So if you execute this, then you'll see that it starts the gunicorn service and it is listening on the localhost port. So this is what you'll do in production. The exact command is slightly different in DigitalOcean's app platform, but we do use the gunicorn service. So with that installed, we can then push this to the repository to have the project redeployed. So you'll see that when you merge in GitHub, so I've just merged a pull request from the deployment branch into the main branch, you'll see that it triggers the build service here, and you can watch the logs of the application, so you can actually see what happens here. Now, DigitalOcean, first, it's using what's called these build packs, and you can read more on their website about what these are, but it's basically these sort of containers where they run different commands and execute different things. And one of these here is it's injecting app environment variables. So you can see there's our environment variables for the project that are being injected. And you can see here it starts to build the app. So it's looking at the requirements.txt file. The cool thing is that because it recognizes that this is a Python app, that it has a little bit of built-in functionality for Python. So it already knows that it should look at the requirements.txt file. Instead of us having to manually configure, like in a Docker file, that it should cache the requirements.txt file, here it's looking at it by default. So there's a lot of built-in functionality from the Python build pack from DigitalOcean, but this does help us a little bit in deploying. So now it's just installing all the dependencies. And while that's installing, what I want to come back to is basically what commands we're going to run when the project is deployed. So meaning, what are the sort of checklist commands we need to execute every single time we deploy? Now, there's basically two commands that we need to run whenever we deploy. And we're going to run these commands inside a bash file, which I'm going to create here. And this is going to be run server.sh. Now, typically, the first thing we want to do is we want to collect all of the static files. So any changes in our static files need to be brought in, and the way that we accommodate those new changes is by collecting them into the static root. So we would then run python manage.py collect static. But if we were to run this command in the terminal, then you would see that it's going to prompt us here. It's going to say, are you sure you want to do this? And so we have to say yes, and then it will only
then execute it. Now we don't want it to prompt us in production. We just want it to actually do it. So the way that we do that is by passing this no input flag on the end of this. So that way if you execute it, it just does it. And so that's how you will collect static files in production, so that there's no sort of input required in the terminals. And once you've collected static files, you're then going to want to run python manage.py migrate. And this is so that we can make sure the production database has the correct schema applied to it according to the new migrations that we're adding. So we want to make sure that this command is run every single time. This is the most important command. After that, we would then typically run the server. So we would say manage.py run server, but because we're going to be making use of gunicorn, instead what you would typically do is you would run gunicorn and then point it to the whiskey file that you want to execute. So this would be the whiskey.py file here inside the DJ CRM folder. Now the way that we run the gunicorn command in the DigitalOcean app platform is by running gunicorn, then --worker temp dir, and then we have to pass this folder path to dev/shm, and then only after this can we then type the path to the whiskey.py file. So we would then do djcrm.whiskey. All right, so that is the command that you will run. Looks a little bit different to the typical command. Normally you wouldn't need to include all of this, but this is just how it's done in DigitalOcean's app platform, so that's just something to take into consideration. Now lastly, if you try to execute this file in the command line, you would typically want to do something like /run server.sh. But if you try and run this, you'll see that you get a permission denied error. And this is because this is not an executable file. So what you need to do is you need to modify it and basically give permission to make this an executable file. So on Mac, the way that you would do this is you would say chmod and then +x and then the name of the file, which is the run server.sh. So if you execute this now, if I were to run this command, well, first of all, if I tab, it already tells me, VS Code tells me that it is an executable file. And if I do execute it, then first it's going to end in an error because this temp dir is just not correct for local development. But you can see that it does go through the other commands here, so Staticfiles, then migrations, and then it does call gunicorn and just gets this error here. But the point is that in production, this is what you're going to run, and we're going to specify this file as the file to execute in the run command. With all of this configured, we can now push this to production and see what the build status looks like on the app platform. All right, there we go. So the deployment was successful. And if we take a look at the logs here, you can see here's all the initial configuration, and you can see 135 static files copied to the static root. So that's actually run by default. So you can see it. This wasn't part of the run command. This was just a pre-built configuration that it always runs collect static. And then it's looking at all these layers. So basically trying to determine if it needs to do things based on cache. And then you get the actual run command logs. So you can see 0 static files copied to static root, and then the operations to perform. And in this case, I didn't have any migrations because it had run all of them already, and they were from the previous deploy, that is. And then you get the gunicorn logs from running the server. And so you can see then it provides us with a URL. So if I click this, then here we have the built application running on a domain. So the deployment is successful. Some things to just take into consideration right now. If you try and, well, not log in, but if you try and, let's say, sign up on a new account, then you're probably going to get, then you're not going to get any kind of email, because right now, if we go to our application settings, so we go here, then we'll see
the email backend that we've configured, which is actually all the way down here, email backend, you'll see it's a console backend. So even in production, it's still not going to send emails because we're not configuring it with SMTP. So that's something we'll want to do in production, is use a different backend. So right now on the site, I can go and sign up. So let's go and put in a test user. This is actually going to be the first user on the site. And if I hit sign up, then you can see now it takes us to the login page, right? Because we are signed up. And if I hit login, now we just wait, and cool. So I am logged in and I can start performing all the necessary actions. But one thing that you will notice is that the email sending will not work. And that's because, again, we have in the code, we've set the email backend to be the console, or rather to be the email backend part of the console. So that means it'll just print them out to terminal. And in production, that's not what you're going to want. You're going to want it to actually send emails. So just bear in mind that when you do set up an SMTP email sender, then you're most likely going to pay or have a paying account with something like Mailgun or SendGrid or another mail provider. Another thing to bear in mind is that when you set up your own email provider, then you're going to need your own domain first. So if you don't own a domain, then I wouldn't go through this part of the tutorial because it's all about connecting to your own domain. So once you have your domain, you would then buy email hosting from normally the same place where you bought your domain. So once you own an actual domain and a mailbox, then you can use that and configure it in whichever provider you want to use. But most of them do have free trials, so or not even free trials, but just free tiers. So if you send less than a certain number or less than 100 per day or something, then it's completely free. But that's just something to keep into consideration. So I'm showing you mailgun.com because that's just what I use for transactional emails. So that would be like sending an email for password resets or other kinds of just simple transactions. This isn't for like email campaigns and marketing and that. So what I'm going to do is I already have an account, so I'm going to log in, but you're going to want to just go through the sign up process and create an account. The setup should be pretty much the same if you want to go with SendGrid or you want to go with another kind of transactional email provider. So I'm going to go and log in. Now I'm going to go and configure some settings here, and these are the settings that you're going to need to use when you configure your own email provider. The first one is going to be the email host, and this is going to be different depending on which host you go with. So it could be SendGrid or Mailgun. But when you're using Mailgun, it's going to be smtp.mailgun.org, right? So that's the host. Then you need your email host user, right? So this is going to be the user that you actually log into your email provider, and it'll be depending on what email you connect to your account. So let's say you own domain.com. That's the domain you own. When you set up Mailgun, you're going to set up a subdomain, and you're going to need to verify your domain as well. So they recommend that you go with something like mg.domain.com, and that's MG standing for Mailgun. Now, once you've configured that, by default, the email host user that they're going to give you is going to be postmaster@mg.domain.com, right? Remember, domain is whatever your domain is, but it's going to be postmaster@mg.yourdomain, right? So that email host user is very important because that's what you log in with. And there's also a password that goes with that. So you're going to have email host password, and that's going to be an API key that I'll show you how to get. Then we're also going to define email use TLS, and this is going to be set to true. So TLS is just for secure email sending. You're going to want to make sure that that's set to true. Then there's also the email port, right? And this port is pretty much standard in most SMTP settings, which is 587, but you do want to make sure what your port is for whatever host you're using. And then you'll probably also want to define the default from email. And this is just going to be the email that you send from, right? So this can actually be your own custom email, but you just got to make sure it's obviously on your own domain. So say that this was, for example, your name at domain.com. All right, so that is going to be the from email that you send from, and you're just using the email host user to authenticate with your credentials. It doesn't mean that it's actually going to get sent from here, although in some cases it can if you don't define all the details correctly. But so this is the email you're actually going to send emails from, and you'll see that the send mail function that's built into Django does look for this variable in the settings. So if you have configured it like this, then by default Django will use this email to send emails. So once you're logged in, then what you're going to do is you're going to go to sending on the left hand side. You're going to go to domains, and here you're going to have a list of all the domains that you've registered in your account. So you can have more than one, and you'll just want to click on add a new domain, and then here you'll add your own domain, right? So you'll see here it says we recommend using subdomain with Mailgun, so something like mg.mydomain.com. So make sure that you do add the subdomain, that's just recommended. And once you've then added your domain and you've configured it and verified it, then you will be able to send emails from it. So I'm just going to go back to my domains. And if I go to one of my domains here, for example, the justdjango.com domain. So once you have your domain selected at the top, then you can navigate that domain inside the panel here. And I'm going to go to domain settings. All right, so this is just all your general settings. And you can go to your DNS records and you'll see all of the records for your domain. So this is where you'll verify everything. Then you'll have your SMTP credentials, which is very important. And here you'll see is the postmaster email, which you can then use to send emails. And here you'll be able to reset the password. And that is where you'll then be shown the password for your user. So there should be, if you don't have a postmaster email here already, then you'll most likely be able to create it. So if you don't have a postmaster email here, you can just click on add new SMTP user. And then here you can say whatever email you want. So if I put matt@mg.justdjango.com, then I can use that as my email host user. And once you create the user, it'll show you the password. So that'll be the only time you can grab the password. So make sure you grab it there and then just enter it into your credentials. Now, once you have that and you've got all of these configured, then we're going to move them into our .env file because we can set these as environment variables. So we can just do environment email host and pretty much the same thing for all of these. The port I'll also put there. So email host user, email host password, email port, and default from email. So all of these we're now going to go and add into the .env, and I'll just put it like that and put it in .template as well. Now in local development, you'll see the server still running, and that's because our debug variable is true. So none of this gets evaluated, but in production, you will get an error if you don't put these values in. So even if you just put fake details in here when you deploy it, that's fine. Just make sure that there are values for this for these variables when you do deploy. Well, that's of course if you do want to have emails sent. So I'm going to then go into my DigitalOcean app platform. I'm going to go to components, and I'm going to go to environment variables, and I will add all of these environment variables in here with the correct values, and that'll then trigger a rebuild. But what I'll then do is push this code to the main branch so that this can then take effect. And once we have that all updated, then we can test out the password reset functionality to make sure that we are getting emails sent. One last thing is we also want to change the email backend here. So I'm going to change this to be the SMTP backend. That way we'll make sure that we actually are sending emails instead of logging them to the console. All right, so the deployment was successful, and we can view the logs for that as well. And I'll also just refresh the application here on the live domain. We can see that that still works. And to test the email functionality, I'm going to go and log out. And I want to log in as a super user so that I can add an email for my test user. So if you want to create a super user, what you can do is you can go to console, and this will open up a sort of console with the actual container of the application. So you could like list everything out, and you can see here's all the files in the application. Now what you can do is you can run manage.py, create super user, and when you do that, then we'll be prompted with all of the credentials that we need to do. So there's username. I'm going to go and put admin, email address. Cool. And then we can see super user created successfully. So I can go into over here and I can log in as that user. Cool. So now I can see I'm logged in as the admin user, and I can also go to /admin because I am an admin user, and you can see that the styling, the CSS and everything works because we're using Whitenoise. So we do know that the static files are being hosted correctly. And I'm going to go to users, and we can see there's both of the users. So if I go to test user, then what I'm going to do is just give him an email so that I can actually test this out. Cool. So now I need to log out of here, and we'll go and reset the password. So if I go to forgot password and I enter my email address and hit reset password, then you'll see it does take a little while because it actually needs to connect to an email provider, and it did go through, so that should tell us that we should see an email. So I'm just going to go and open up my mailbox now. So there is an email coming through, and you can see here it's saying you've requested to reset your password. Please go to the following URL, enter your new password. So let's try enter new password. And there we go. Cool. So we can see that the email functionality is working, and that is exactly what we wanted to get out of this. So we do have email set up with Mailgun now, and that is pretty much everything configured in terms of setting up the project for production. So if you've come this far and you've got your own domain and you've added your own email address, then what you're going to want to do now is just put this project on your own domain, or at least a subdomain of your own personal website or portfolio site, just something that you own. And it's really easy to do that. So inside the DigitalOcean app platform, you can see this is the live app URL, but you can change this. So if you go to the app and you go to settings, then here under settings, we'll have domains, right? So under domains, just click edit, and here you can add your own domain, right? So this can either be a full domain or it can be a subdomain of one that you already own. Make sure that if you don't have a domain, I'm just going to click cancel, open up the cloud here, and this takes you back to the normal DigitalOcean cloud, the control panel. Whichever project has your database that you created, that's the project that you're going to want to add your domain to. So you can see here's the DJ CRM DB that we added, and that's under the Just Django project, which also has the justdjango.com domain. So I've already added my domain, but you can also create a domain. If you come over here, you can just click to add your own domain, and you'll just need to verify that, and by pointing the name servers to DigitalOcean. There are some tutorials and a lot of resources on how you can set up your own domain, but once you have it set up and it's pointing to DigitalOcean, then you will be able to use this domain inside the app platform. So coming back here, if I go to add my domain, I'm not going to put this on justdjango.com because that's already taken, but I am going to put it on crm.justdjango.com, which is a subdomain that I wanted to exist on. So you can see here, it's giving you the option. You can choose your DNS management, either that you point it to DigitalOcean, which is this option here. So you just take these name servers and make sure that you're pointing your domain to here. Or you can use your existing DNS and then just manage it like that. Now, I already have my domain, so I'm going to add domain here. And I already am pointing to DigitalOcean, so this should be fairly quick. And there we go. So we can see a new domain has been added. And if we click edit here, we should be able to see there it is, crm.justdjango.com, and it's busy configuring. So once that's done configuring, which is already at 67%, then we should see it being hosted on that domain. Cool, there we go. So it does say it's active. So if I do click on this, then cool, we can see it is live on our own subdomain. And that is how we deploy a Django project using the DigitalOcean app platform. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to just touch up on some things that I've found after deploying. One of them is the empty query sets here. So I'm just going to add that if the query set is empty, it'll just show that there are no leads. It's just a nice way of filling in the empty space. And also, if I go to assign an agent, I haven't used Tailwind in these forms or the crispy forms to style this. So I'm going to fix that up as well. And I'm also going to add some views to create categories, because right now we don't have any logic to do that. We were doing that in the admin. So I'm going to go and do that. First, I'm going to start off with the empty query sets. So I'm going to go to the leads app. We're going to go to templates, lead list. And in here, so you can see we have this for loop. Now, at the end of the for loop, before the end for, I'm going to add this empty sort of keyword. And basically what that does is if the query set is empty, then it will render this instead. So if there are rows, then it will loop through them and create the rows like that. Otherwise, we'll just say there are no leads in, or we can say there are currently no leads. So just something like this. And we could do the same sort of thing for the agents, so or categories as well. We could do the same thing for the agents. So if we go to agents, templates, agent list, we can do the same thing here. And we can just say there are currently no agents, right? So that's the first thing. Next is the form, which we saw over here. When we assign an agent here, we can see this in the assign agent view. So I'm going to go to our templates, to the assign agent, and here we're going to basically just take some code from here where we load the Tailwind filters. So just load that in there, and then this we're going to change to crispy as well. And I'm also going to just grab the div, right, so that everything is a little bit more consistent. And I'll just grab the URL here, so that's already go back to leads, so that's fine. And we'll just change the text here, assign an agent, and everything's pretty much the same there. So we've got all the styling looking a little bit consistent. Cool, so that is one of the other things I wanted to take care of. And now lastly, we want to put in some views to create categories. So right now this is all in the leads app. So right down at the bottom, we have the lead lead category update view. And we have the category list and detail view. So I want to go and add a create view to create categories, and pretty much actually the update and delete view as well. So I'm just going to add all of those, and I'm going to take them from the lead create view first, just so we have some code to work off of. So I'm going to make it that this is only for organizers, because we don't want agents to be able to manipulate the categories. So this will be category create. So inside here, right, so I'll duplicate the lead create template and change this to be category create.html. Right, so create a new category, and this will be go back to category list. Right, so just close that. The form will need to change, so we'll create a form, and then the get success URL will take you back to the agent list. And the form save is not going to do anything because we're just creating a category. So let's go and create a new form here, and we're going to need the category model for this. So we'll import category, and then we can just come down here, create a class. We'll call it the category model form, which is going to be a model form. Add the class meta model is category, and the fields is just going to be the name basically. And so this is running there, so that's fine. We'll bring category model form into our views.py, specify it as the form here. So let me import them like this. All right, so all the way at the bottom, here's our category model form, and that should work as well. So let me open up the local development here and just log in as one of the users. And let's just see, wrong password there. Yes, because I'm using Postgres, I don't have a user. So let me just create an admin user here. Well, actually, it's not really necessary. We can just sign up. So let me sign up. Cool. All right. So if I go to view categories here, we don't have any categories. So let me put a link here that says create category. So that's going to be in the category list.html. And I'll just do this right underneath here. So I'll say a tag, href is going to be a URL. And it's going to be to the leads app, to category create category. And I'll just add some class on this as well. Say hover text blue 500. And we just need to add that into the URLs. So bring the category create view into our urls.py. Right, so it's going to be pretty similar to what we've got here. I'll just change the path to be create category, right? And then use the category create view and make the name category create. And so that's fine, the server's running there. So we've got a link that takes us to that. So if we refresh here, creates a category. If I click there, it takes us here. So let's say that we want to have contacted as a category. Then, the organization is not being filled in. So actually, we will need to populate the form valid method, which is going to look very similar to this form valid method. So basically the form valid here is just responsible for assigning the organization to the category. And that's just the request user's user profile. We don't need to send an email. And just make sure that the super command calls the correct view name. So like that, if I resubmit this, then leads agent, this should be category list. Just make sure that that's correct. Category list, yep. So if we go back here, go to agents, or not agents, go to categories, leads. All right, there we have contacted, and we can go to the detail view, and that works as well. So now we'll just do an update view as well. And it's going to be very similar to this right here. So I'll just copy and paste that. This is going to be called the category update view. It's going to use the same form, but now it's an update view. The template will be the category update.html, and we can remove the form valid, and we can keep the same success URL. So then we just need to create a template, which I'm going to copy and paste off the, not the category create, the category create is fine. So off here, I'll create category update.html, and we'll say update. This is going to be the object.name. So object is the context variable, right? So that's the template, and we're specifying the template there. So now we just need to bring this into our URLs, which I'll import here. And using the category detail URL, I'm going to just go on the same convention of /update and use the category update view and put a name of category update. And like that, we can then take the name, go to category detail, and I'll just put a little link here that says update. The href is going to be a URL. I can actually just do this. All right, URL is going to be leads category update, and we just pass in the category primary key in that, and we can also pass in the class here for hovering. So if I refresh here and I click update, then let's see, it's missing a query set. So going to our category update view, we need to define the query set of categories. And this is basically going to be the same query set here, so that we filter based on the organization. All right, so take that and put that there as the query set. Okay. So let me just refresh the server here. And there we go. So we can update contacted to be, maybe I misspelled it, contact, and go back to it. You know, it is supposed to be contacted. Cool. So that's updating. Lastly, we're going to want to do the delete view. So I'll just put a delete button next to the update link there. And we can go and create the category delete view. So category delete view. And again, it's going to be an organizer Mixin, but it's going to have the delete view that we inherit from. Template name is going to be category delete.html, which is going to look very similar to the category update. So just update this one, category delete.html. All right, so go back to categories. And are you sure you want to delete category.name? And that form is fine. Right, so that template is done. Get success URL will be that, and get query set will be that. So same query set as the other views. Now we just take this into the URLs, and same sort of convention here. We're going to add a URL to /delete that uses the category delete view, and then name is category delete. And then we can just go to the category detail.html, and I'll just duplicate this and say delete, and the name will be category delete. And like that, we can now go test this out. So if I click to delete, are you sure you want to delete contacted? Yes, submit that. And if I want to put another one here like converted, and we can update, we can delete that. So cool, so our categories are working. We have the update, delete, and create view working, and all the other little small fixes as well. So I can now push this to the main branch, and we'll have that update the live site.
And so that's really the end of this course. There's a lot that we've worked on throughout building this application, and I hope that you found it informative, and especially that you are now considering using Django in most of your projects going forward. So thanks for watching this course, and since you've made it this far, that means that you're most likely interested in taking your Django knowledge further, and so that's where I would recommend that you check out learn.justdjango.com. The link is in the description of this video, and you can use this resource to become a professional Django developer. There's a whole bunch of other courses available that teach a wide variety of concepts that are necessary to understand in becoming a full stack Django developer. So again, if you're interested in that, then check out learn.justdjango. And other than that, thanks for watching this course, and I hope to see you in another video.